Good evening and hello for the one or two people that may be in here right now. How are you doing? If you are in here, just a reminder, I won't know that you're in here unless you type something in the chat room. So make sure you say something to me in the chat room so that I know that you are here. Okay. Say something to me in the chat room. Oh no, I can hear so myself. That I know that you are here. That's my big mouth. Let me say something to me in the chat room. Oh no, I can hear my. There we go. Okay. I don't know. Y'all probably heard that echo too, but I fixed it. I know if you're in here and heard an echo, I already fixed it. Oh man. So who is in here? Say seven is watching. I'll make sure you say something so that I know you're in here. Hello, hello, hello. Um, hopefully you can hear me. Okay. I hope you can hear me. Just let me know if you can't. Um, definitely got a little bit of a somewhat sad news to share in the beginning. But it might not be as sad because I can find some alternate means of fixing the issue. So hold on. But I see we got about 10 people in here. Charlie Lovely Brun Brundlefly Gordon. Hello, I'll just call you Charlie. What's going on, Charlie, man? Appreciate you stopping through, man. How you doing? Is anyone else in here? It says you got some people in here. Remember, if you don't say anything in the chat room, I will not know. YouTube does not allow me to see who's in the room if you don't say something. Jackies, yo, what's going on? All right, waiting for a few more people. See if a few more people will come in. Kevin Washington, what's going on, Mr. Washington? Um, and I just wanted to share something real quick at the beginning, and then instead of having is it, hello, is it me you're looking for? That was a nice one. Smooth, Mitch. Smooth. I know I just recorded a video of me singing that, covering that song recently. Talking about hello, is it me you're looking for? I love that song, man. I was a little kid when that came out, and I just remember even as a little kid, it just made me. It was just it's one of those songs that just make you feel. I don't know. It's like in the video for it. I love the video with the blonde girl and how she molded his face. Oh, it was. I just love that video, man. For real. Oh man. His own 12. What's going on, man? What's up, homie? All right, we got a couple of people in here, so I want to say this up front right now. It looks like today is going to be the last day. Well, I should say the last stream, unless I do another live stream between now and this Wednesday. If anybody that might be looking at this stream later and not looking at it live, right now it's July 27th, 2019. So between now and July 31st, 2019, after that on August 1st, I should say, Hangouts on air will be going away. Now, what does that mean for the live stream? How you doing, Rhonda, sweetheart? How you doing? I'm glad you able to be here. Um, so again, well, what I was saying is that I really love doing these live streams and having people come up on the panel. I think is one of the things that make this. I think it would be boring if it was just me and just talking and just reading the chat. So I always encourage people to come on the panel. As a matter of fact, if you would like to join me on the panel right here, let me know. If you've been on my panel before, it's possible that you have an email from me already with a link to join the panel. So hop on. um how can I do your request live when I never even heard of the songs? Shalomo. I know you sent me the songs, but I don't even know what they sound like, man. I haven't had a chance to even like listen to them like that. So I definitely can't do it live, man. But they're definitely be coming soon. So I guess that's two announcements I want to make. But the first one is the panel. Me being able to bring people onto this live stream, that's going to stop. This may be the very last one where I'll be able to do that because Google is doing away with Hangouts on air. Now, that's not to be confused with Hangouts, regular Google Hangouts. I haven't heard anything about that going away. But Hangouts on air is the version that is used to allow other people to stream with me. And when I have all the people in here and we're just talking and arguing about that stuff, that's getting ready to go away. This will probably be the last stream. Now, I have been searching YouTube for the last couple of days at other alternatives. The best alternatives is they cost they cost money monthly, and I'm like, I really don't. I mean, my live streams, when all is said and done, are usually somewhere between 400 and 500 views. So, and I usually don't get that much super chats. So I'm like, I don't think I'm really, it's like it's probably been like 4 or 5 weeks since I had a super chat during the live stream. So it's like I can't really see myself paying 14, $15 a month to so that other people can come into the stream as I'm streaming. So I just wanted to put that out there. But there is a couple of things. So you may see me pop up in a live stream during this next week. It'll be me testing out other software because my main goal is to have other people. I love having other people in this stream with me. You know what I'm saying? It's like when that panel is down there and we down there battling it out without different opinions. It's like the greatest thing in the world. Greatest thing in the world. So just know that. So if you want to be on this panel, today is the day to do it because I don't know if I'll be able to have people join me. I think I saw it's something called StreamYard, a company that's called StreamYard. They're rather new company. Now they have a monthly feed based way of doing that. What's going on 112 DC?
Sir, yes, sir.
Right, man. I'm glad you was able to join me. This is going to be the last Hangouts on air, man, because they taking it away
Oh man.
August 1st. That's what I was explaining to the room. Zoom has they for me to be able to use Zoom now. The beauty of Zoom is that I would be the only person that would have to pay, and I'll have to double check. I'll have to double check. But with Zoom, I will have to pay a monthly fee, but the people that join me won't have to pay a monthly fee. So I looked into Zoom a little bit, but I need to look a little bit more. I'm gonna seriously be looking into this stuff during the next week because, like I said, the way I'm doing it right now, this is gone. On Thursday, it's gone. Google's taking it away. You'll still be able to use it. Now, I think there's a way that I can use regular Hangouts and maybe go through what people use called OBS.
Mm.
It might be a way for me to do it that way, but you have to understand that there's two different Hangouts. This Hangout is called Hangouts on Air, and then you have just your regular Hangouts.
Right.
The Hangouts on Air, this is it's just so easy. I mean, it's just so easy. People come in, we chat, whatever. The regular Hangouts do not allow you to just stream that Hangout call as is. You have to go through other means. So I'll be looking into that. So if you see me pop up on a live stream during the week, pop on in and let me know if everything is clear, if you can hear everybody, because I will be experimenting because I really don't want to just be the only one on here streaming and just talking to y'all. I like the interaction. So I'm looking at the screen right now. It's telling me right now this is Hangouts on Air is live. Then it says Hangouts on Air is going away August 1st. So that's what it says. So August 1st is Thursday. So I just wanted to put that out there first. So okay, so we got that. Another thing is some of you are wondering, hey, there go my niece. What's up, Kelsey? How you doing, baby girl? Hey,
Hey,
Dominique.
yes.
Hey, Dominique. Neek speaks. All right. Kelsey, if you're trying to come on the panel, or if Caleb is trying to come on the panel, because I'm getting ready to play that song today. So if he wants to be on here, and I'll be talking about that. I have another special treat. Today, last week, it was Nasim, which is the gentleman that comes on the chat on the panel. His name is Get Fit or Die Trying. We have Caleb, my nephew. That's Kelsey's little brother. Shades Michaels and myself. We it came together so fast. I don't even know how it happened, but we did a song. We did an original song, and I finished mixing and mastering it yesterday, and I'm going to share it with y'all today. So this is going to be an exclusive.
Oh wow.
It's a song, and I can kind of explain. I'm trying to wait to see if any of the singers are going to hop on the panel with me. But I'm waiting. I sent them links already. Kelsey just said yes, so I'm assuming that Caleb will probably be joining us in a second, hopefully or soon. But what happened is that if any of you are subscribed to Shades Michael's channel, you will know that he uploaded a video of him singing this song. It was like the last video he did. It was about a week ago. But you know what? Let me go back even before that. Let me back up a little bit further. About a year ago, Naseem sent me a video of him in the email of him just playing some chords. There you go, right there. Talk about Naseem right there.
Yep.
What's good,
What's up?
Naseem? So yeah,
What's up?
yeah. So Naseem sent me a video of him
What's
playing
up?
4 chords, right? So it was in 4 chords, and I was like, oh, okay, those are some nice chords. Now, what I didn't do, I did not tell him I was going to make a track for it.
Yeah,
This
we
is
ain't doing
last year.
that.
Right. This is a year ago. I was like, I like these chords. So what I did was I used, for those of you that knows the different types of DAWs out there, I use Reason to create most of my music tracks just because all the instruments are already there.
Right.
And so I made a track of the song, right? You know, put a little drum beat on it, a little bass line, nothing too fancy, but you know, little strings, whatever. Um and I can't take this call right now. Hey, I'm not saying you talk about it for a second, so I can take this call real quick.
All right.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, y'all. It's gonna be a treat, man. I'm not even gonna say everything that we did on there, but we really mixed it up, man. It's gonna take it's gonna shock y'all because there's some new stuff going on. And these are
Oh,
chords that I made when I was like 17, and I never did anything with these chords. And I said to myself, man, you need to do something with these chords, man. And I sent them over to Jazz. And you know, Jazz did his magic. You know, the engineer, producer, send them over to
hey,
me, and
man.
I was like, "Whoa, that's hot."
This is how people get discovered, bro.
Yeah, man. I think you're gonna love it. 112. You're gonna love it, man. We doing things. So you still working at the what you call it, man? You still working at the shop at piano shop? What's it called? Which one is it?
Oh, Guitar Center.
Yeah, Guitar Center. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
that's
still
my
there,
joint,
bro.
man.
Yep.
We used to, like when I first started out, we used to just go there and just jam. Like we get all the dudes together, we just go in there and jam on the piano, man.
Man, same with me, bro.
Are y'all still do that?
Yeah, yep, same with me.
We used to go in there and just play whatever, man. Just get it going. So yeah, man. Damn, Jazz said Hangouts is no more. Ain't no more Hangouts.
Yeah, he said this is the last
It's the
one.
last one. Man, I think they just trying to make some more money, man. They trying to find out how to make more money off of us, man. So I don't know what he can do besides Hangouts though.
Right.
I have no idea.
I mean,
It's got to.
he was saying something about another app called Zoom, but I don't know yet.
Yeah, it's gotta be another free app out there somewhere. I'll probably help him out, try to find something, because there's got to be something else out there that we can use.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's free. Let me see. Zoom. You ever heard of Zoom? I ain't never heard
No,
of
I
it.
never heard of it before.
Let's see. Zoom app. I'm gonna check that out right now. Zoom app. It said sign up is free. Video communications. I'm gonna go ahead and install it. Let's see. Sign up free,
Right.
install. They got 4.5 stars on it, so
Oh, really?
yeah, and this is by like 22,000 people for 4.5 stars, so
Wow.
it might be all right. Go ahead and get that joint right here, so I can have it on my phone. That way, if he do get it, he could just hit us up.
Right.
Where you been at 112 DZ? It's been a few weeks, man.
Yeah, man. Just
Been
been
chilling.
caught up with work.
Work,
Yep.
trying to make that Skrilla.
Yeah, man.
Now, where you at? You not in Baltimore, right?
I produce too, man.
Where you
No,
at?
I'm in Virginia.
Okay, VA.
I'm in Virginia.
All right,
Yeah.
yeah. I used to I had military school out there. It was a place called Dam Neck, Virginia. You know where that's at?
Yeah.
It's like right by Virginia Beach. I went to school out there. It was nice, man.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I love that. The Virginia Beach is nice, boy.
Yeah, yep.
Ooh, we. What part of VA you in?
Right in Virginia Beach, bro. Yep.
Ooh, that's a
What did you
sweet
mention
spot.
it?
That's a sweet spot, man. That's a sweet spot. Oh boy, good old days out there. Uh, but I think the cost of living out there is getting higher though. Well,
Yeah.
higher than it was when I was there. I know that.
Yep.
It's probably higher than Atlanta. Probably a little bit
Okay.
higher than Atlanta.
Yeah, man. I'm not sure yet. I mean, I've been looking down at Atlanta too.
Oh, for real? Yeah. Well, let me know, man, because I just left. I was there for 5 years, so I know the city in and out, man. So
Okay, cool.
let me know, man. It's a lot of people think about trying to go out there. Like they got mad studios like in the city, and
Right.
they got mad venues, man, mad venues, and always somewhere where you can go and spit or play. Always,
Yeah.
bro. No, so what up, Philly in the house.
Yo, what's good?
Like,
What up?
What up?
Same old. Trying to get this thing to link these patterns, man.
Oh yeah, you got that. You got that what? That the box or whatever.
The machine.
Okay, the machine.
oh, you got the machine, yeah.
Man, I don't got no idea how to do that.
And I'm trying to figure out. All I gotta do is just link up these three patterns so I could play without having to change the patterns myself.
Ooh.
I don't get it. It's like, wait a minute. It's something. It's probably something simple.
Yeah. It always is.
Probably something real simple. It's just something I'm not doing. I'm like, well, wait a minute. Hold up.
Yeah.
It is what it is, man. But it sounds good though.
And you can make a whole track. You can make a whole track with that.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Hold up. Actually, I learned this from Richard, so I'm gonna put this one in your cap there, Richard. Y'all ready?
What up?
All right, hold up. Let me make sure I got it right here. All right, here we go. My bad. Start over again. Now watch this.
Yeah.
That sounds like what is that joint? Open to free. There was so many redos of that, man. So many people redid that. Yeah. I love that joint, man.
I only put it together because I'm trying to figure out how to work this machine, and it's not. I gotta do the patterns myself.
Oh,
right.
So it's getting on my nerves, man. I gotta figure this out.
Well, shoot, 112 probably got some insight on that. He worked at the piano store. He might know a little something about that.
I wish he worked at Native Instruments. But I'll get it together, man. It'll come together soon. But yeah, see that? There you go, Richard. That's another one from you. I just put some drums in it and some, like accompanying bass and some guitars in it, so I could play like the piano part myself or the keyboard part myself.
Yeah, that's the jam.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. I mess around could do something on that.
No, I'm working on it, man. I'm gonna learn how to link these patterns one way or another,
Hey,
man.
man, you got it so far, bro.
Yeah, that's what's the original song? I forget the name.
That's Free by Denise Williams.
Okay.
Free.
Yeah, that's the original.
And also I redid Cool in the Gang. I redid Summer Madness last week, but I have to learn how to link these patterns. So I can do this stuff myself.
You know, I'm trying to do a sample from Mary J. Blige with her song "Be Happy."
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to use that bass sample, man. That bass is crazy on there.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
I heard that joint. Well, I know I heard it, but
all I really want is to be.
Okay, that one. Okay, yeah.
You know that joint. So
what album was that?
that's on what's the four? No, is it what's the four? No, My Life.
Not that one. Yeah. My life.
Yeah. The joint that's on What's the 411 that I like that she did was the what's it called? Loving You
Every day.
Yeah. That was my joint right there. What's going on with y'all, man? What y'all talking about?
We actually, me and Jazz and a couple other dudes came up with a collabo, and we're gonna let y'all hear it, man. We came together and we put some vocals down. We're gonna let y'all hear it real soon.
All right.
Tonight.
Can't wait.
Yeah, I gotta go out to my partner's house later on this evening.
Okay.
Because we're gonna be doing some stuff together, man. So I gotta pack all this stuff up and go over to his house. So I don't know, man. Maybe he can help me link these patterns up.
Man, yeah, that stuff can be a headache, man.
Yeah.
Sir Jazz, though, I mean, Jazz know how to do almost everything, man. I mean, he put the whole song together and mixed it and mastered it and everything, man.
Yeah. Was he on the phone?
Yeah, he had to take a call. So.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
No, I want him to know. I want to give him some credit because I learned how to play this song. Tutorials, man. So, you know, it's real simple. Sounds good, though, right? Wait a minute. Hold up. I don't know if you ever seen the whole setup. There go the keyboard right there, and then I got the machine right here.
All right. Yeah, that's real nice. That's the 88 key? 88 key?
No, this is a 61, man, to be honest with you.
That's all you need though with that. That's all you need with that. With the
Yeah, because you can switch up the octaves, man. The 88 key, it costs a lot of money.
Yeah, that's a lot.
But yeah, I like this 61, man. Like everybody was telling me, man, you should get a 49 key. I'm like, dude, that's too small.
Nah, that's too small.
Nah, I wouldn't recommend that.
That's like one hand.
It's way too small, man.
One hand, yeah, that's like one hand playing.
So
basically.
Yeah, so what I'm waiting for this money.
I'm back.
Yeah,
I'm back.
Still here.
I passed it with Tom. I was trying to get him off the phone. Like, okay. I'm like, okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Hey, so you explained what happened, Nassim, about the song?
Yeah. I told him, you know what I'm saying, that it's something live, something new they never heard before, and we're gonna throw it down. So.
But it's just funny how hey CJ, are you gonna come on the panel so that you can respond to people's response to the song? Because I'm about to play it soon. I don't know what Shades is. He texted me and said okay that he knew that I was coming on, but I don't see him in here yet. So
I talked to him, but I don't think he said he was gonna come on. I don't know if he said he was gonna come on or not though.
Right, that's what I said. He just said I sent you the link. He just said okay. That was about 20 minutes ago. So, but I don't want to hold. I don't want to. I want us to go ahead on with our discussion. So I'm about to play this song. But if you coming on, CJ, come on now, man, so that I can go ahead on because that would be three of us on here. If you can come on, that's three of us because Nassim is here. I'm on here, and if you can come on through. For those that may have came in after the announcement, Nassim, which is the gentleman, I on my screen, he's the second one from the left, but he just did like this. The guy that just did like that. Uh, he did. It was him, Mr. CJ Music Man. That's the 12-year-old sensation, my nephew, Shades Michaels, and myself. We came together last week and did an original song. Oh, Nathan, man, you always busy anyway, man. Every time on Saturdays, man, you always so busy. You never can come on the panel, man. You know you don't have time to work on the song. As soon as I get home. But I got it loaded up in Cubase. I got the mastered version, so I'm gonna play it straight through my Cubase. I made the music track in Reason versions, and there goes Shades right there.
Oh, there he go.
Yeah. I
What's
created
up, bro?
the track. I created the track in Reason 10. That's the music that you're about to hear. All right, Nathan, you whenever you want to come on, just hop on. Dominique, are you still in here, Neek? If you're still here, I can make sure I send you a link. Let me know if you want to come on the panel tonight. If you're still in the room. But I'm gonna I have the mastered version. Hold on, Mike. Hold on, Mike. We about to play some music, man. We about to play some original music, man. We some stuff, but basically, like I said, if you're subscribed to Shades Michael's channel, you know that he uploaded a song of him singing. He was singing this song, and he uploaded the video a few days ago, and he wrote those lyrics to a song that Nassim introduced to me about a year ago, 4 chords. I surprised Nassim, made a beat for it, and then a year later, Shades decided, hey, I'm going to write to it, and then we included CJ. So that's how this all came together. What's up, Shades? Anything you want to say about the song before we play it?
I'm gonna do is mute my phone, and I'm gonna put it on my TV so I can hear it really, really good. But anyway, what's up with everybody? What's up, the panel? What's up, Nas? 112.
Yo, what up, brother?
What's up?
I'm trying to see if it looked like CJ saying that yes, she's coming. CJ or Kelsey, if y'all in there now, should I wait for y'all to come on before I play the song? Or are y'all coming like within the next minute or two? Or is it going to take a minute before y'all come on? Because we're excited for you to hear it. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm playing it straight from Cubase. So I created the music in Reason 10, but I do all my mixing and mastering in Cubase. And I use an old version of Cubase for those of you that know DAWs. I use version 6.5. So, and that's how we got it. You know, that's how we did this little song.
Okay, cool.
This little tune. You know what I'm saying? So I saw somebody in the chat earlier say they love Reason. Sydney, let me go back. Sydney, you said how long are you going to do the stream? If you're still in here, Sydney, usually the stream lasts to about midnight. But if people stop talking before then, I have no problem stopping it before then. So, but usually we're like deep in discussion. Hold up. Yeah, Nick, are you still in here? Let me know if you're still in here. Matter of fact, I'll just send you a link just in case. I know you sent me an email last week.
Who that? Lyrical lesson?
No, she's probably probably not even home from work yet. I'm talking about Neek, Dominique. She was on last.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. I saw that she had came in the room. Was this her? This might be her right here. Let me see her. I'm trying to find the email from last week. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna send it to her just in case. All right, so this hit reply. Boom, boom.
I got y'all up on my TV screen.
Okay, you got it up on the. Okay. All right, let me see.
Yeah.
How did it sound? Oh, my bad. Go ahead. What you say, Nassim?
I said I need to hook it up to my TV and make it sound good too.
Well, I got those. I got the options. See, I got these nice 2 big speakers down here, but I can't play it through here because it will just do nothing but a big old feedback. Okay, CJ said he's coming, so I'm waiting for CJ. So as soon as CJ pops up, he literally just typed in the room. He said he's coming. As soon as he hops up on here, we're going to play our debut single. The name of the song is called "Beautiful In and Out." Words by Shades Michaels, music by Nasim, produced by myself, and with vocals by all four of us. Did I cover it all pretty much? Was that everything? So, yeah, word.
Hey, Nas, you probably want to hear it on your TV, bro.
Yeah, remember, I told you that before, but I might not be able to do it yet until after he does it, and then I'll do it later on.
Just,
There you are. You're in there.
you hear me?
There we go. Okay, there. All right, Tiffany's here with there we go. All right, so there we go, man. We got it all here. So are y'all ready in the chat room? Are y'all ready to hear?
Band is here.
Beautiful in and out, and we want y'all to give us your honest opinions. And sometime after this stream is over, I will probably, and maybe everybody else that is a part of this song will do the same. I will upload a clearer version because obviously it's not going to be as clear coming through the live stream, but I'll have a clearer version, if not tonight, tomorrow. So you might see an upload from me that's just this song, so that you'll be able to, enjoy it. But again, this is Beautiful In and Out. Again, words by Shades Michaels, music by Nasim, vocals by Nasim, Shades, CJ, myself, produced by myself. Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. Where's my play button? Up here. All right, here we go. This song is dedicated to all the beautiful ladies out there. Thumbs up in the chat room if you can hear it okay. Thumbs up if you can hear it okay. And if you're wondering if we're talking about you, take a look in the mirror. The reflection you see is who we're talking about. You're not saying. Tell them.
Baby girl, you the wind beneath my wings. Every time I think of you, my heart begins to sing. At first I thought it was just a summer thing, and now I wonder what two hearts could really bring. You're beautiful and your style was crucial. You know time flies, so let's keep it youthful. We got something that the queen ain't used to. No lies involved, it's something truthful.
I can't remember when you came into my life.
My life.
You were a blessing. You shine through my darkest night. I was down and out, and then you came. You brought love back, and then my life began to change.
Without you, I don't know where I would be. And you took the time to comfort me, and I owe you my heart, and I wish that I could give more.
What?
You're my vision, you're the hand that I reach for. You're beautiful,
in and out.
all the way
through. Hey, no doubt. Belongs to who? All the way through. There's no doubt.
My baby's cool. My girl is so good. She treats me like a king every time she could. And I'm dreaming, I had to ask myself, if it's a story or a fairy tale.
And everything comes second with a girl like you first. I have to be there for you when you're feeling hurt.
Alright, CJ.
I'm your protection in every way. My love for you is to help ease your pain. You're beautiful in and out, all the way through.
Yeah.
Beautiful in and out, all the way through.
All the way through.
Beautiful,
Yes.
no doubt. The world belongs to you. Without you, I don't know where I would be. And you took the time to comfort me, and I owe you my heart. And I wish that I could give you more. You're my vision, you're the hand that I reach for. You're beautiful, girl, you're so beautiful. All the way through, all the way through. You're beautiful, there's no doubt that word belongs to you. In and out, in and out. You're beautiful, you're beautiful. The world belongs to you. You're beautiful, there's no doubt. All the way through. You're beautiful, beautiful. There's no doubt. The world belongs to you. All the way, in and out. All the way,
Get 'em.
all the way. There's no doubt. The world belongs to you. That world belongs to you. Beautiful, in and out, all the way through. You're so beautiful. There's no doubt. The world belongs to you. That world belongs to you. Beautiful, in and out,
Yeah.
all the way through. All the way. There's no doubt. All the way.
Collabo, we put it down.
All the way, in and out, all the way through. You're beautiful, there's no doubt. The world
belongs to
you.
you.
You're beautiful, in and out, all the way through. You're beautiful,
Beautiful.
there's no doubt.
Now,
The world belongs to you.
Hold
that
on, wait a
sexual
minute.
chocolate
Whoa,
or not?
whoa.
Hey, sexual chocolate.
Come
Was
on
that
now.
sexual chocolate? Was that sexual chocolate or not? Oh my goodness, my lovely daughter then joined us. My daughter in music. What's going on, Miss Lexa?
No, Max.
I think she'll be the next one because you know we're working on something. We just haven't had a chance to get together yet. Well, hang on, but it's coming soon. It's coming soon. It's coming soon. But
That was nice.
thank you. It was a last. It kind of was a rush job. We did it all last week. Like if you
Nice.
would have asked us last week when we was live streaming, if we were doing the song together, we would have looked
What
at you
people like, what?
about.
Yeah.
You know this all came together in a matter of about a 3 or 4 day period. So
Who was that in the background? Who was that?
well, you know it's
I thought
not
it
me.
was her.
Well, look. You know it's not me. You know it's not Jade, and it's definitely not Nassim because all Nassim was doing was rapping. So there's only one other person, Mr. CJ, the 12-year-old.
DJ.
You were doing right. You were doing the falsetto too.
That was him doing that.
Yeah.
Speak
Oh.
up, CJ. Your cousin's asking you, man. Speak up, man.
That was me.
Yeah. Can we hear the note real quick live? Can you hear it right now?
Hit it.
You got
Oh, that's crazy,
because
man.
we don't want nobody to think that we Photoshop your voice or anything. That was
Yeah.
like you can really Photoshop a voice, but I'm just saying.
I thought it was her.
I love
Nah, she wasn't a part of this.
Yeah.
She and I have something else that that we really need to sit down. Nominated for best R&B soul group. Oh, that's thank you, Stephanie. We probably won't get nominated or win, but but the thought we appreciate the thought.
So stupid. You guys remember Sammy when he was young?
Sammy who?
Like I like the way you look.
Oh yeah. I remember that dude.
You know his
Yeah.
voice reminds me of Sammy when he was young.
I remember Sammy. I remember.
When he first came out.
I don't know the Sammy guy you talking about,
Oh
but
my
okay.
God, you know Sammy?
Yeah, he had like a couple hits. He had a couple hits.
You know Sammy.
Hold on, let me-
I like the way you look, baby. You know Sammy.
He had a couple joints.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm trying to because you keep hitting that keyboard. Hold
Nah, go ahead. Nah, you good. You good.
on. Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
man. That
But
that was
I
smooth.
put me up, come.
okay, I think I got to fix back up. Okay, there we go. But yeah, so definitely what's your thoughts 112 DZ? It was it sexual chocolate or not, man? What's up?
Man, that was hey, man, that was man, that was real smooth, yo. I like that.
I appreciate that, man. So for those of you that came in late, like I said, basically the song started a year ago when Nasim sent me an email of him playing four chords, and those chords were so he sent me that. He just it was just like that. He was sitting at his keyboard, like, yo, what you think of this? And I was like, cool. I didn't tell him that I was going to make a track.
Nope.
No, I had no. I was like, so I made the music, which you just heard. So that was all a year ago, right? So a year later, like I said last week, Shades Michael uploaded a video on his channel with him singing. So he clearly must have wrote some words to it. So this is a year later, and so we through email, through a Hangout session, and using the app called BandLab, we all worked together, and we rushed it. We I think the song was completed in about a 3 to 4 day period. Last week. So
Nice.
yeah. So we appreciate the support. I think I was able to hear a male. Oh, somebody said a male mini Rippleton. They talking about you. See, a male mini Rippleton. La 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 la.
Wait,
All right, hey, dog, I gotta bail out, man.
All right,
You wrote
Mike.
down-
Catch up
Well,
with y'all later.
okay,
All right.
man.
All right.
All right. But I just want to make sure I got everybody in the chat room that was giving comments. Somebody said "Pieces of a Dream" meets Kim. That's what I'm hearing. That's what Stephanie said that. Okay. Pieces
Okay.
of a Dream meets Kim. That's
Kim.
KEM I'm talking about. Yeah, KEM. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Love Kim.
All right. So I think I got everybody, man. Definitely appreciate it. Like I said, it probably won't be tonight, but maybe sometime tomorrow. I will definitely upload a version to the channel so that y'all can. I don't know how clear y'all was able to hear it, but you'll be able to really hear it clear. I'll make a little video showing now same looking like this, and
Yeah.
in the music and in the background and all that. So, but I will definitely appreciate it. So definitely look out for Lexa because we're gonna do something. We're gonna get
Oh
together.
yeah. What y'all gonna do? Y'all gonna do
Well,
something?
remember she introduced it.
She did?
Was it 2 weeks ago? Or whenever the last time she was on the live
yeah.
stream. And remember that was my first time. Oh, you know what? He might have not been on because you
I think
usually.
you just came in after I got done.
Oh, okay, yeah. So he might have missed it. Either that or he just went away and went to sleep. One or the other.
I probably fell asleep.
But what it is that I guess I was getting in contact with her when we was doing a Michael Jackson tribute thing.
Oh yeah.
That's when I had gotten contact in some kind of way. She was saying something about original music or whatever, and I had just came up with a piano idea. And long story short, I sent it to her, and she then learned it by ear, rearranged the piano, wrote lyrics to it, and everything. And she debuted it. Yeah, and she debuted it right here on the live stream. That was like my first time hearing what she did with it too.
Oh.
And I'm like, oh man, so we need to get that together. So yeah, this week, Alexa, we're gonna have to make it work this week.
Okay.
All right. Good to see you. I wasn't even expecting you to be able to make it, so I'm glad you was able to make it.
Yeah.
Let me say this because it may be a lot of people who did not hear this message before, and then we can go hit on with the first topic. But this is going to be the last time that I will be able to use Hangouts on air. You see how I have this lovely panel down here? For some reason, Google decided that they're taking this away. They're taking Google Hangouts on air away August 1st. I am definitely trying to figure out an alternative because there are alternative methods of getting people to come on live streams and stuff like that. The good ones cost money per month. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Hangouts was free. I'm like, I don't really, and y'all notice I don't really get super chats in here. So I'm like, I don't know. So I found a couple that I'll be. Let's put it this way: if you see me go live during the week, come on in. It might not be a long session. It might be me just trying out some new stuff, trying to figure out.
Okay.
Um, yeah, I see somebody. Nathan, you said Zoom. I looked into Zoom. I think in order to do it with Zoom, I would have to pay like a crazy monthly fee. It's
Are
like
you
now
sure?
everyone else doesn't have to pay, but for me to be able to send it to YouTube,
For
I
real?
think I would have to pay a monthly fee. That's what I think. I'm gonna look into it again. I looked at Zoom a little bit, and I with Skype, you can't just go from Skype by itself. I can go through Skype. I could use Skype and then go to run it through OBS, I think is what they call it, and I can run that session like it's like it's
Complicated. It
yeah,
sounds complicated, man.
yeah, it's going to. I just have to do some research. So, I'm glad that y'all was able to make the panel because this is going to be the last Hangouts panel, and hopefully by next week. So, if I contact any of y'all that's on this panel right now, just come on next week. Like I said, because I'm gonna try different things. I'm gonna try some different things and see what we can do because I hate doing a live stream by myself. I love doing live streams with other people because it makes it that much interesting. Google Duo. I don't know about Google Duo. Google is the one that's taking its live streams away. But anyway, um,
They trying to make that money, man. Any way they can.
Right.
I guess, man, I was like, this thing been around for like
Yeah.
maybe 10 years or so, and it waits until I discover it. As
Yeah.
soon as I discover it, and
Crazy.
Be
I mean,
like
I've only
that.
been using it for what 2 or 3 months, and they're like, "Hey, guess what? Give it back." I'm like, dang, you job
Like,
turkey.
it's too much sexual chocolate.
Yeah, exactly. See. That's why I claim her. You know, she understands. She understands.
Oh,
Too much
Mayoli.
sexual chocolate. Mayoli's finally back in here
No,
after this
feels
for
good.
like 3 or 4 weeks. Was that were you able to hear the song, Mayoli? Because I know sometimes you be in the chat room. Did you hear our original song, man?
I have not heard. I just joined
Oh
right now.
man, see, you late, man. I sent you the link like a half hour ago, man. You late.
I'm so sorry. What's up, Nassim?
It's all good.
Is he still there? Yeah.
I see Wendell done slid up in here. What's going on, Wendell?
Say, man, when I heard this is the last hangout, I gotta come hang out again, man.
Yeah, but like I said, I'm gonna try it now. The one thing that it's a company called StreamYard. It's a rather new company, and they have a free version that will allow at least maybe 6 people, I think it says, and it'll still be
Yeah.
free.
Is
So,
it easier than the OBS?
what OBS is basically with OBS, you still will have to have another program that brings people onto my computer screen, and
Oh,
then
like Skype.
then I can send whether it's Skype or something else. So, but this StreamYard is supposed to be pretty close to what this Hangouts on Air is. It's supposed to work almost identical, and it's a new thing. And if y'all look at it on YouTube, you'll see that there's some like new videos of people who's having the same issue I'm having about losing their panels, and they've been talking about it. So they have a version, I believe. They said just for now, you can have 6 people on, and it'll still be free. So
What about Facebook Live?
say that again.
What about Facebook Live? They don't have a version?
Well, I'm not popular on Facebook. Like nobody on Facebook like pays attention to me, man. It's like people on Facebook like know me. Like, I'm serious. People on Facebook, I get no support on Facebook. Like if I put one of my videos on Facebook, I'm lucky if I get like 10 views.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like people who know me just don't
Yeah.
support me. You know what I'm saying? So
Wow.
I mean, I could go live on Facebook, but I don't know how many people are actually.
Maybe they're just not on it.
Say that again.
Maybe they're just not on it.
No, trust me, no, they on it because they posting stuff all the time on there. They just overlook anything that I put up on there. They overlook, and it's like, you know what? And YouTube is the only place online that has really embraced me. That's the truth. That's really like, yo, we like they like, yo, we like what you do, man, and we will support you. You know what I'm saying? It's
We're
like
just not gonna watch you on Facebook.
even on I have an Instagram too, but even on Instagram, you know, I have started uploading some music stuff on there, and you know, I do get some likes on there, but YouTube is where all the love and support comes. So that's why
What about FaceTime?
I don't do Apple stuff, bro. I don't have
Yeah,
Apple.
FaceTime is
I don't have any. The only Apple I deal with is the Apple that you can eat. Those
Yo,
are good. Those, but a company called Apple, no,
Jazz does.
I do nothing with them.
Jazz has a problem with Apple for some reason.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
always says, like,
they want to overcharge for their stuff, and then they want to limit you what you can do with their stuff. I'm like,
I heard
I
that.
got suckered into it.
right? It's like, how you going to charge me all
Yeah.
this money and then tell me, but you can't do
Yeah.
this, you can't do that, you can't do this, you can't do that,
Exactly.
and you can't.
Oh,
And I'm
man.
like, wait a minute,
I'm
but
proud of my-
Android might charge me a lot of money, but Android is like, oh yeah, go ahead, do what you want to do. Don't worry about it. We're not gonna block you out.
I got played. I've been Android for years. Somebody's like, "Come on, man, switch to Apple."
No,
Like,
no,
got me.
baby girl, you better switch right on back
Yo,
to Android.
yo.
If
Listen,
you want
listen.
freedom, if
Hey,
you want
listen,
freedom,
Alexa,
Huh?
don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. I got
What's
I mean, I'm stuck.
and,
now.
and, 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 and you see he's holding that up. That's because he's bound. He's holding his
I'm
phone to let
bound.
y'all know. He wants the whole world to know. Look, I'm bound to what Apple will let me do.
I am. It's too late for me now, though. I'm in too deep.
You in there? Yup, you in there?
So
Yeah, like,
when your contract is up or whatever, you just come on back to Android because
yeah,
you
they
can
got
do
me.
whatever you want on Android. You don't have
I
to
was so
hack the
mad.
phone.
I was so mad when I found out that you can't charge and listen to your earbuds at the same time. Oh,
They dumb, man. And then they want to charge you like $1 trillion.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta have some.
What about Periscope? Periscope.
Yeah.
I don't even have an account, so I know nobody's following me on Periscope.
Wow, man.
Periscope.
We can't lose you, man. We got to keep you on the air, man. Some kind of way.
Well, let me be clear now. I'll still do live streams because YouTube will allow me to do it where it's just me though.
But no panel.
Right, exactly. And I'm like, I can do that through YouTube. But that's not fun, man. This is fun.
Yeah, man.
This is
Need the panel, man.
fun.
Oh,
His own 12. Send me an email and then I'll send you a this houseofjaz at yahoo.com. Just make sure you spell my handle right. Send me a email and I'll send you a link. But yeah, that's my issue with Apple. I didn't mean to go into an Apple rant, but when somebody said what would he say? He said FaceTime. He set me off when he said FaceTime.
Yeah.
Like, yo, like no.
You never know, man. So
Apple
we
stuff.
got to keep you on the air, Jazz. Some kind of way.
Yeah. I'll still be on, but just like I said, I will try different things during the week. And so if you see that I'm live during the week, I definitely want y'all to come in and let us know. Whoever I have testing it out with me, let us know if it's okay, if it's
Where's the
working.
link?
Come on in. Yeah, definitely.
all right.
So the question on the room, how many people? I know we have some new people that's in here. How many people are interested in hearing the song again? I know, Mayoli, you haven't even heard the song yet.
I would love to hear it.
Are there enough people in the chat room? Say something in the chat room if you want. Some of you probably like, what are you talking about? What song are you talking about? Basically, the short version is Nassim, which is the one that's called Get Fit or Die Trying. He's on the panel. Little CJ, Shades Michaels, and myself. We did an original song. Well, I said myself. I just saved myself for last. You know, you gotta save the best for last. No, I'm just playing.
This channel is giving you big.
But we did an original song. We did an original song. So okay, I see one person that says me. That's it. If it's just one person, maybe I won't. Oh, he retracted the message, so never mind. So I guess nobody wants to hear the song again.
Bring it R&B back. Bring it back, man.
Hey, Lex.
We lost Peebo,
I
man.
saw
Bring
the
it
live
back.
last time. Your performance was really good.
Thank you.
Oh, don't be trying to blow her head up. Now she wants to do all that.
Yeah, that guitar was really good.
Hey, Jazz, we lost Peebo, man. Bring it back. Bring that R&B back, man. We lost Peebo, man.
What do you mean we lost him? He passed away?
Yeah, you didn't hear him?
What?
Peebo died, man, about 2 weeks ago.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up, man.
Debo.
Come on. Y'all ain't Peebo Bryson? Yeah.
I'm typing it in now.
He died about 2 weeks ago. I think he had a heart attack.
No way.
Hold up.
I hope I'm wrong.
It says Peabo Bryson is and not was an American. You know, on then that's Wikipedia, but I don't see anything about him passing away.
Oh Lord.
Man, you scared
Ask
me, man.
Google. Google it.
That's what I'm looking at it now on my phone. I'm on Google now.
You pulled that up 2.5 seconds. Pew.
Was it Peebo? Yeah, it was
He's
Peebo.
alive. He's
Let me.
stable. That's
Yeah,
what the news says.
I'm going to his real his website. I think he's. I didn't. Yeah, you might have got the wrong thing because this is his website.
So who
Like
I'm
this is
thinking?
Peabo. It's called the real PeeboBryson.com. That's the website. It don't say anything. Matter of fact, he has concerts in Maryland. Hold up, wait a minute. He was
I must be
literally.
thinking about somebody else.
Check this out. Check this out. It says he was here July 12th and 13th in Bethesda, Maryland, which is about maybe a half hour from me. Yeah, and as a matter of fact, on the 31st, he'll be in New York.
I'm
He was
done.
down there in Georgia on July 20th. Lecter.
I'm done.
He was just down there with you.
Wow.
He's dead.
Yeah.
Who was I thinking then?
Man, you scared the dude. You
Stop.
scared the bedudu out of me, man. I was like,
Man,
no.
I thought they said it was Peebo. I'm thinking somebody else. I'll think of it in a minute.
He's alive and on tour.
houseofjaz at yahoo.com. His own 12. House of Jazz. Just spell my name correctly. So if you don't use one Z is what I'm saying. HOUSEOFJAZ at yahoo.com. Don't put two Z's on it. If you put two Z's on it, it's not going to come to me. People are saying in the chat that he's ill. Nathan is saying he's ill, but he's still on Earth. So, but I didn't even see the ill thing. But
Is he alive or not?
somebody said Peebo had a heart attack in April.
Yeah, I heard that.
Okay,
I thought he had died from.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead on and play the song one more time, and then we can go into our discussion. For those that's just joining us, this is a song written. Oh, is that? Oh, that's for you at work. I'm gonna say, what the world? Hold on.
Someone had a customer service voice.
Yeah. We're gonna mute your mic window so it doesn't interrupt the song. But again, this is an original song. It has myself, Nasim, Shage Michaels, and Caleb.
Wait a minute.
What's up?
I ain't know Shades Michaels. Who else did it?
Oh, you ain't hear me? Okay, Shades Michaels, myself, Nasim, which is the gentleman that's right in here with us on Get Fit or Die Trying.
Oh.
Him. He's the one that's doing the rapping, and he's the one that the one that actually did the chords. He's the one that sent the chords to me about a year ago.
Okay, I missed this part.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you missed the introduction. So yeah, so basically a year ago, Nasim sent me these chords. And those are the chords, just those 4 chords. And I didn't tell him I was going to make a track for it, but I made a track for it, and that was it. That was a year ago. He was like, "Oh, that's cool." A year later, Shades Michaels decided to write some lyrics to it, and last week we all got together and we made the song work. So
nice.
So here it is one more time. This song is called "Beautiful In and Out." Here we go. Where's my play button? Up there. Here we go. All right. This song is dedicated to all the beautiful ladies out there, inside and out. And if you're wondering if we're talking about you, take a look in the mirror. The reflection you see is who we're talking about. You're not saying. Tell them.
Yeah. Baby girl, you the wind beneath my wings. Every time I think of you, my heart begins to sing. At first I thought it was just a summer thing, and now I wonder what two hearts could really bring. Beautiful, and your style was cool. You know time flies, so let's keep it useful. We got something that the queen ain't used to. No lies involved, it's something truthful.
I can't remember when you came into my life.
My life.
You were a blessing. You shine through my darkest night. I was down and out, and then you came. You brought love back and then my life began to change.
Without you, I don't know where I would be. And you took the time to comfort me, and I owe you my heart, and I wish that I could give you more.
What?
You're my vision.
Yeah.
You're the hand that I reach for. You're beautiful.
In and out.
All the way.
All the way through. Hey. No doubt. Belongs to who? Who? Woo. All the way through. There's no doubt.
My baby's cool. My girl is so good. She treats me like a king every time she could. And I'm dreaming. I had to ask myself, if it's a story or a fairy tale.
And everything comes second with a girl like you first. I have to be there for you when you're feeling hurt.
Alright, CJ.
I need your protection in every way. My love for you is to help ease your pain.
Yeah.
You're beautiful in and out, all the way through. You're beautiful, there's no doubt. The world belongs to you.
Yeah.
You're beautiful in and out, all the way through.
All the way through.
You're beautiful, there's no doubt. The world belongs to you. Without you, I don't know where I would be. And you took the time to comfort me, and I owe you my heart, and I wish that I could give you more. You're my vision, you're the hand that I reach for. You're beautiful,
Girl, you're so beautiful.
all the way through.
All the way through.
You're beautiful, there's no doubt.
There's no doubt that word belongs to you.
In and out,
In and out.
you're beautiful.
You're beautiful.
The world belongs to you. You're beautiful.
There's no doubt.
All the way through. You're beautiful. There's no doubt. The world belongs to you.
All the way.
In and out.
All the way.
Get 'em.
All the way.
There's no doubt. The world belongs to
That
you.
word belongs to
You're
you.
beautiful. In and out. All the way through.
You're so beautiful.
There's no doubt. The world belongs to
That
you.
word belongs to you.
Beautiful. In and out.
Yeah.
All the way through.
All the way.
There's no doubt.
All the way.
Come on, bro. We put it down.
All the way.
In and out. All the way through. You're beautiful. There's no doubt. The world belongs to you. You're beautiful. In and out. All the way through. You're beautiful. There's no doubt. The world belongs to you.
Collabo.
Y'all like those high notes? Y'all like those high notes I was singing?
Was that you?
Hey, that's what I said.
Yeah, good job, CJ.
Yeah,
That was
I
some
was
Mariah
lying when I
Carey
said that was
school right
TJ.
there.
I was lying when I said that was CJ hitting those high notes. That was really me hitting that. Hold on. It's coming. Hold on. It's gonna come. Hold on. Hold on. Now, hold on. I got it. Hold up. I got it. Hold up. Oh, never mind. So definitely I appreciate the somebody said 90s R&B hit right there. Chart topping. I'm sorry. Definitely
Bring it back.
appreciate that. It's amazing what you can do with 4 chords, man. It's amazing. I never went off those 4 chords. All I did was no, I didn't do that. I did this. Yeah, there we go. Should I do a piano tutorial real quick on the song Not Same as Your Chords, man?
Yo, and what's funny, yo, I made these chords when I was in high school, and I never did nothing with them. Never did nothing with them.
See, never give up on song ideas, y'all. You never know how long it might take.
Never. 4 easy chords. Show me.
4 chords. Oh, he wants me to show you. I'll show you real quick for those that's interested. Hold on, let me switch my camera to my the camera I use for my tutorials. Hold on. There we go. For those of you who's wondering, you got yourself a F major 7 chord right there. So you can do your F on the left hand and then spell face with your right hand. F-A-C-E. You're beautiful. And then the next chord is in and out. This is an E augmented chord. E augmented. You got E on the left hand. You got yourself a G sharp, a C, and then an E on the right hand. So you're going from you're beautiful in and out. All right. And then the third chord, you're going to have a G major over an A. All right. So on your left hand, you got your double A. And then on the right hand, you have G, B, and D. And then that last chord, you basically have that's a G diminished 7 on your right hand, and it's with an A in the bass. G diminished 7, A in the bass. So that's A on your left hand, G, A sharp, C sharp, and E. I should say flat, shouldn't I? G, B flat, D flat, and E. So all together you have you're beautiful in and out all the way through, or whatever the word notes are. You're beautiful. There's no doubt that belongs to you. You're beautiful in and out all the way through. You're beautiful. There's no doubt that belongs to you. Something like that. But anyway, it's that simple for those that's going to try to jack our song and try to steal it. It's that simple. It's that simple. Y'all thieves. You know some thieves out there. We ain't gonna name no names though. We ain't gonna name no names.
Don't push out no name. And go run tell that. Go run tell that.
Yeah, run tell that. That's what it is. Yeah, run tell that. Run tell that. Anyway, but again, but
inside joke.
Yeah, very inside. You know, there's it's a few people in here that know that joke, know who we talk.
Go run tell.
Yeah, but we're not.
Anyway, hey Jazz, let me just say this real quick. I'd like to thank the brothers for definitely participating in the song. Thank you, CJ, Nas, and yes, right. Thank you, Sir Jazz. I almost forgot about you.
Yeah, I know it's easy to forget about the fat man in the room, right? Yeah,
Lyrica Alexia, me and you are next. Do you hear this?
Actually,
are you listening to Shade?
No, yeah, he's lying. I already said that she and I are next. Because we already
I'm after you. I'm after. Well, we're gonna have to fight. Look, the girl is mine.
Excuse me, my daughter is mine. Hello, that's my daughter. I don't know what you talking about, bro. Do I need to fight? Do we need to fight?
What after my daughter? She said she don't want another daughter. You keep dreaming.
Hold up. Now, see, CJ's mother in the chat rooms just put an interesting fact out there. It says, fun fact, CJ used to literally cry in a whistle register as a newborn. That was our nickname for him. Oh, okay. So you still hitting the same notes that you were crying as a baby.
Wow, CJ, yo, bro.
Wow. He'll hit on. See, CJ, like, I'll never stop singing it. I'll be 98 years old and I'll still be able to hit that note. What's good, Kelsey? I haven't talked to you in a minute. You good? You good? You good? Nisi? That's all I get is just the hand wave. That's all good. I'll take that. I'll take that over nothing. Oh, they muted the microphone. Oh, my bad. I see what happened. They muted their microphone. Okay.
Kelsey got to do a song with us too. Kelsey, you want to do a song with us too?
Yes, she is.
All right.
How you gonna answer for her, man? She got to answer, man. Can I?
She did just answer.
Look, she's the one wearing the Run DMC shirt. She bold. She got Run DMC on. Oh, she's doing the head nod or whatever. Oh. A Peter Piper pick a pepper. Or Run Wreck Rhymes. Humpty Dumpty.
Woo, God, yo.
We go. Y'all don't know nothing about that. Y'all don't know nothing about
What
y'all.
was Run DMC's best
Y'all
song?
old heads don't know nothing about that.
What was their best song? Run DMC best song.
Run DMC's best song. You know what? I really love Peter Piper back in the day, man. I really did.
Sucker MCs. Hey, Sucker MC.
You know what? One of my favorite ones was Perfection. You remember that off the same album, Raising AT Double Hockey? Is it Perfection? Boom, boom, boom.
Okay, yeah.
Boom, 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 boom. Perfection. I used to listen to that joint. I used to listen to that all the time. He was like, and if it's not perfect, I will perfect. Perfection. Oh, I used to love that.
Y'all gonna laugh, but y'all gonna laugh at me when I tell you mine, man. Y'all gonna laugh at me, man.
I'm already laughing.
They had the joint called. Down with the king. The king down with the king.
Oh, you know,
King.
Yeah, that was when Reverend Run got saved, basically, right? You want to be down with the king?
That was a joint.
Oh my goodness, man. So what's your thoughts? Have y'all been hearing? I don't know if it's true or not, but have y'all heard about Diddy getting ready to make another Making the Band?
I did hear something about that on YouTube.
Man, I'm hearing reviews, and I was just kind of curious to hear what y'all thoughts are about that. I don't know. I loved Making the Band. Yeah. I watched every episode when he did with Danny D. King and with Day 26. Now, yeah, but the main issue with them is that I feel so bad for them because they never make any money. And then they break up. But are y'all down for another walk to Brooklyn and get me a
anything?
You know? Okay, Fresh Sound said that Diddy did announce it on Twitter.
All right.
Anything Diddy does is going to be very entertaining. So.
Yeah, that's what I feel you, Nate. By the way, what's going on, Nathan? Glad you was able to join. Because like I said, I don't know how we're going to have other people on the live stream in the future. Because for those that just came in, Hangouts on Air is going to be gone on August 1st, which is Thursday. But anyway, but yeah, what's your thoughts, Nathan? You said just for the entertainment portion of it, you'll watch.
He sells. Anything that he does is entertaining. So if that's else about the ratings, he's gonna get some ratings because of the entertainment. I'm saying is that music right now is just so oversaturated because there's like no one to really put a cap on when people are released. You know, social media has kind of done that. But
yeah,
you know, Diddy insight on how to do music programs, he still has it, you know, and it's gonna be controversial.
Yeah,
it's gonna make me laugh. So I'm gonna watch it because he gives good ratings, you know.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I used to I remember when he was working with the band, and it was like you would turn in every week just to see who was gonna fight who. Because it was always Ness, and Fred. That's Fred will always be fighting. I'm like, well, who's going to start the fight this week?
Reality TV before it was popular, right? That's like your black ink. You know, it's gonna be some fighting and stuff going on.
Yeah. I mean, but they will fight like right in the studio. I was like, I mean, it was like the home studio, but someone just okay. I'm going to send Corey. Okay, I got you. I'm sorry. I'm just seeing the email. I'll send you a link to the room. I think that's his son 112. Sorry about for taking so long. I'm just seeing the email. Sorry about that. But yeah, but which group was your favorite one from Diddy? Was it Danity Kane? Was it the band, or was it
The
Day
band,
26?
the band was tight, man. I used to like the band.
Okay.
I didn't really get into Dan and Kane that much. I don't know.
You
Maybe
said that crap. Dang, man. That was like his first one. Because remember before him, I think it was Clive Davis had one that had a group called Old Town, I think. Oak Town from it was like it was actually a white group. It was like a white boy band group.
I
That was
remember.
that was the very first one. And then Diddy took over. And when
Well,
Diddy took over, he put Danny D. Kane together. Or was it the band first? It might was the band
it
first.
was the band first.
And then Danny D. King, and then Day 26. Yeah.
But let me ask you: do you think the group stuff is played out now, or do you
But
think it'll
see,
come back?
I asked this not that long ago on one of the live streams, man. I miss groups. I really do.
I do
I
too.
miss groups. I miss groups. And if for anybody that's wondering, I miss groups. I'm sorry. I get that the money is better, with being a solo artist, but you get more when you have a group. Especially, it's like I know y'all sick of me talking about boys and men, but it's my stream, so I don't care. But it's like with boys and men.
You know, one of the,
Like, I just love the fact that you get different voices. It's like as much as I like Sean Stockman is one of my favorite singers on the planet, whether a band, a group, or a solo thing. I love Sean Stockman, but sometimes I want to hear Nate sing. Sometimes I want to hear Wanye sing, and a
Yeah.
band gives you variety.
they
You know
don't
what I'm saying? Well,
they
they
don't
should. Go ahead.
play. They
Not all
don't get
bands.
That's why I said they should.
much play as they used to.
They say that again, Nathan.
They don't get as much play as they used to because they don't have the same type of controversy that most bands do, right? When the controversy between what's the boy Michael leaving, like that was a huge controversy for
Are you
R&B.
talking about the Jacksons? You talking about the Jacksons?
No, I'm talking about Boys to Men. Right?
Oh yeah. Michael McCrary. Okay,
Yeah,
my bad.
that was a
Yeah.
that was a big controversy. But
Still is
groups
a little bit.
like New Edition, because they keep drama going, you always
Right.
hear about them. The name's always out there. Boys and Men, like I was playing Boys and Men a couple weeks ago in here in my house while I was cleaning. Just a wonderful group, but just type of recognition because they don't have all the drama like they used to.
But you know what? When they were at their peak success, they didn't have any drama. That's the funny thing. Because when Mike left when right after they recorded the Full Circle album. Most people in here probably sitting here like, what are you talking about? They probably never even heard of the Full
But
Circle
they didn't leave.
unless you're a real fan.
Did he not leave after 2?
Nah, it was Full Circle, I think was the last one. Well, no, two. No, yeah, he definitely was in the group. Two was their second album, and then after that
I
they
thought
had
I thought he left during the I thought he
Full.
left when after the Nate, Mike, Sean and Juan album.
Nah, he did Full Circle. He's on the album cover of Full Circle. If you look at the album cover or the CD cover, I should say, he's in the picture. And you hear him talking on the CD, but it was during that time. Somewhere during that time when he left. But yeah, he was on Nathan Michael Sean one. Yeah, he definitely was on that album. That was the one that they kind of produced themselves. I think with their own record company or something like that.
And
But
then the thing about bands is, but they always end up breaking up. Somebody want to go solo all the time, man. All the time.
I mean, Boyz II Men are still together though, man. I mean, they lost the bass, but they still together. Shoot.
I don't think that those
Cisco went solo. David Hollister went solo. I mean, everybody goes solo.
Yeah, but Dave Hollister went solo because once again, Blackstreet had a whole lot of drama. Right?
Yeah,
they
did. He wasn't even on the original group. If you look at the first single, what was that first one? It was another dude that was singing.
Oh yeah,
da. That wasn't Dave. It kind of the voice kind of reminded you of Dave Hollister, but what's that song? Why must I feel like that? Why must I chase the cat? Ain't nothing but the dog.
Yeah, I remember that.
Dave Hollister was not in the group. That was like Blackstreet's first single. So what happened is that dude that was in there, he quit because of drama. We don't even really know exactly what. And then that's when he pulled Dave Hollister. And then we had Before I
Yes,
Left,
sir.
Before
That
I
was the
Left.
debut.
And then when the next album came out, you got No Diggity, and Dave was gone, and Levi.
Yeah.
They don't have two albums where they got the same member lineup. I don't think they have two consecutive albums where it's the same members.
Just like Drew Hill. Same thing with Drew Hill. Man.
Now Drew Hill has like 3 albums where they had the same group in the members.
Yeah.
And then Woody left. Then Woody left. And then Nokia left. And then everybody left.
Now Nokia and Cisco still in the group. Jazz just left. Yeah, Jazz just
left.
He just left. He was in their 2017 video that they did. Drew Hill released a Christmas album in 2017.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
And he's even in the video. He's
I
in
saw
the video.
that video.
But then right after that, it was like in 2018 is when he
So he doing a solo joint.
Yeah, he got some solo stuff. He got some solo stuff that's on now. You can
actually,
it's online. It's online.
Wait.
Actually, people don't know. He got an album he did way back when they first came out. He got some songs.
It got shelved though. It got shelved.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But I think it leaked out. I think it leaked out on the underground. But it was through Def Soul back in the day. But they shelved it, man. The only thing that they released was
I don't know
Cisco.
why.
They released Cisco and they released Woody, because Woody had a gospel album, and for Jazz, his stuff just got shelved.
Woody had a what problem?
No, he didn't have a problem. I said he had an album. I was just saying he had an album.
Yeah, because Woody's mom died, right? And then he came out with that album with the single album.
Well, yeah, he had a solo.
Yeah,
He had a solo. It was just him and Cisco. Jazz, he recorded an album, but it got shelved. So, but I like I said, I think it came out, but yeah, but I miss groups, man. I really do. I miss groups. I'm like, yeah, and I guess we can.
They don't bring money. They don't make money. So if Diddy's going to create a other band, it's going to be young kids,
of course,
who just they're hungry to get in the game, because this, like I said, it's so oversaturated. You're not really, I don't really enjoy the little TV show that BET has right now.
I just saw a commercial for that today, and I'm like, this looks like this is something about, because I don't look at BET that much, but they had first Sunday Come or whatever, the one with Ice Cube and Tracy Morgan, and I looked at the movie and I saw a commercial, and I was like, wait a minute, this looks like Making the Band. I haven't seen the show yet, but it looks like it's like Making the Band.
It's similar to it. They got other artists that come in and work with the kids.
Okay.
Making the Band was great when it first came out, because the choreographer used to put it on point.
What was her name? I know you talking about, because she be she like a feisty one. She's real feisty. I know you talked about. I can't think of her name right. Lorianne.
Yes.
Isn't that her name? That's her name, Lorianne. Yeah, she's feisty with her little cute self, with her feisty self. But anyway, they said Beyonce went solo. Rhonda was talking about Bobby Brown. Yep,
everybody had to go
solo. It's funny that
Bobby Brown got kicked out.
He was forced to go solo. But here's the funny thing. The funny thing is that it's like he was selling more records than New Edition were, and he didn't have to split his checks. So I'm like, so who lost?
Controversy sells, man.
So Jazz, you know who else need to go solo,
okay,
man?
so y'all kicked him out of New Edition. Now his first album, King of Stage, wasn't that great of a hit. But everybody knows "Don't Be Cruel" was a big hit for him.
Every little step, that joint.
Well, I'm talking about "Don't Be Cruel" the album. I'm talking about the whole album, which
exactly.
includes every little step.
Yeah.
And it's like everyone knows that was a big hit, and he didn't have to split that check 5 ways. And he sold more than New Edition, I think, at one point. So I'm like, so who lost? Y'all kicked him out the group, and now he's selling more records than you, and he don't have to split the check.
He couldn't split the check.
And then he got married to Whitney Houston.
You know who else need to go solo, Jazz?
I don't blame Bobby for being so cocky.
I know, for real. Then he got Whitney Houston. I mean, come on, that was America's doll baby back in the day. At that time, we didn't realize the type of issues she had back then. We was like, dang, Bobby, how you pull Whitney?
He messed that up, man.
Check.
He messed
He
that up.
just put the check because he was smoking, drinking it, so he couldn't.
Nah.
Say, Jazz.
Yeah, she
Now,
pulled.
well, what he did with his money is something different. All I'm saying is that he was making more money than they did because he didn't have to split
Yo,
that check.
I love that Ghostbusters, man. That Ghostbusters flow was tight, boy.
Say, Jazz.
Too hot to handle, too cold
Yeah.
to hold. They call the Ghostbusters in the
That was
end.
the thing.
So something to something that's
Uh-huh.
for a bunch of children. And something
Yep,
to
that's it.
something to something. And deep dot the deep dot the deep came
We
and
got
put the
this
post on back on their back and they split. It's something, something.
people. Then that's the equal. Shout
Say,
out my boys.
say,
That's not
Jazz,
equal.
man. You know who else we need to go?
I need
Hey,
to get
Jazz.
CJ to hit that high note that Bobby did right there. Ow!
I heard him. Say, Jazz.
But yeah, that was hot, man. That was hot. Bobby was on fire, man.
You know who else need to go
It's funny
solo,
that he was the
Jazz?
one that probably had the he had a better solo career than Ralph Tresvant ever did. And Ralph
Yeah,
Tresvant
that's
was
true.
lead. Yeah,
But-
he was the lead of New Edition, but it was like Bobby was the
He did
man.
better than Johnny too.
Hey, Jazz.
Yeah, I think he did better than Johnny too. If you're looking at album sales and popularity, you know.
My microphone working.
Really do good before he got New Edition.
Yep.
Hey, Jazz. You know who else need to go solo, man?
Say that window. Say that again, window.
You know who else need to go solo? Your boy Stokely.
He has a solo.
Yeah,
Did he go solo? He left the group.
Yeah. Not permanently, but he has a solo project. He has about 4 or 5. He made videos for it and everything. It's like he dropped all the videos at the same time.
Yeah, I like Stokely. He all right, man.
Yeah, he definitely has his own album out, and he's been promoting it.
I didn't
I'm
know.
gonna check it out. Check it out.
Check it on YouTube because he uploaded like 5 music videos almost back to back. Like he like
Okay.
Who?
Oh, damn.
Yep.
Yeah, Stokely bad. That's a bad boy.
Bad. Shut your mouth.
Stokely and Kelly Price did that song. Remember that song?
I love that. Well, I mean, it was quote unquote mint condition and Kelly Price, but basically, yeah, you're right. It was Stokely and Kelly Price.
And that was the jam.
That song, when I heard that song, I'm not your baby, I'm your
baby, I'm your daddy, something like that.
Oh, something like that. Yeah, I'm not your daddy. Oh man, those chords are crazy. I gotta sit down and learn that one day, man. Man, those chords, that song was off the chain. I was like, man, that was it. Yeah, I'm not your baby, I'm your end. Oh man. I gotta sit down and learn that one, man. Those are some fat chords, man, for real.
Yes, sir.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I'm trying to wait for there's a question that came up that for discussion from D Adams, but she had to play somewhere. But she said she'll come in, so I'm trying to wait till then. But y'all can start thinking about your answers. Her question is, how do you feel about being can a person who sings R&B sing gospel also? So you don't have to give your answer yet because I said I'll try to wait till she comes in. But she said that she's been hearing stuff and she's been talking with people and people got so many different opinions and she was just curious to know what the room and what the panel whoever showed up on the panel had to say about that about being if you're singing R&B, you don't need to be singing gospel. Or if you're singing gospel,
ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with it.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. And I got a good example to put out too.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead,
Me too.
Okay.
Not saying you're not going to. By the time she get in, you probably already signed
I'll
off.
probably be asleep by now.
So go ahead.
But man, y'all already know your boy Dave Hollister. Perfect example.
But Dave had a song on his first solo album talking about what the F was going on. You got 5 the one to go 6 in the morning. I thought I let him know. Told you once before that we ain't effing no. I mean, he was throwing out all kinds of cuss words. Then all of a sudden he's singing gospel.
Gospel.
Wait a minute.
He changed, man.
I'm like, yo, you just sung a song where you said the F word like 20 times in it. And then he started cussing out the young lady at the end of the song. Remember? He was like, what the F is blah, blah. And I mean, and then all of a sudden he's singing a gospel. I'm like, wait a minute, dude, you cussed out a woman on your song.
On the song.
On a different album.
Yeah.
Well, of course, the gospel album was a different album. Duh. I ain't say it was on the same album.
Yeah.
Hey, he did it for the money, man. He did it for the money.
He had a gospel tune on there as well by Twinkie Clark. Now unto him that is able to keep us from falling. He recorded that on that first
Oh,
album.
okay. I
Thing
don't
was
remember that one. The only one I remember was when he was cussing. I mean, he was cutting up a storm with whoever.
Going all
Yeah.
out.
Yeah,
And
whoever.
He did it
he
for
got a
the
video.
money, man.
Oh,
He got a
baby.
video for that too. It's a
Yeah,
video
for
for that.
anybody that want to know, what song is called? It's called "Baby Mama Drama." If you want to know what I'm
Yeah.
talking about,
And
if you
it's a
want to
video.
hear Dave
And it's a
Hollister
video.
cuss
No.
out a girl basically throughout the entire song,
Check
that's
the
the song.
video
It's
out.
called-
Yeah.
But if you look at the video version, there's no cussing in it.
Oh,
So
I
if you
get it.
look at the music video, there's no cussing. Girl, basically to the album version.
That's
If you look at the sensitive ears, yeah, if you have sensitive ears, you don't want to listen to the album version because
Yeah.
you'll be like you'll look at Dave Hollister
You'll be
different.
a
offended.
whole different way.
Because I know when I heard that song, I'm thinking of him, before I let go, I'm thinking he's this mellow dude. And then all of a sudden that song came on, and I'm like,
Ah,
what
man.
the-
No respect, man. No respect.
I'm like, yo, but anyway, so it's called Baby Mama Drama.
But that first album it was banging. I still listen to that.
Oh yeah.
He
Yeah, I mean,
disrespected her.
he has some other good stuff on that
Oh,
first
yeah.
album.
I'm gonna disagree. I don't think that it's wise. Nowadays, you can't really call gospel music because gospel music ain't the same as what it used to be back in the 70s, 80s, right?
Right.
But I think that there should be a distinct
Difference.
I appreciate Fantasia. She's never done a gospel album.
That's my girl right there.
She's straight.
That's true. Yeah, she might sing stuff live on stage, but you're right, she never did a gospel album.
And I think the audience appreciate it more because it doesn't make her a wishy-washy member. When I appreciate when Kelly came out. Kelly, who I know came from church, Kelly Price.
Yeah.
When she came out with her gospel album,
Right. Yeah, she was
it
doing
also does something to your marketability because there was a thing that says if you go gospel, that means you're not as successful as you
exactly
R&B singer.
Right. It's almost like, okay, you're trying to get you. It's almost like a last ditch effort to try to become something like popular. So you'll try to do a gospel album.
Making the band.
Say that again. I'm Caleb.
What happened?
Weren't you just saying something to us just now? It was either Kelsey or Caleb. One of y'all was saying something to us. Okay.
If you look at Al
I guess
Green,
not.
right?
I guess not. Right.
Al,
Go ahead, Nathan.
as wonderful as Al Green's music was, once Al Green became that pastor, he didn't have the same type of popularity that he once did.
Oh yeah. It definitely shuts you.
Who are you talking about right now? Oh, who were you talking about? I was reading the chat room. I'm sorry.
Al Green.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah. That's a good. That's a good.
Yeah.
Hey Nicole, are you trying to come on the panel? We got Nicole from the Inner Beauty TV in the chat room.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to see if you want to come on the panel. Let me know, dear heart. In the chat room, Rhonda Underwood, she says she sings and play piano gospel all day, every day. But I have sung love songs like "Still in Love" by Brian McKnight at weddings before. So what you think of that? Do y'all see anything wrong with that? She said she does
Wedding.
should be punished.
I don't see
Oh
anything
Lord.
wrong with
Okay,
that.
hold on. Only one person can talk at a time. Yo, it sounds like a bunch of broken robots trying to talk at the same time. Who wants to answer it first?
Old church folks think it's wrong.
You think it's wrong, Wendell?
Old church folks do, man.
I mean, pretty much they all think it's wrong until it's a wedding.
I don't.
No, I think it's a difference. I think it's a difference in singing wedding love songs.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
And then now you are an R&B artist, and now your third album, because the first two kind of went down, you're singing gospel because now you're trying to appeal to a different audience. So I think that's different.
One of my favorite singers. If y'all should know that I like SWV. Coco has started doing some gospel albums, and now she's back out on stage with SWV. Still singing.
Yeah.
She's still singing downtown sometimes and stuff like that.
Yeah, because I think
And I'm like, but Coco, you was just singing about the Lord, and now you singing about okay.
Because I
mean,
think
Did it for the money, man.
Right.
Did it for the money.
But
Yeah,
do you
'cause I
think?
think,
Do you think because it's SWV and not Coco that it's received a little differently? Because most people don't really have not heard Coco's gospel albums because she had about two. So,
Yeah, she had about two, right?
yeah,
I
so
mean,
because the name is different, people don't put two and two together that she even did it. Do you think that may have something to do with her status, Jazz?
Okay. You said because it was not SWV, but that's her.
Right.
And then when she came back to R&B, she came back to R&B with SWV. So as a solo artist, she's a gospel artist, and as an R&B artist, she's only with the group. And you're saying, does that have something to do with it? I don't know, because I mean, let's be real. As much as I love SWV, I love all three of them, but she's like vocally, she's about 97-98% of what you hear.
But I'm not. Most music lovers don't even know Coco has a gospel album.
Right.
I never knew that until y'all said something.
Right. They don't even know that. She's featured on a lot of Donald Lawrence's songs.
See,
there's a lot of people that don't know that, so it didn't have as great as impact on Coco as it may have had on another solo artist like Kelly Price. Kelly Price did a gospel album, then she came out with that CD where Stokely was on. That CD didn't go much of anywhere,
Mm-hmm.
So, you can't jump around like that.
Gee, I didn't even know that. I mean, I knew Coco sing in churches, but I didn't know she had gospel albums out.
Oh yeah, she definitely has some albums out.
Now, Coco's first solo album was The Bomb.
I had no idea.
Yeah, now her first one was still R&B, but it wasn't like raunchy or anything like that. It was just a nice R&B album.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden she started dropping gospel.
Told you.
You know why? You know what also influenced her to do that, right? Her ex-husband, he was a gospel drummer. So,
that's true.
Yeah.
That's right. She just got divorced from him too.
Yeah. So thanks. Did you holler at her yet? Jazz?
Say that again. What you say, Nathan?
Have you reached out to her yet? Build a rebound man?
Have I reached out to who? To Coco?
Yeah.
Man, I was just joking, but I ain't gonna reach out to no Coco.
To Coco. Oh,
I wish I could. Hey, D, it's funny that you came in. D. Question. We're talking about your question right now that you had. Well, hold on. Somebody got a lot.
Somebody got headphones in?
Oh, it's you, Brick. Put your headphones on or something.
Delay and everything.
I'm not trying to be funny here, but what's the real difference in pop and gospel today? They basically sound damn near the same.
That's what Nathan just said. And Nathan literally just got finished saying.
I mean, let's just keep it 100. Look, the only person in this world that can judge us is God. And my thing is, the ones that complain about the ones doing gospel is the worst sinners in the world. And they telling their daggone, but if you open up their closet, boy, a whole wave full of stuff.
Y'all talking about what I had asked Jazz. The topic.
Yeah. Go ahead, D. Explain what you because that question actually came from D. So since she's here, I'll let D take over. You take over, D. With your question.
I can't take over. But I am still doing a little something with this church.
We'll get it started again. Go ahead, or at least tell us why you asked me to bring this up during the live stream. Go ahead.
Because I know a person that she just felt like that she either need to do one or the other, and so our group was doing both R&B and gospel, at different venues, and so just this past rehearsal we had. She said she's not doing practice anymore. I mean, in R&B anymore. She's just sticking with gospel because that's just what she felt like.
Oh, yeah, right. Hold on. Did the lady from Fighting Temptation get to her? Y'all remember that black woman that kept trying to tell everybody from the jail? You must attend Bible classes.
You talking about Sam Jackson's wife, his wife in real life, her character.
I'm still listening to y'all, but I'm gonna be on mute.
Okay, D.
Her husband died.
And then her brother revealed your husband didn't die.
Oh,
He left about like he left you 10 years.
yep.
But the whole movie, I know you're talking about.
Yeah,
But
Jazz.
okay, so she's saying that one of the singers that she that sings with the band she plays with. Okay, now I get it. I didn't know
Yeah.
all that. Okay.
Yeah, you know who they said started this whole you know who they say started this whole, a secular and gospel thing, right?
Well, Al Green, but probably somebody before him, right?
They said Al Green, and also said later on it was Kurt Franklin.
You know what?
I have to disagree. Before Kurt,
You have
it was
Commission and the Winans too. The Winans was
the Winans.
the Winans was a little bit, right? The Winans was a little bit, but then when Commission came out, Commission
I know. Oh yeah, I know. Commission was a fact.
it's like
Commission,
it's like if
then
you
Take
ask,
Six.
right. If you ask Jodeci who they used to listen to, they'll tell you like, yo, Commission. They'll tell you like, yo, they was inspired by Commission.
The Winans, especially BB and CC, right? Because the Winans still had a gospel. The Winans still had that huge gospel influence, right? But the one had a secular and a gospel influence was BB and CC Winans. And I remember that when CC decided that she didn't want to continue to work with BB on that level because she wanted to sing gospel and she wanted her music to reflect the gospel sector, then she stopped doing albums that were similar for about 15 years. They didn't make an album, BB and CC Winans. So there are people who are conflicted by it. But then you started having Kirk coming out with his stuff in the late 90s. Then you had Mary in 99 came out with their little album that made it could be a crossover. So there are people that have conflicting stories, but I still say really we don't have gospel music today. We have inspirational music, which is
that's true.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Than your James Cleveland, Mahalia Jackson style. So really, you can go and flip to a gospel station and hear the same beats and rhythms and runs as you would do for a secular station. So it's all about their personal choice.
Well, let me say this also. I mean, a lot of that stems back for anybody who's 40 and up. And y'all have to excuse me. It's cheat day today, so I just wanted some Doritos. I know I wasn't supposed to have them, but
I'm calling up Aunt Barbara right now. I'm calling up.
I'm been good for 6 days straight exercise.
I'm gonna tell your mama.
Doritos. Y'all gonna leave me alone. But anyway, that comes from a raising where, like right now, when I see people doing church today, boy, about 30 years ago, will get your hind part skin off of you. Like you see these kids impersonate singers and preachers and
pretending that they speak
back in those days. If you tried that and your parents caught you, whoo, boy, you talking about a serious. And see, that's where that mindset comes today. But you're right. I like contemporary gospel, but I also like old traditional gospel.
Exactly.
But the reason why we love it is because we were raised on it. And the reason why now you're not listening to it less and less is because our generation and younger are not giving that respect to it anymore like they used to. So you're hearing more and more of the, like right now, you don't know if it's contemporary or I'm just waiting for the day somebody to say, well, it's good to cut. Yeah, it's all right. Jesus said, because he got the word ASS in the Bible, so we just
that's so stupid. ASF actually meant an animal. That's what they called the animal. It doesn't. They wasn't using it in a cursing.
No, I get it. You ain't got to explain that to me, but tell that to the younger generation.
Some of them already.
And to now cut, it's like, listen. At the end of the day, now my brother is a perfect example. It depends on the music that you listen to. Now, my brother is one of the most religious people that you can meet. He loves the Lord as well as I do.
Yes, he does. His brother is my cousin, by the way, y'all.
Exactly. Now, if I told him right now that I had front row tickets to Earth, Wind, and Fire on the front row, he's the first one in the seat there. Okay.
I'm gonna tell college you talking about, by the way, but go ahead.
That just shows you that And I don't know anybody who loves the Lord more than my brother. I mean, if that came out right, I don't know if that came out right. But what I'm saying is that you have to have your own personal relationship with God. Music is music. My thing is, if it inspires you and it helps you towards doing what's right, and eventually to God, how wrong can it be?
Well, the
A
only
lot of somebody said that the thing is, it's the money thing. Now I'm thinking, from what I'm hearing, it's more money now in gospel than it ever has been.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And
Um,
it's
but
Kirk Franklin
they're
is
still
one of the reasons for that. But go ahead.
they're
which
still
actually
I
scares
have
me
a
too.
lot of
It's a
a
great
lot of
thing,
friends.
huh?
Yeah, go ahead, Nathan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a lot of close friends, and I'm not gonna call names. Present and ones who died, they're still broke because the commercialism is not there, and so it's much harder. And that audience is always flaky. You make your money by doing church conferences and stuff like that, right?
You're right.
So it's much harder to survive in the gospel industry, which is why so many people switch over. But
Yeah.
the only R&B artist I know that could successfully do it, because I didn't even think about her. The only one who could successfully do both, because that album is still one of the highest albums right now, is Aretha Franklin. She was the only one that could do both.
That's
And
true. You're right.
flawlessly.
She never got. Well, she never was really. Well, I can't say she probably wasn't frowned upon, but she
She
was.
wasn't the only. She wasn't the only one. I mean, Dave Hollister did that too.
Well, he said
Right.
successful. He said
No,
successful.
Dave Hollister
Successfully did it.
Well, let me put my let me say this. The only way I think you can be successful, okay, let's say if you started off in R&B and you was talking about smack this, grind that, hump that, lick this, you know,
And then they praise the Lord after that.
right, and then you come Sunday talking about Lord, but now my thing is, but if you go back in R&B, but instead of going that route, your songs are still more inspirational. But you know they don't say God, you know, but it's
That
still
was BB and
more of
yeah.
more of a Stevie Wonder, or excuse me, or a Michael Jackson inspirational type song that can get over. And yeah, now if you do it that way, showing people that you change, yeah. But now, but if you talking about you done been saved, and I don't want to be and mess with young people no more. As one, we ain't gonna mention no artist name, but you know, and then you swear up and down, you find the Lord, and then 2 years later you go back to doing the same perverted and nasty stuff that you claim you didn't want to do.
I know what you're talking about.
That makes sense.
All right, then yeah, you would definitely be called a hypocrite. It,
Yeah.
it,
Well,
it depends on the message that you're trying to give. To me, the music is all about the message. If you can still make that same, it don't have to be as dirty with it. Like I said, we Brian McKnight.
Shirley Murdoch didn't have no turning back, right? She
Right.
didn't make another R&B album since her first gospel album. Now
Right.
she might do some featured appearances.
Yeah, and
Go ahead, Nathan.
on there with Sam Cooke. Yeah, my thing again, it's just like I said, when Brian McKnight first came out and he did all the love songs and stuff like that, and then he worked with a lot of gospel artists. All his music was inspirational. So again, it threw me off when I heard his next song about "Show Me How You know what," and it just I felt
How right.
Jill Scott, who yeah, she sings a lot of sexuality in her songs, but of course she never actually gave us a a front side view of what it.
Yeah, I think Jill Scott did something with this, y'all. Y'all remember this? Remember she did a video where she
Oh
did something
yeah.
with this? And I'm just gonna leave it at that. She
Yeah,
did.
yeah.
Maybe no more.
I'm gonna leave it at that.
The thing she did to that mic, I just felt like I needed to go get tested for an STD. It's just
Okay, it wasn't that bad.
no, seriously. The point I'm trying to, it all depends on the message that you're trying to send. If you're truly changed and you're saying that you're trying to go on a more positive level, and I want to reach people, then if I know that I'm known to smack and lick and all, I'm letting the women, or whatever. If I'm getting back in R&B, okay. Now, if there's a way, maybe I could change a few of my words. But if I can't change some of my words in my songs to try to make it more PG and satisfy my fans, then I'm not gonna get into it. I'm like, well, I just rather completely stick to gospel and leave the R&B alone, because if I've changed, and I'm saying that I'm truly changed, I can't be talking about I want to ride you and this you and that you. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'd rather save that for my wife privately in the bedroom, if you know.
But honestly, but in all honesty, or honesty rather, I mean, you can sing. I mean, R&B, rhythm and blues, it's about love, telling a story, and you could do that without being vulgar.
Right.
So I think that's the biggest problem, that people feel that they have to be vulgar.
Right.
There's a song, one of my favorite songs, it's got DJ Rogers, called "Say You Love Me," and it's a beautiful love song, but it's also a gospel song. It's a James Cleveland gospel song. He took it and flipped it and made it, just for love of a woman to the love of Jesus.
They did that. Someone did that with "Love" by Music Soul Child. I think it was Trinity 5-7. They took "Love" and changed it to a gospel song too. I think Trinity 5-7.
Oh, wow.
Music Soul Child, but I mean, Music Soul Child song was called "Love." I don't know if they switched it to God or something, but yeah.
I used to open up back when 25/7 came out. Kirk had a big push to when I used to go to a workshop called GMWA. Kirk Franklin used to be there. He used to be one of our MCs for the youth department. But Kirk's big push was always trying to influence the younger audience. He just went. And now I love his music as he is, but he just went all the way to the extreme. And so that changed the whole face of gospel music. More young artists that could appeal to the younger audience, and so we don't have the same type of music that we do. So, it's a huge difference, a huge loss in traditional gospel.
Okay. So how many of y'all, like, I know Kurt Franklin's name came up for a second. I want to go back to Kurt Franklin for a second. How guilty do y'all think Kurt Franklin is for all this that's going on?
Well, Kirk Franklin from here, man. I'm from Dallas. This is my home.
Oh yeah. That's right.
We always supported Kirk, man. Everything he did, no matter what it was.
I don't think he's 1 ounce guilty. When them checks come in, all that guilt goes out the window.
I know that's right.
Kirk is a good musician, good
Yeah.
songwriter.
But
I wouldn't say guilty. Like I said,
He's just addicted to porn, man. Kirk is a good
window.
Good songwriter.
I was phenomenal.
Like I was saying, I can't put all the blame on Kirk because he wasn't the first one that started it. It happened before he did.
Yeah, but he was the one that really it was like it really changed with him. Yeah, he definitely didn't do it first. I think Nicole in the chat was mentioning
He was a major influence.
Who did she mention? She mentioned Sam Cooke did the same thing.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
He was actually the first.
Yeah.
Like Sam
Cleveland did it as well.
That song.
Oh, she was.
Cleveland,
You know what? She
Cleveland
even
did it.
talked about Little Richard, because Little Richard was, he would do gospel stuff too.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So so it goes. Yeah, you can definitely go back to we already mentioned Aretha. So yeah, I mean, what I'm saying, but
James Cleveland did it as well, but they didn't have the star power that Kirk Franklin did to really infiltrate a music system. Kirk changed the dynamics of what traditional gospel music was.
Took it to the next level.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he took it to another level.
I agree with that because Kirk was
another level.
When he bust out with God's Property, that's when they really shot up, to a different level. But he was already doing that with DFW Mass Choir, man.
Yeah, but I was saying, I agree with that because Kirk,
he took it to a new level. What I'm saying is he changed the way that record industries pushed gospel music. because
Yes, he
even
did.
the Clark sisters, "You Are the Sunshine" was being played in clubs, like Kirk Franklin, "Do You Want a Revolution." I'm not saying he took it to a new level. What I'm saying is he changed the face of how record companies pushed gospel
Yeah,
artists,
I
and
agree.
that became the point that everybody wanted to get to. So it really wasn't about making gospel as much as it was about getting that deal, like Kirk Franklin had that deal for a mass audience and for secular music. When you had Clark sisters, even James Cleveland with "Jesus Is the Best Thing," which is a Gladys Knight song, right? They
Right.
still stayed true to their audience. Kirk Franklin appealed to a different audience, and he had that contemporary '90s crowd coming along with him. So I wouldn't say that. Now and I love Kirk Franklin. I would buy every CD by Kirk Franklin. I think I have, but the thing I'm saying is he changed how gospel music was marketed, which changed
Yeah.
the gospel music.
Yeah, God's Property was his first, I guess, because the family, he might have had some up tempo stuff, but yeah, God's
Well,
Property is when he came out with Stomp that.
Yeah, that changed it. Yeah.
Yeah, when
Yeah,
he came out with that Stomp.
but here's the
and
difference between God's
Revolution, man.
Property and the
He
family.
changed it when he come up
Yeah,
with Stone.
the
Yeah,
family, the family still had songs. The reason why we sing that was played on secular stations as
it sure
well,
was, but that song did not
but it
sound
didn't
like a
appeal.
hip hop song though. It
Right,
it
it
sounded like
didn't
an
appeal.
R&B song, kind of like a
You're
little.
right.
Yeah, it didn't
But
appeal
Nick,
to
but
the
Nick,
secular audience.
but
It
Nick,
appealed
you
to
do got a
God's.
point though. You do got a point because like when he released it, Revolution, they were playing that in clubs.
Do you want a
Silver and
revolution?
gold.
Whoop whoop! But listen to how he did the song. Do you want a revolution? Whoop whoop! Of course they're
Yeah,
gonna play that in the club. You're right.
Yeah, but he was really gospel when he did Silver and Gold. But he changed
Yeah,
when he did that, Jazz. He changed things.
right, right. Still and go. How you play?
That was my goal. I did it in C, man.
I can't remember how I used to play. Was it? But anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But anyway, but yeah.
1 to the 3 to the 6, 2 to 5 to 1.
So it starts with D flat, and you said the 3.
The sharp 3. Yeah.
Oh, sharp 3. Oh, hold up.
And then that 6, that minor.
Okay. Well, we'll do this. I mean, I don't want to interrupt. We had a good flow going.
I know them cards, man.
Yeah, we had a good flow. I don't want to stop it right now. I could just bring up the sheet music, but
Don't make me go down to the piano, man.
but you know that and I heard some people say something, and I had to. I couldn't hear everything, so I might be repeating something that was already said earlier. But BB and CC Winans, weren't they? Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't they the ones that would never say Jesus' name
Right.
in that song?
yeah.
They
Okay,
were
right.
Jesus and CC Winans. Like, I mean, they would still appeal to TBN and that audience, and they had that '90s audience that loved them. I mean, I still go back and listen to the CC Winans song, right?
Yeah,
But them was one of those. They were one of those so addicted. I mean, you had
yeah,
what they did match because you had a female and the male artist for a long time. People thought BB and CC was
They
husband
had a
and
good
wife.
run.
right, right.
Yeah, I just thought
I
They
know
had a
when
good
love
I was
run,
a
me
man.
kid, I thought they were.
some
I was like, they
Priscilla
brother and sister. What?
Winans. I fell in love with that woman.
But
She
CC got tired of doing that, and she wanted
Yeah.
to
Well,
go home.
Cece's a pretty woman now. I mean, that's no doubt. But
pretty is an understatement.
yeah, but yeah, I think BB was the one that like because if you remember, BB even did a song with Joe and Brian McKnight. Y'all remember that? They had
Yeah.
a
Yes, sir.
you know what I'm saying. So he really wanted to stay in that R&B vibe. I guess he must.
BB was always the heathen.
Right, yeah, yeah. He was the one that even I think abused his wife at one point too or something. So yeah, he definitely was dealing with some things and stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, Ron Winans was the
But
man.
when Cece went solo, her stuff was 100% gospel for the most part.
Yeah.
Because even when she did "Count on Me" with Whitney Houston, that's an inspirational song. That's not R&B.
No,
Count on me.
It's inspirational, right?
Even that's not real. That was just an inspirational song. So yeah. BB was the R&B dude.
she did the Alabaster Box.
Right.
That's where you really start.
Remember Ron Winans and his choir?
Oh, she was featured on that Ron Winans and Family and Friends.
Yes, sir. Yes, she
And
was.
that's when they first had Stand. The first time they recorded Stand on that project.
There you go.
But I mean, Cece wanted to break away from that, and for a long time, she didn't do an album with BB because BB wanted to stay in that market. He understood, and what was funny was he was on Sparrow Records, and
Hmm.
so Sparrow was a gospel label, but they were under Warner Brothers, so he wanted that record sale. You know.
Right, right.
Yeah. So, but you know what's funny though? But I think CC probably became more famous when she went gospel, which is usually
A
not
hundred
like
percent.
100% gospel. She actually
Yeah.
became more famous. It's like usually we always talk. We were just talking about how R&B artists go to gospel as a last minute, or a last ditch effort to become something. But it was,
Right.
but when she came out as a solo artist, that's when she
A fan base blew up. Yeah.
and that was and she was straight gospel. Her stuff was always gospel
Yes,
But
sir.
you gotta look
or
at
inspirational.
also the way Cece did this now. Cece came from a family of singers who
Right.
were known for gospel singing, and
Even mom
Exactly.
and pop.
when she just publicly denounced that I'm going to sing Jesus in this song to BB, like that was a huge thing, right? Because BB and Cece had a huge secular influence, so much so that Whitney used to sing background and
Yes,
wanted
she
to
did.
sing
Yes, she
background
did. Yep, she did.
You
for,
sure
Yep,
did. Yeah.
yep.
you know. So
Mom and pop wine.
yeah, Cece in her own right was a trailblazer, and the fact that most artists like her, like you say, Jazz, would have not been as successful as Cece. But her
Right.
whole I don't think she's put out an album that flopped yet. So
No,
she,
I doubt it. I doubt it. She she really blew up. She really blew up as a gospel artist.
my
And
favorite
and I guess that's God showing us
song,
that probably her heart was in the right place too. Because we just got finished talking about how these other artists try to go gospel and it's never successful.
And she
But
did
for her,
backwards.
yeah, but for her, it's been successful. It's like it's almost like it could be a sign that her heart was right. And that's the reason why God blessed it. You know what I'm
and
saying?
Right.
Exactly. That's
they lose,
exactly why, Jazz.
yeah,
God
they
bless
lose
her.
their true fan
Got her
base.
heart right.
You look at Yolanda. When Yolanda was straight gospel, everybody loved Yolanda.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
But then Yolanda
Yeah.
came up with that Monkey Valley Low and that open up my heart song to try
yo,
to
but you know what though? But you're telling truth. But you know what? I love "Open My Heart" though, man.
Yes, I
And
do too,
I mean that's
man.
Jam Lewis though. And Nicole, you in the chat, you know how we feel about Jam Lewis, right? Anything
Oh
that they
yeah.
write, and
Anything
they
they right.
wrote that song, and I think Big Jim Wright was on that one too. And it was just
I'm
like, I mean, yo, I love listening
I'm
to her sing that,
I
but
love to
yeah,
play that song. I
yeah,
I'm
me
not
love it, man.
I'm
too.
not saying that I
I did
love
the tutorial on that song.
I'm not
You
saying that
sure did. It
I
was
love
beautiful, man. It was beautiful.
I love the song, but it was not the same song as The Battle is the Lord. It's not Yours, it's the Lord.
Oh yeah,
Because
it wasn't gospel. No, it was R&B music
right,
Yeah.
with
but she
some
lost her
gospel
fan
lyrics.
base.
That's all it was. Right.
She
With some
lost
heavy gospel lyrics.
she
Yeah.
lost her true fan base, which was that gospel artist. So once she lost them, that was it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel you on that one. That was a good. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about Yolanda. You're right about that. Even though she
Man,
hasn't really
I
recorded
love that
any,
song.
I won't say she's recorded R&B music in this, but I guess that her style, her
It's
Her
genre,
more
the
style.
sound of her music did go
Yes.
into an R&B type of flavor.
Yes, sir.
I guess she was just trying to cross over. I guess, and I
but
guess
look
it
look
worked a little
look
bit.
how
It
she
worked
did
a
it,
little
right?
bit.
But what about
She had tributes. Every time Yolanda does a tribute, she doesn't do tributes now for gospel artists as much
Right.
as she did for Anita Baker. She did
Yeah.
the Aretha Franklin tribute. So they call on her to do those tributes where they
right?
know they can knock it out the park, and she does all the time. But
That's true. You're right about that. You're right about that.
she lost her true fan base, which was that gospel audience.
Yeah. And a religious person will probably say, well, maybe God was showing us her true heart. I don't know. I'm not saying that. I'm just,
They
Yeah.
I'm
used
just saying it's
they
possible.
attack Mary, Yolanda Adams. Like the church folks used to attack those artists.
Man, let's talk about Murray, man, because sometimes I'm just like, what are y'all wearing? You know,
Yeah.
I'm like, yo, and remember the the one that's the wife to Rodney, not
Erica.
Rodney, but the producer,
Eric
Smart.
Warren and Erica Campbell.
Hey, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the one that's the wife. She did that. Remember, it was like a one piece white thing. It was just a few years ago. And,
Yeah.
I mean, and they really was cracking down on her, and she's still sitting there like, I just don't see what the problem was. And even her husband was like, he didn't see it. And I'm like, you're trying to tell me that you're a gospel artist, right? And you don't see the problem with you putting your wife out there looking. And I'm not saying she looked bad. I'm saying the girl looked good. Okay, she looked really, 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 really good.
Well,
Okay?
then,
And I'm like, you don't have an issue
at the end
that she is supposed to be presenting the gospel and all this, and you sitting here looking better than most of the R&B artists. I mean, when I say better, I should say looking more sexual.
Well, look, at the end of the day, like
Yeah,
my
it was the
my
dress,
dad
man.
always
It was the
said,
dress.
when it comes to opinions, opinions are like buttholes.
That's what we're talking about. I want to hear everybody's opinion, man.
Yeah, everybody
Yeah.
wants to do something. If you want that dress, I guarantee you they'll find something else to talk about. But it's the ones that run the most mouth, is the ones that's doing the most sinning in the church themselves, but ain't putting their business out up in there.
Yeah, but I want to talk about Mary Murray though.
And that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying with Mary Mary is these girls dress pretty much conservative for the most part. They get a little edgy every once in a while.
No, they don't. Man,
I'm not. I don't know about now. I'm talking about when I first met them. I mean,
oh no, man. I've watched both of their reality shows, like the one that Warren and
TV,
Erica
man.
had, and I watched
Right,
the
that's what I was gonna say.
Murray Murray one.
TV
I watched every episode, and I'm like, it's just, I'm like, come on.
TV.
And there's a lot of live footage that they show. There's a lot of live footage that they show on these shows, and when I see
Entertainment.
live footage, I'm like, y'all sure y'all should be having y'all pants on that tight? If you
That's just
know,
entertainment,
no,
Jazz.
hold on.
My thing is, how you going to tell people to focus on Jesus and your butt is sitting like your butt is in we are men, okay? It's like no matter how much we try to not see some things we just want to see. And my thing is like, look, why can't you just do what your part to? It's bad enough that it's you know, it's not like I get it that we're visual people, and sometimes we'll find anything sexy, but you don't have to put it in our face like that, though.
I know it. I know it.
You don't do it like that.
Hold on. These girls are some thick girls, so whether they wear regular pants or not, you're gonna still see their badonkey donk. And it's
they can dress it in a way where it's just not as it's
They
not
look.
as
okay.
They need to look more churchy. You know, they look more like you're going to church.
Y'all are missing the bigger picture. The bigger picture was not for them to appeal to the traditional church. The bigger picture was for them to appeal to a newer audience.
Right. That's what I agree to say.
That's true.
A younger audience.
But you ain't got to dress skimpy to do that.
Well, no, you got to appeal to those who you're trying to convert. So, yes, they did. It was the look. It was the whole package. Mary couldn't be out here with no dolly on their heads, coming with long skirts and white socks on.
Yeah.
Y'all wouldn't have paid no attention to them.
Brother, but the look is not the message. The look is not the message.
Yeah, it's like there is a way that I'm not saying they got to look like the dress the way our great grandmothers dress. I'm not saying that. There is a way to still dress
presentable.
Oh my God! See, Nicole's in the chat saying we just got dirty minds. Nicole, don't do that to us, baby. Don't do that to us now. Come on, man. We trying to be saved up in here.
And look,
they need to look more gospel church like. You know,
Richard, it doesn't matter.
That's not what they were going after.
When you're dealing with these old traditional church people, that's exactly how they want you to dress. It doesn't matter if you try to tone it down.
Exactly.
Talking about in a way, there is no way in their minds, no matter unless they got the long skirt with the longest whatever, you know.
I mean, Caesar with her chest hanging out. So
you'll never see Shirley Caesar dressing like that.
You know what? If I ever see Shirley Caesar come out,
you'll never see her dressed like that, Jan.
counseling,
Yes, she
gospel
has.
music for the rest of my life. I'm like, if
Yeah,
I
but
ever see Shirley Caesar come out looking like Murray,
And
I'm
you
like,
know
that's
church, and you know
what
Shirley
it
Caesar is
is.
bad. Bro.
I don't want to hear about Fred Hammond. I don't want to hear about Kurt Franklin.
I
I don't want
promise
to
y'all,
hear
go
you
right
gonna mess
now,
up for everybody.
go to YouTube and look at some old Shirley Caesar film within the past few years. Her chest is just as out as Mary and
Yep.
Aretha Franklin.
Exactly.
Yes,
You know what?
right.
I have to admit, I don't watch Shirley Caesar, so that might be true. I never listened to her like that, so I'm gonna check it out because I might have to cancel all gospel artists then.
No,
She's all right. I met her.
at the end of the
Met her a
day,
few years ago.
and I just sang with Shirley Caesar about a year ago. I'm not saying, and I've sang with her several times, directed choirs for her. I'm not saying anything wrong with her. Nothing bad about Miss Caesar. What I'm telling you,
The last time I saw her, she did a concert in Dallas with God's Property. She looked very nice, and she had her chest out, but she still looked presentable.
so that's what I'm saying. But Shirley's in her 70s, right? But what I'm telling you is, it is the audience that they wanted to market to.
Exactly. That's all about that money, though.
And so what really drew Mary to a whole lot of people back in 99, 2000 was like, look, I'm saved. I still love God. I still listen to such and such and such. I still dress such and such and such. And God still loves me. He can love you too. So it was all about reversing what we thought Christians and gospel artists should look like and sound like.
All I'm saying.
Yeah, but she didn't even show them thighs like that, man.
Were you finished? Oh no, Nicole said sexy Shirley. Oh no, she did not say sexy
No, Nicole.
she said sexy Shirley. But
come on.
all I'm saying is that and of course all this is opinions, and yes, I have a butthole, so you don't have to remind me, James. But but my opinion is that there is a way to still not you don't there's extremes.
Modest.
You don't have to be just like the women dressed 60 years ago in church, and you don't have to dress like what's that rapper that's Cardi B, and you don't have to dress like Cardi B either. You don't
Exactly.
and yet there is a happy medium. Your jeans don't have to be two size too small for your behind. That's all I'm saying. It's like there's
I'm
ways.
not disagreeing with you, Richard. I'm not disagreeing
Unless
with
they
you.
selling fashion, they don't need to dress like that.
But listen again, and I'm not disagreeing with you. But then, like I said, but to those people in gospel, there's no medium, there's no this. It's just a certain point of view that they think you should look. That's it.
Yes.
If you're not that, then no matter what you try to do in their mind, you're not gospel. Now, those are those. And then you got some Christians like myself who are hearing what you're saying. It's like, okay, I can get a skirt that can go down to my knees. You know what I'm saying? It don't have to go up to high up on my.
Hey, right. You need to dress holy. You know,
Right,
they
but
need to
I
dress
can
holy.
dress holy. I can dress conservative.
The Bible says
Like what Nicole expresses daily.
Because you're representing the Lord, you know. You're representing Jesus.
Can I
But,
say something? Okay.
but what I'm thinking is, but this is how you know when people are truly wanting to change or not change. Because I think once you get that relationship with God, you will know exactly what
How
you
to dress.
do and should not be
Yes.
doing. You know, once
Exactly. Exactly.
so
Exactly.
with people who are struggling with that, just give them time. I mean, as long as they ain't coming up in there with nothing on, and the only
And a
thing they got
split,
covered
you
is
know.
their nipples and their hairs on there. You know, it's like okay, because God did also say, "Come as you are," because how can I change you if you're trying to pretend to be something when you know that you're not? And this is part of the reason why we're dealing with what we're dealing with.
I'm going to disagree with you. I'm going to have to nicely disagree with you. That would be good if that was somebody who was new to the faith. That would be good if that was somebody who didn't have an agenda. But those folks dressed for the agenda, so that's what they decided to wear. The Bible talks about dressing modestly. When you are out there trying to reach a certain audience, you're going to look presentable to that audience, and that was their attack. So
Yes.
I have to agree with Jazz that they knew coming out the gate, coming out your house, what you were going to put on. To go to the Soul Train Award, to go to the Grammys and open up for the gospel section of the Grammys, to go to the BET award, you knew what you were going to wear so that it could get the attention that you need. So
Exactly.
all of what you're saying is great. If I'm a new child in faith, I'm a new child coming to church, that's all great. But that wasn't their intentions. Their intention was to dress so that they could attract that audience.
Oh, I
Hey, Richard.
don't disagree with that one. Yeah, I don't disagree with
But
that.
what good is attracting the audience the way you dress? That's not the message, though, brother.
But I hit, and that's exactly what I was going to get with that. It's like this is why I'm saying the gospel is to me they're playing because of the money side of the business. They're really, I think, pushing it because, like you just said, if they're doing certain things knowing that it's not really God like,
Right.
they're trying to appeal. It's like, okay, you know, Jesus would appeal with anybody who wasn't Christian because those were the people that needed the most saving. But I don't think Jesus changed his robe or his, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
He just went into the places that most Christians would never do in order to preach their sermon. So again, it takes time for people that if they really want to get, and they're gonna have to learn this themselves because it's like, okay, if I want to reach a audience, and people like Mary, hopefully they'll get this in time. It's like I'm not about to, like you just said, and like my cousin said, I'm not gonna wear jeans 3 times tight on my and trying to look like some of these young cats that got their pants hanging out. And no, I don't have to do that. I'm gonna let my gift be the way of changing. And it may not happen right then and there, but if I'm doing God's will in time, I'm gonna continue to go into that place and continue to sing and speak until hopefully one day they'll be at a point where they're ready and willing to listen and hear the message that I got to say. So yeah, I hear. I'm not disagreeing with it, but when it comes to the church and people's opinion, I pretty much don't pay that no attention to the point. No way, because like I said, the ones that are always running off at the Georgia about what should and shouldn't be are the biggest sinners of all, and and comical to me.
I'm going to let Nicole just joined us on the panel. For those of you who don't know, she actually on her channel she has a large following, and she talks about women dressing appropriately in different situations all the time. So she graciously joined the panel, and I want to give her a spot to speak what she wants to say. First of all, what's up, Nicole?
Hey,
Hey,
Pooh, how are you?
hey,
Oh,
Nicole.
how are you?
Yeah, how you doing?
Now, Nicole was in
Hi,
the chat calling
everybody.
me old fashioned, and I still asked her to come on anyway. So go ahead on and talk about me. Go ahead, go ahead.
You all are old fashioned. Y'all
Why
have to
you
get
say
with
that?
it. Y'all not with the sexy praise dancers and
You, you mean turning it up for Jesus?
Oh Lord.
Look, turning it up for
Sending the
Jesus.
wrong
Yeah,
message.
turning it up for Jesus.
The clothes send the wrong message, though. The sexy clothes, that's the wrong message in church.
listen. You know what? I am in the middle of this because my
Wait,
target
you
audience.
got time with her today? Hold on, James.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Nicole.
My target audience is young women, so I have to be a little bit more open minded with the younger women. Um, Particularly in my denomination, I see a lot of younger women trending towards dressing older because they're trying to look more mature. So I'm trying to get them to dress their age. And then they're either, this is the problem I'm running into with church girls, is they're either too sexy in church or they're dressing way too mature for their age. So uh, I, I I used to be on praise and worship team, and uh, I stressed that we had to be appropriate with the hosiery. Our dresses couldn't be see through. They had to be a certain length. A lot of these women just haven't been trained, and a lot of the mothers are telling them, don't be telling my daughter what to do. You can't tell me what to do. You're just jealous. So it's a lot of moving parts to how women are dressing right now. And so when you couple that with the music, it's just like the club to me. So especially
That's
down
no
here in
good.
Atlanta. It's really hard to find. I'm very, very traditional.
It's not
So
good.
yeah, so it's really hard to find a church that really um fits my needs down here because it's more clubby. It's like a meat market at the church. It's like
And you're down in Atlanta, correct? Okay.
yeah.
But
Well,
So
see,
it's
Hey,
also
Richard.
culture, right? It's a culture, and my friends, because I grew up in church. I grew up like nobody stayed in church 6 days a week than I did, right? But as I got older and became wiser,
Wait a
I
minute, wait
realized,
a minute. You got 1 day off, man. You ain't nothing. If you got 1 day off, you ain't nothing, man.
so as I got older and realized, and I did not take a break from church, but I started watching church service online because I couldn't find a good church home that I wanted to attend. I started realizing the culture that church has set up, right? All the way from the music. It's a true Lucifer spirit that really has attacked the church from a music standpoint that makes it into a club. So
Right.
everything that's accepted in the church, right? There is no. It used to be there is no in between. Now there's all kinds of in betweens, right? Because you are appealing to younger audiences, and with those younger audiences, they bring a lack of experience that the older saints did. I'm not saying everything the older saints did was right, but there was at least a standard. Now we have no standard. You just come
yeah,
in,
but
you
see,
these
dress,
are facts. That's facts.
well,
you know.
when that pastor get up to preach, he shouldn't have to see all these club dressing women on the front row that's got their dresses too short.
That's
Hold,
your
hold on,
fault. You
hold on, hold on.
put on
That's
blind
not
folks.
good. That's not good.
But see, it's like women want to say, okay, yeah, well then, guys, you need to get your heads out the and it's like, but do you not
I
understand
know.
how we are designed? We are visual.
Exactly.
Nicole, I know I've heard you it's
You
several
know I
times
had to mess
because
with you,
I
Richard.
even if I don't speak, I'm on a lot of your live streams. You just might not know. Not
Ah,
every day, but I might do at least 1 or 2 a week at least. Where
really?
I'm
Hey,
in it.
Richard.
So I
We
know
don't want to be staring
that
at
you
nobody.
preach that we are visual. And I mean,
Yes, yes.
we could be, and I mean, it's nice, and we might be prayed up, and then all of a sudden you got bang right in
Here
your
come the
face.
devil.
It's just like,
Exactly. Here come the
and
devil.
it's like John 3:16. For God loved the whole world. He put those moves right there that he get. I mean, I'm just I'm being silly, but
Richard.
Well,
at the
you
same
know, I had to
time, it's
message you. I had to message you because it's funny because I'm older, but the younger women love how I dress because I don't dress like I'm old. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of women are there to pick up men. They dare to get you to look like
right,
For
straight.
the
right,
wrong
They're not
reason. The wrong
not
and
reason.
they
not
want the reverend to look at them. That's right.
Well, it
they
Exactly.
ain't
want
just the reverend either. It's the musician, it's the bass
they
player, the
want
keyboard
everybody.
player.
How come
And
that
They
doesn't
Cardi.
work
want
for
they
me?
want
How come
everybody.
no? I must be ugly because don't nobody be coming up to me trying to dress all
Richard.
up to me like, what's up, Mayola?
No, I was just gonna say we gotta be careful of where this conversation is going because it's two lives in a row now. We're talking about women's looks and how they should be dressing.
But it's
I
about
mean,
the church,
it's
man.
the
Yeah.
topic right now.
Church.
That's what we
No, I'm
discussed.
saying
But
because
it's
it's
about
a
the church.
music live, but I'm just we're a bunch of guys on the live that
But that's
uh,
exactly why I asked Nicole to come on. That's exactly
Well,
why because her
That's
channel
what
is
I'm
all
saying.
like she
Yeah.
focuses on this a lot on her channel. I don't know if you ever been to
Yeah.
her channel,
I
but
I
she
have
focuses
I
a lot.
I'm
That's exactly why I wanted her to start talking.
but
And
I'm
to put them
also not talking about the way that I'm not talking about the way that women dress in the church. I'm talking about the culture that has
right.
been
Yes.
set up in the church. There's a difference. There is a club culture that has been that's perpetrated gospel music. It's perpetrated which has influenced the church. So I'm not talking about how a female dress. I don't have that right to tell a woman how to dress. I love a beautiful woman. I'm going to look at a beautiful woman. But
yes, sir.
what I am telling you is if we're talking about how music, secular music has influenced gospel industry, which is what we were talking about, and the question on the floor was, can you do gospel music and secular music? And my stance was, we have no standards for gospel music today. It's not the
Right.
same gospel music as I was growing up because how things have changed. You hear the same
Exactly.
beat that you hear on the gospel station, on the secular. It used to be a time that when you rode to church on Sunday morning and the R&B station had the gospel music that
Yeah,
played, and by the
they
time
sure
you
did.
get out of church, you had to quickly change the station because now I'm out of church and they've stopped playing gospel music. Now that's not no more because it's the same music all day.
Well, I
And
would
they
like
ain't
to
put
speak to
Jesus'
that
name on it.
point. I would like to digress and speak to that point that you guys were talking about before I hopped on, about can they sing secular and gospel, because I was raised, you don't compromise with the world. If you've been called to gospel preach or whatever, then that's the lane you're in. You don't compromise. When you go sing secular, you are technically compromising with the world. So in my mind, no, you can't compromise. And I've had to deal with that in my own business, um, decisions with how far I wanted to go, and step out away from what I've been growing up. And like you guys are talking about you guys are talking about recent stars. We can go all the way back to Sister Rosetta Thorpe,
Yeah,
Sam Cooke, Otis Redding. Like most of these
exactly.
people, Little Richard, they all came out the church. They all had to face the decision of whether they're going to stay completely gospel and stay in the church, or whether, or Al Green,
Or do
you
both.
know,
Yeah.
or come out of the church and make that money in the secular world. And we know that their stories don't end well. Sister Rosetta Thorpe constantly had issues. You know Al Green's story. You know Otis Redding died. Sam Cooke. I mean, Aretha. These stories are not great stories,
Well,
and they leave the
even
church.
Mahalia Jackson, right? Even though she
Yeah.
played the fence, she still, to for most, like my grandmother who died at 97 years old, still had a struggle because Mahalia would go into certain areas. And I'm not saying it was right or wrong, but the older saints just really believed like there was no compromise. And like I said, I don't believe 100% of what they said, but even Mahalia, who didn't truly sell out, but she still mixed with a whole lot of secular
There's
artists.
a reason they did that, though. There's a reason, because that music industry is so, it's a beast,
I
and it's,
believe in the Illuminati theory.
yes, it's a lot.
I do
I
too.
I sat on the edge of it, not being an artist but being a writer, and I said, "Ooh, that's too much for me." And I had a good friend who was in the music industry, and the stuff that she was asked to do to get a deal, I was like, absolutely not. Like, no, no, no. So there
Well,
was a reason why those old saints told us to wear our dresses a certain length and sit a certain way. And I don't apologize for being old fashioned. I don't, because as a community, as a society, we don't have any more standards. So we need somebody still on the wall saying, nah, that's too far. And we're going too far. And now it seems like everybody is just kind of like, just kind of giving in. So when people come to the church, what are they really getting? They're not getting anything different than if they went to the club. You know what I mean? It's got to be a difference.
I feel you. So you're saying that that stuff that we hear really is true then, basically, with women and men trying to get into the industry.
It's
Basically,
bad.
the stuff we hear.
It's
Uh,
bad. It's bad for
all,
both. It's bad
all I'm
for
gonna
both.
say,
Hold on, Nathan. Hold on. I was asking Nicole. I'm sorry.
It's bad for both. I know a friend of mine, he's out in LA right now, excellent singer. When I tell you he used to sing the church down, he sang the church down. He went out to LA and they turned him out. And
Okay.
now he's saying he's homosexual. So I'm just saying the
Okay.
music industry there's a reason why those old saints told us to not go too far into the world, because you might not be able to come back.
Okay. I got you. No, what were you saying, Nathan? I'm sorry, man.
well, without putting too much out there in people's business, I 100% agree with her. I've firsthand seen some shicey stuff, and because of that, I would never have become a gospel artist because it is a turn you out situation. And if you decide not to do what they want you to do, then you become an outcast, and it's even harder to sell your music.
Mom?
So what she's saying is 100% true.
So it's almost like we shouldn't even really listen to gospel music because it's like the stuff that they have to do probably to be a gospel artist is just is contradictory
You
to
There's,
have no
the
idea.
message.
You
there's a
have no
price.
idea what they're doing to those boys. I know we don't want to go there, but I'm just saying there's a reason why the saints told us not to do certain things. Uh, because they were just wise. And as living in Atlanta, I've seen a whole lot, and I'm like, now I see why the saints were telling us not to do that. It makes sense now. The music industry is a beast. It will devour you up so fast. And I think gospel music is a safe haven for a lot of alternative lifestyles. And and they can't make it as an R&B singer, but then they can come and make it big as a gospel singer. You feel me? Like a lot of female singers can't compete with a Beyonce. They can't compete with Jill Scott. They can't compete with Sierra, but they can come to the church and they can sing the house down and do pretty well. You know what I mean?
And you have to still understand that the gospel industry still is ran by distributors and record labels who are secular. And so there is still an influence unless you are a true Ty Scott was probably one of Ty Scott Records was really probably one of the most independent
Yeah.
record labels that was owned by Christian based people, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you got distributors like Warner Brothers and
Is
Zombie.
Word still around?
Word is not, well, they're not around as Word. I think RCA now has all of those
Okay.
records. And so when you go back, like I used to study when I bought a CD or an album or a tape, I would go and
Yeah.
study, well, who are the A&Rs and who are the record labels? Those things are still generated by secular big businesses that control all of the airplay, which also have a hand in MTV and BET. So when you put Trinity 5/7 out there back in the 90s, early 2000s, there was a market that we got to touch, right? So we're going back and talking about how has that music changed and evolved. When you got secular artists, secular companies pushing gospel music, they're not going to be in it for the same reason. They're going to be in it for selling units and making sales, making their money back. Whereas true Christian artists are going to be in it for the message. And so that's where we lose the two.
Okay. Nicole, what is your opinion about the way Mary dressed?
I think there was a viral photo that went around a year or two ago of one of the sisters. I get them confused, so I
Yeah,
stopped.
it was. It was. You talking about the white dress, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you're talking about. Yeah.
You know what? I'm old school, so I would say it's a little bit too much. But sisters, we are curvy. Like it's like whatever we put on is going to show our curves. However, what I teach the
That's
women of
true.
my movement is that look, you got a big rump, you got a big backside, you heavily endowed up front. So the skirt should not be cupping up under the hips. You supposed to be in a size 12, but you in a size 10. Stop it. You know what you're doing. Stop it. And then a lot of times the material of the dresses is very cheap, so it doesn't look as elegant look or more refined touch look than it does if it was good quality material, if you will. So a lot of girls are not being taught thoroughly how to dress, and so when they come to church they look like they've been to the club, and they really haven't. They just think that's normal. There is no there It used to be a church culture where you could tell I just came from church.
Mm.
Now, you know what I mean? Like people see me, they know, oh yeah, you've been to church, right? But
Right,
when they
right.
see some of these younger women or there's women my age that dress like they've been to the club. You can't tell they just came from church. And I'm like, you can't go up there and do praise and worship with us, dog. You had to put some clothes on. Well, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, we can see your cleavage. Okay, we're on camera because my church had cameras. We were on camera. We were live streaming. We had men. The preachers were sitting on the front row, and
Yeah, with saliva dripping out of their mouth, right?
she got her cleavage hanging out, and your skirt is tight. It's like it's too much, dog. And she would get so upset, and I'm like, you gotta be saved for everybody. When you in front of the saints, you're doing praise and worship. This is not about you. You know what I
Mm.
mean? Like this is about connecting with God. And
Huh?
so, we had battles and things like that. And I was like, I'm so glad I'm not over praise and worship, because half of y'all wouldn't be up here singing at all because you're
Ooh.
inappropriate. And then now we had a big issue. I'm gonna shut up after this. Is some of the younger guys are wearing tight pants
Peacock.
that are wearing really, really
Who's
Did
that?
you say
Somebody got
flamingo?
whoever got talking in the
He said,
background. Can
he
y'all
said flamingo.
mute your mic, please? Is it G112? It might. I go ahead, Nico.
So what's happening in a lot of church cultures now, and maybe
Well,
not,
when is Kim coming back?
but definitely down here in Atlanta, is the guys, the young men are wearing
Oh, my friend coming back Tuesday.
the skinny pants, the Italian cut pants,
What is up with that? What? Why do they
and
think that's cool?
so you can just about imagine,
Or maybe they,
you know what's
John, or maybe they're not related. Maybe it's just a coincidence.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Let's. I'm glad you mentioned that, gentlemen. Are there any gentlemen on this panel or in the chat room that think it's cool to wear skinny jeans? What is up with that?
It ain't
When did
cool.
that become
I
a
don't
cool
see the
thing?
style in it. I can't.
It comes from this European fashion world that has creeped into the church. And so we're talking about how the secular, like church isn't influencing the world anymore. The world is influencing the church.
Right.
In our style and in our dress. Like we used to, a couple of years ago, these girls would be up there on the praise team with their tutus or whatever you call them, little short, crazy looking dresses, right? So that's a European style that is in Vogue magazine and Jada Smith and her what the boy name is, that's Jada's
Yeah,
son,
yeah, but
Willow
who wants to
Smith.
be like their crazy kid? Or let me not say that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
But I'm telling you, that's what the church is now influenced by. So you take, and I'm tying it back to music because I'm not going to judge people. I'm always trying to keep it back to the musical standpoint of why the industry is the way it is. It's because we've seen those things now on, like guys coming to church with no socks on and no skinny jeans. I mean, no skinny pants. Like that's not the way that I was raised. That you should come to church, But that's what's influenced now by uh, secular fashion. So
When do y'all think this change started? Do you think it started when the music, like when around the time Kurt Franklin
yes,
took the music to the next level? Is that when the dress started changing? I'm talking about for male and females now.
You mean
It,
the
now you're
skinny
getting
jeans?
it. Now you're getting it. Yes, that's what
Yeah,
going
I
back to
agree.
Kirk Franklin.
I think my opinion on the skinny jeans was it was an overreaction to the baggy jeans of the early 2000s.
I
That's
don't,
my opinion on it.
I don't know if it was a over. I don't know
I
if
think
that
it
was
because
the
think
reason
about it, like
why, but
there was a time when everything was baggy, right?
of course it was. Yes, yes.
And then that slowly went away. And then what did you see next?
Well, I'm also going to say something that's not, and it's not because people can live however they choose to. But
Hey,
I'm gonna use.
Hey Nathan, y'all can keep talking. I have to switch my. I'm doing laundry, but y'all can keep talking. I'm just going to meet, but keep talking. Keep the conversation.
Well, what I'm getting ready to say is you also have to look at the lifestyle that most of the individuals who are leading praise and worship, uh, that whole group of individuals created a style that was not what we would consider to be a masculine style when you come to church, right? And so that had a whole lot of influences on not just the dress but the music. So we have to also take that into consideration. My whole thing was um, when we're talking about music and the way that music has changed, uh, Kirk Franklin's, as talented as he is, him allowing a record label to persuade him to market to a different audience, which I get their original intent, but it still diminished the essence of what church and Christian music was all about.
Exactly, a whole nother level.
Anybody else got
I don't
something to
know
say?
if you guys remember Walter Hawkins and Andre
Yes.
Crouch,
Yep,
but
yep.
if you listen to some of their early stuff, it was very, very progressive. And I don't know if that was that California sound, but they
Uh,
sounded very much different from Chicago gospel, Detroit, uh, Texas, even Texas gospel sounded different.
yeah.
New York gospel sounded completely different. But when Walter Hawkins and Andre Crouch, Sandra Crouch, that whole California sound, they were very, very progressive.
Now they also, but that's because they also took a whole lot away from pop, not pop music, but Broadway and the musical, right? The
Right.
genre of musicals, because
Yeah.
there wasn't, there were a few songs that sounded kind of funk soul, but not very much. You could really tell that the Frank Sinatras and those type of white artists had a huge influence on Waters and Edwin's arrangements.
I agree.
So they still took away from um, musical, even Roger and Hammerstein. You can tell that they had a whole lot of those Broadway type musicals in gospel. Their arrangement was different. Now, when you had their "Come By Here" song, you could hear that funky bass line.
Oh, Happy Day actually crossed over.
Yeah, "Oh Happy Day" was a huge crossover.
Yeah, so and Clark sisters, when they first came out,
You
refused to
brought the
compromise.
sunshine.
It was after Dr. Mattie Moss passed away that they started to compromise. But when she was alive, those girls were straight. Church of God in Christ. There was nothing. You weren't pulling them off that fence. Even Andre Crouch and Walter, even though their music was kind of ahead of the time as far as gospel, they still sounded churchy.
Yeah,
This
there
stuff
was a
right
style.
now, right? This stuff right now that I'm listening to, I'm like, that's not gospel to me. I'm sorry. That's not convicting me to come to church Sunday. Sorry.
To be honest with you, you can't find there are very few artists that still have what Andre and Walter had. You have to look at Richard Smallwood for your more '90s that still kind of remind you of what gospel sounded like. Even a lot of Donald Lawrence's music still had that gospel sound to it.
I have to be honest with you. To get the traditional sound that I like, that I write gospel music, the stuff that I write, I have to listen to Hezekiah Walker. I have to listen to old Chicago Mass, Milton Brunson. I pull out some old DFW.
I get
Just
you.
to
But
hear,
Has while his choir music was full of stuff that you could sing on Sunday mornings, his musicians had a whole lot of go-go and funk and everything else in the musician section. So, he blended both though. He blended the traditional, you sing the same words 10 times and modulate 10 times. But his music,
Either
Um,
you either modulate or you invert, or
let me
you
ask.
modulate or the singers invert the parts.
Let me ask the musicians on the panel though. Do you think, and I'm about to get technical because I'm not a keyboardist, but I have an ear, but I am a musician now.
Mhm.
Do you think the jazz chords affected how people started to hear gospel?
100%.
Because the church has always infused blues or whatever, but it's more recently, like since the 80s, that the church started blending in more jazz chords. Do you think that could have affected people accepting more secular?
I
It's
100%
possible
agree.
because jazz was considered, consecutive. That would be,
Uh,
secular. I mean, so
I don't just say, because it had a lot of diminished chords, but the chord
Right.
progression 7 3 6 2 5 1. 2 5 1 was always known for jazz chord progression, but in church, all you hear now is calling those numbers 1 3 6 2 5 1.
Exactly. Exactly.
Am I telling the truth or not?
no,
What
you
is
Yeah.
tell the
that?
truth.
What is that? Play that, Richard. What's that?
Well, 251, believe it or not, is what I do when I do House of Jazz, Jazz, the piano tutorial. That's 251 right there.
Oh,
But
okay.
that's and basically, just without having to do a full lesson, but for those that don't know what we mean when we say numbers, it's real simple. Basically, you have, let's look at C major just real quick. I'm not. This is not going to be a long lesson. This is just a couple seconds. You
Right.
got your C major scale is C D E F G A B C. Most people know that by now, right?
Yep.
So if C is 1, D will be 2, right? E is
Exactly.
3, and then you got 4, 5, 6, 7, and then you back at 1 again. So when people are calling out numbers, what they're saying is like, okay, 251. In the key of C, what would be 2? 2 is D, right?
D.
And D is
Yeah.
supposed to be minor. You know what I'm saying? And then 5, well, what would be 5 in the key of C? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. G, right? And 5 is usually major. And then what will be 1 and C? C, right? So when he was calling out those numbers, that's all he's saying is he's just saying that it's different. There's progressions that are very popular in church. And so when he called out the numbers, that's all he was saying is that particular progression. Like I said, I don't want to turn this into like I could do a separate video on that. I ain't want to mess up the flow of the conversation. But that's all he was saying.
No,
It-
I've seen different tutorials like church what you call them, progressions,
yeah.
tutorials where they're showing other musicians, okay, this is the transitions, that's what I'm talking
Okay.
about. Transitions to different musicians. And I'm saying because I have a musician's ear, I hear it, and maybe the church bands are now conditioning the audiences to hear certain things that resonate. So if they hear the same chords from secular to church, they don't understand what they're doing.
Right. It's the progressions. Yeah. It's like
Right.
progressions. Right. Right. It's like, and we already said that all the music is basically the same now. It's like if you listen to me, gospel, all the music is the same stuff now. So, Kurt Franklin, why you do it, man? Why you
We
do
blame
it?
Kirk.
But the one thing about Kirk, I have to admit, and it's funny because if I'm truly am honest with myself, the first I heard gospel stuff growing up, but I never would buy like or have whatever my mother or father. I can tell you the first cassette tape I ever had bought for me was The Boys, "Dial My Heart." Y'all remember that? Some of the
Yeah,
old people,
yeah.
"Dial My Heart." That was the first tape I ever had. My second one was uh, DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince. He's the DJ, I'm the rapper. The third one was Don't Be Cruel, Bobby Brown. I remember those three for some reason in that order. So I never really would ask for gospel stuff. My first gospel thing that I ever bought was Kurt Franklin, man. So, so you know what I'm saying. So it's funny how we say, yeah, they was trying to use Kurt Franklin to pull
Right.
other people. It worked because even though I grew up in church, I never would like. I didn't go home and listen to gospel music all the time. I just didn't. It's like I remember Commission being out and all that, but I wasn't buying their records back then.
Exactly.
So that's why I always say Kurt Franklin did it because it's like Kurt Franklin made me like when I heard the reason why we sing silver and gold, um, um, till we meet again, may his peace be with you. I mean, I just love that stuff. And see, he brought me in real easy. And Nicole on that on his chords used to be jazzy chords. You
Oh
know
yeah,
what I'm
God's property,
saying?
that was nothing
Yeah,
but
well,
jazz.
I'm
Yeah.
still talking about the family. I'm not even talking about God's property yet. I'm talking
All
about when he was still with the family. Those chord, and I would get those chords. But that was around the time that I started learning how to play the piano too. When he came out, I started around 93, 94, teaching myself, and I was loving. I love jazz, and I was just learning about that. And then I'm looking at these chords, and I get the chord books, and I'm like, and then before I knew it, God's property came out, and I mean, then it went, to where it is now, and it's like, wow, it's amazing how Satan is. He's slick.
Well, I'll tell
Can't
you,
put it
I
all on Kirk
I'll tell
because
It's not just him. No, it's not just him.
John P. Key, that whole '90s, right?
Uh-huh.
Hezekiah with all of his New York, New Jack Swing.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Up there,
Hezekiah too,
that whole
definitely.
'90s, the '90s really introduced a new style of gospel music. So John
well,
P. Key,
I'll tell you.
Pretty much all genre for real.
Well, I'll tell you, I know the producer for God's Property, Victor Merritt. We're actually old friends. He is an R&B producer. He was not a gospel producer. He produced R&B. So his background was R&B. So when he took that project on, he took it on, and that's why they have that sound, because the people that produce their stuff and put it out there um, is R&B background.
Okay.
And Richard, you were saying about your background in mute and what you chose to buy.
Right.
I
Right.
think that had a lot to do with maybe your church culture, because I grew up very, very traditional church culture, and it was sort of like we didn't go to the club, we hung out at church, and we all grew up together. So
Okay.
instead of going to the club, we were at church, and so we kind of grew up together, and we had, we had boys groups and girls groups and that sort of thing. So I kind of was like a fence straddler because I wanted to learn more secular and rap, but my parents didn't buy it for me. So I
I
had to
heard that.
so I had to borrow some of my friends' stuff just to be cool enough to know what was happening in the secular world, buy the magazines. And I think the first rap album I bought was like Salt and Pepper. And I
Oh,
bought it
okay.
when it was like old when I got it. So
I heard that.
One of the things I appreciate about, because my grandmother, both of my grandparents, there's some crackling going on. My grandparents were all pastors, but they never stopped us from listening to music, like, period. So I can listen to some gospel, and I can turn right around and listen to some Luther Vandross,
Yep.
but it never.
I was kind of like that too. Basically, I never really had the only thing I couldn't come in the house playing NWA or
I was
anything
the
like
same.
that.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah,
but
me
other than
neither.
that, I was able to listen to what I
Yeah,
wanted
you
to
was gonna get
listen
I
crucified.
was
You
the same
start
way.
playing some NWA.
to. Yeah, that's different. Yeah, that yeah. If my mother heard "F the police" and straight out of Compton, I
Next,
probably would have gotten in trouble. But
next thing you know, you got something thrown at your head, right? So
right, exactly. Anything, whatever was close by, right.
yeah, so uh, when we go back to looking at the influences of gospel music, and you look at somebody like Kelly Price. When Kelly Price's first album came out, she really had that star status. Like her voice, she was a bigger lady.
Yeah,
Like
but
Shirley
she
could
could
have
sing
been,
her behind off though, man. Yes.
from that
Mhm.
first run on that first track she did. Right, but I think what ended up happening is when you start trying to placate to both, you lose your audience, your true fan base, and most of those are like what's the guy named Al Green? Al Green now, he had to make a decision whether he's going to be a pastor or whether he's going to be Al that's going to come and sing "Let's Stay Together." Couldn't do both because he couldn't have the audience to support him.
You know what's interesting? Nicole had brought up Little Richard, and I don't know if any of y'all seen his recent video interviews, I should say,
Oh
but he
yeah.
pretty much denounced, like he's basically like he's like so immobile. Like I think he has to use like a wheelchair or something to get around now. His legs are in real bad shape, and
Yeah.
he preaches sermons now, and he really does denounce the stuff that he did back in the day. So I meant to say that earlier when Nicole, or it was either Nicole or somebody was saying, look at these gospel artists that tried to cross over. It didn't end well for him. I think that was Nicole, and
Right.
she was talking about Otis Redding died in that plane crash, and you can literally see, that's crazy, by the way. I know a side point that you can see I don't know if y'all ever seen the video of them pulling him out of the ocean. That
No.
was when I saw that. It's like it was. I'm like, how was this allowed to be on TV? It's like on the
Right.
internet. Like he was literally like still seat, strapped to his seat, and they literally pulled his dead body out the water. I was anyway, but
But I mean, you look at such tragic artists like Whitney and uh, Aretha Franklin. Now they had big church funerals, right? They
yeah.
had hour-long funerals at church, but they still, and even though Aretha died from cancer, it's just that whole process, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even though she still had the love of the church, one of the things about the church is the church is always welcoming to have you back. Now they
Right.
may wait till you die to welcome you back, but they're
Exactly.
always welcoming you back. But the process to get there is such a hard road, you know, because you're trying to play both.
Yeah. But yeah, if y'all haven't looked at some of stuff that Little Richard, it's like it's good clear quality too. If y'all interested in seeing what he has to say about his old music, the stuff that he used to do. He has like hour-long sermons that he's done in different churches and stuff. So I guess ultimately, basically what it sounds like we're saying is that there's a price to pay.
Yeah.
It's a price to pay when you're trying to mix that secular stuff into the church. Let me go back to D, because D was the one. She's I think she's able to talk to us now. Did
Yes,
you have
I am.
anything? Yeah, do you have anything that you wanted to add? Because you was the one that kind of brought us to this, so I want to make sure that you get a chance to. Were you able to hear most of the stuff that was said in the last hour?
No, I didn't. I'm
Okay.
out.
Well, one of the things that came up was we went from talking about R&B artists doing gospel stuff, and then we started talking about some of the gospel artists that seems to want to be secular, and then we went into stuff like Murray and about how they dress and is it appropriate, and we went through like stuff like that. But what's your thoughts, D, on
Well,
whatever aspect you want to talk about?
you will have no idea how many people that I have talked to about. They get that one phrase mixed up, "Come as you are," and I have to constantly tell them when it says that it's not talking about your clothes. When they say "come as you are," it's saying that come whatever it was in your heart, whatever's troubling you, you come to the church. And it's just a lot of people take that term out, uses that words out of term of what it really means.
That's good that you said that because come as you are means okay, you're lost in the world, right?
Right.
And okay, so now you're hearing the message, and for the first time, it's finally starting to register for you. All that scripture is saying is that no, you don't need to go home and get yourself together and come. It's like you can come right now, and let us walk you through the steps of salvation.
Right.
You know what I'm
Right.
saying? It's like, that's coming, but come as you are does not mean that once you have decided that you want to follow Christ, that doesn't mean that, okay, so I'm going to continue to just make these bad choices and
Exactly.
dress whatever way. It's like, come as you are is really talking about when you are about to make that change. It's like, the church is supposed to be a hospital. If you're sick, you come here and we'll do our best to try to make you.
Right.
That's what the church is supposed to be. But some people take, like you said, they take that scripture and they think that means, okay, I know all this stuff now, but I'm still going to wear my jeans 2 sizes too small and my cleavage is going to be out. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Did you forget about the scripture that talks about dress and modesty? I mean, modesty. I'm
Exactly.
sorry,
Right.
modesty.
That's right.
So yeah, that was a good point right there, dude. Was there any
Yeah.
other points you wanted to bring up? Because I didn't want to move since you brought up the topic. I didn't want to move on until you got a chance to get what you wanted out. So go ahead.
Well, I mean, basically just wanted to get other people's idea on how they feel about, doing both the gospel and, R&B, you know.
It seems like, I mean, there was a lot of opinions that came out, but
Right.
it seems like a lot of us was saying that basically there's a price to pay.
Yeah, you
Um,
do.
and it's like we mentioned some of the older artists, and I think Nicole took us all the way back to Little Richard, Sam Cooke, and Otis Redding, and
Mhm.
those were R&B, people that kind of, basically did both, and it's usually a bad thing. Even Whitney Houston, because Whitney Houston, grew up gospel, although she never really released. Oh, I guess she did release a gospel album, if you call the Preacher soundtrack.
I
Oh,
don't.
that was a movie soundtrack
Yeah,
though.
I
But
don't consider it as a gospel
yeah,
album.
that was a soundtrack. Yeah, a
It's a
movie soundtrack
soundtrack that had a whole lot of gospel
on it.
artists appeal on it because of the movie itself, right? So, and
Mhm.
Whitney had already gotten used to doing soundtracks, the Waiting to Exhale, the
Right.
Bodyguard. So, I mean, that wasn't too far fetched. But I appreciated that Whitney still knew her roots and even
Exactly.
doing the concert, but she wasn't out here saying, "I'm going to I want to go and drop a gospel album now after I'm having 2, 3 albums of some raunchy music." So, my thing was I could, and I still, as a musician, I hate the fact that I'm not in the band, right? Because I always wanted to play with the band. I always
Okay,
wanted.
but you're a conductor. For those of you that don't know, Nathan actually conducts. Like he emailed me some pictures a few weeks ago. He like conducts like professionally. Like
Yeah,
he'll like conduct like a 150-piece orchestra and stuff like that.
and
Wow.
I appreciate that, right? But
Yeah.
that's a job to me. That's not really I love it, but it's not my passion. I would love to go and play in the band, But
Right.
but something about playing in the jazz club or the club on Saturday night and unplugging my keyboard from the with smoke and drink still on top of my keyboard and going to church. I couldn't get comfortable with that. You
Right.
understand what I'm saying? I had to do one or the other. So I've never really played in a band in the club. But I always desired to do some D'Angelo and some other funk music in the club. I got musician friends who do it all the time. And
Right.
now they go to restaurants where they can play that stuff. And it's funny to me because the same people who I looked up to as pastors and ministers are sitting in those club environments. And we're wondering, why has our music as church been so influenced? Like, you can't do both.
That's
There,
right.
there is no in between. You're either going to sing secular music or you're going to sing sacred music. And I have to say that we don't have sacred music on the radio like we used to. It's inspirational, but it ain't sacred.
Right. If I hold on. If I'm honest, it's funny that for me personally, this is crazy. When I usually have to sing somewhere, it's like I grew up listening. Y'all already know who I listen to. I listen to Boys and Men, but I mean all of the groups. I listen to Boys and Men, Jodeci, Shy, Silk, all of them. SWV, Escape, In Vogue.
That's wrong.
So 90s and 80s, The Boys, New Edition, all of that, right? And so I always had a deep desire to want to be to sing R&B music and love songs and stuff like that. But whenever I always had the opportunity to perform or do something, it was usually always gospel. Unless I did not a funeral, but a wedding. That would be the only time I'll be able to hit a little bit of ribbon
You
in the
said it
sky.
right. Funeral.
Yeah, funeral, right? Yeah, what's the difference,
Right.
right? Wedding, funeral, same thing. You both, your life is over either way, right? No, okay. I heard that joke back in the day. Like wedding, funeral, same thing. Your life is over. But but in all seriousness, but the doing these YouTube tutorials, this is crazy that I'm saying this out loud. This is like really the only time that I've really been able to perform, even though it's online, aren't the type of music that I always wanted to do. So I don't know. Does that make me? Does that mean I'm going? I'm in trouble because it's like when I do a lot of these tutorials and I do covers of these songs, I'm like, man, I wish I could have sung these songs growing up, like
Me
out
Yeah.
too.
loud.
And that's how I feel. Because the group I'm in, we actually do gospel. We started off as doing gospel, and then I think the point came when we started doing weddings with the live band, and we was doing songs, the wedding songs, like you said, jazz, like "Ribbon in the Sky" or
Mhm.
something like that. And it's like went from there to like, oh, we doing R&B, and here lately we've been getting more appointments of trying to do R&B than we did gospel.
It's more money in R&B. I mean, even when you're a local musician, it's still more music in R&B
Exactly.
than it is in gospel.
It is. And
But
so that's why one of my singers was like, if we go somewhere, she would come with us to do the gospel. But as far as the R&B, she said she will not be doing it because she just didn't feel right trying to do both at the same time. Which me, it just every now and then I got to, get over there to the R&B side. But I'm, I still have to do my gospel.
yeah,
Nick,
church.
Nicole, thank you for starting the collection plate, sweetheart. I appreciate it. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you so much. I go ahead, Nathan. She said this is for the collection plate.
Church
Um,
has always been the training ground for most musicians from
Right.
end of time, right? So, and God created music, but we also know that Lucifer really perverted the music,
The
and
angel of music. Yeah.
so I
mhm.
go back to saying, you know, because I know the brother got offended because he thought we were telling ladies how to dress, and it wasn't about us telling the ladies how to dress. For me, more so as it was saying how secular industry has now had a huge influence on church, which used to not be the case. Throughout our history, you can find out that the church really had the influence over government and over how music was brought out. But since the 90s, I should say, and not just the 2000s, because jazz music had a huge influence on 90s gospel,
Yes,
right?
yes, it
But
did. Yep.
but it but we still we still knew how to conduct ourselves as the church. But when this newfound "Do You Want a Revolution" and Stump and all that stuff came out, we just came out like, hey, the world can do it, and so can I, you know, and it changed the sound of music. And then when you look at who are really behind these gospel artists, it ain't and they're not making a whole lot of money because they can't go and sell out like Donnie McClurkin do is sell out tours and big arenas. They
Yeah.
don't have that steady stream. Fred Hammond used to be able to sell out large stadiums, right?
You know what? Fred is starting to work with commission again, so I guess it must be. You know what I'm saying? If you notice that on his Instagram and stuff, he's in the
Yeah.
studio doing commission stuff now. He uploads
Smart.
videos all the time, so
Yeah.
it must be
Smart.
getting hard.
Yeah, he knows who his main audience is, right? And
Hmm.
so I'm just saying that we've gotten away from that, and the secular still runs the gospel music. Like I'm struggling. I don't know about you guys. I watch it because I want to be in the know, but I'm struggling with Sunday's Best. And you really can't call it Sunday's Best because half of the stuff they're singing on Sunday's Best we never sung in church.
That is, I'm so glad you brought that up because I would love to talk about that because I have opinions about that. Sunday's Best. Okay, Sunday's Best is basically the gospel answer to what American Idol and some of the other shows were. Do y'all think that that is right? Before I start this topic, because it might go long. Nicole, are you still at your microphone right now?
I am, and I want to throw something in there about Raphael Sadiq right quick before we get off.
O- Okay, and you can do that. Let me just ask you a quick question. Have you found, and this has nothing to do about the discussion, but it does have something to do with me being able to live stream with a panel. Have you decided what you're going to do? Because Hangouts is going away. I wanted to ask you since I got you right here.
Oh yeah,
Hangouts is
yeah,
going away August 1st.
yeah. I'm gonna be straight because most of my stuff is just me on the mic anyway.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, get up with me offline, and I'll tell
Okay.
you what
Okay.
everybody else is trying. If you're trying to do panels, I'll tell you what to do.
Okay. Cool. Because I've been looking into other stuff. But okay, what was you going to say about Raphael?
Oh, since we're talking about people that grew up in the church or people trying to do both, Tony came out of the church, right? Raphael, all them.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Tony's getting back together again.
Yeah, yeah. But
Yeah.
he said it might be an instrumental album though.
I don't care. I'm
Okay.
copping it.
But yeah, Johnny Gill was the same way.
Yeah. I mean, I think all of the artists mostly they get their starts from church. Like Escape, all of them they came out of church.
Yeah.
BB King came out of church. Patti LaBelle. Most of these artists now, this is where we all came from, out of the church.
Right, right.
But most of them didn't try to do both. Like I'm gonna drop an album or an R&B album in 2010, and here comes my gospel album. Go buy that, and now I'm back to no. Aretha Franklin put out one gospel album, and it sold. It's still the highest selling gospel album. She ain't put no more out, did she? So she did it once. So she probably did it on the counter.
I don't think she did.
I don't think she did. She just
Yeah.
did that one, and it's just. But she's Aretha. Some people is
But
always
yeah.
it's always the rules is always different for at least one person out there.
Yeah.
For Aretha, it was
Yeah.
the rule was different for. It was just
But
different.
check this out, though. Did you know that Elvis Presley, some of his top
Yes. Yes.
gospel,
Yeah.
and Andy Griffith.
Sam Cooke.
Yes, you're
Andy
right.
Griffith,
You're right. You're right.
They're gospel albums.
Right.
Well, but they also had the influences off of black gospel. But look at James Brown. James Brown grew up in church, singing church, Do you know of a James Brown gospel album?
I'm not sure. I don't know all of his music like that, so I can't say if he
Okay,
I
did.
don't either.
I don't think I've heard of it before.
but you
Does
hear
he
of
have
James
one?
Christmas album, but you don't have no James Brown. And I'm not saying anything is wrong with doing. My problem is you can't do both. We all know that most of the African American artists grew up singing church music, right?
Yeah.
So we all know that gospel music has had a huge influence on uh, R&B, rock and roll, and country. We all know that, right?
Exactly. Little Richard wouldn't let us forget it.
Right. And I'm glad he doesn't, right? But what I appreciate about those artists is that they understood that you don't have to put your God in the box and say you're not doing God anymore, but I'm not going to try to live two lifestyles because there was such a difference. So to the young lady who was talking about uh singing wedding songs and singing gospel, like, some singers can look at singing wedding songs as a job. It's my gig, right? But
Mhm.
if she's feeling convicted by doing both, that's a person. That's like a CC Winans and BB Winans story, right? Like, I can't do both. I'm gonna either do one or the other.
Mm.
So, and for those people, I could respect a whole lot more because they're not going to be partying and getting all the free alcohol on Saturday night and then coming to your praise team and trying to sing you down and make you stand up and tell you put your hands together because you
Jesus
Yeah.
loves me. This I know.
you
Yeah.
understand.
With a hangover.
Right. I mean, it wasn't because I guess we got the gospel attached to our name. So and then they see us out there doing R&B. I can kind of see her point about it.
Yeah, like you got Corey Henry. He out here talking about what's the name of Corey Henry's group? You
You
got
talking about the organ player?
yeah.
I
He
didn't
has
know he had a group. I just know that he just like one of the baddest organ players on the
no,
planet
he
Earth.
has a band, and
Okay.
and a lot of even my friends now they got concerts called the Convocation, and they got calling themselves the Apostles, and all. I mean, but they're doing it with an R&B twist. So it's like you're taking stuff that was so sacred to make money, or the Disciples. So that's Corey Henry's group. I think it's called the Disciples. So now you're taking names that were really biblical based and you're putting a secular meaning to it
I,
because it's going to draw the young church musicians to you.
I think about that scripture with the only time where we really see Jesus showing his anger was when he turned over the tables when the church was like
In the
selling
marketplace.
stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I wonder how many churches would Jesus do that in 2019 if
Yeah.
he was to walk in. And I mean, and I'm talking about just doing the morning service. Forget about actually like when he will go into the morning service and be ready to turn these pulpits over. But I mean, that's going into a different
No,
direction. So
Well, a lot of times, like it was told to me, like I think people get hung up on how the music sound instead of actually listening to the words of the song.
words exactly, and letting the lyrics minister to you.
Yeah,
It's like it's all about the beat now, and well,
yeah,
in the music. So, and I mean, and you have to do a song tomorrow morning, D.
yes,
That you and I, neither one of us, we was going over the music, and neither one of us was like, well, I don't really like it that much. I mean, it's a catchy
right.
beat. I'm not saying it's not a catchy beat, but it's just like, you know what I'm saying?
which
And,
song?
but that's what the young people. Oh, the song is
Anthony Brown, blessings on blessings.
yeah.
Uh,
It's a new song. It just came out. I never heard it until she asked me to
but
they tried to figure it out a little bit.
here's the sad thing, Jazz. Most churches already know that, right? So what they got? They got these nice concert stadium lights, right?
Yeah, man. Those contemporary churches look. Yeah, it's like
So
it's
now we got
crazy.
to build because our audiences are ADHD. Now we got to build this stadium kind of feeling. So when you come to church, you could really be like you're at a concert. You know, that's how much
Mhm.
music.
Hey, Nick,
Well,
cool gent. 87 is in the chat room.
well, and that's one thing about my church is we still have the old, stuff that we have. Not old, but it still look like a church, and not like a one of these arenas or something like that. And so, I mean, we got a nice crowd, but it's not like enough where we have, bust out walls. But we still have that old feeling sound.
Well, I was talking more so about how the church has to now appeal
Right.
to audiences. Like you won't dare find a hymnal in most of these churches nowadays, right?
Mhm.
And so we talk about how music has really changed the church. I'm tying it all back to music, how it has influenced the church. We've gotten so caught up into we know if we don't do this, they won't come, right? I was listening to a gospel, was supposed to be a gospel song, and you couldn't put forward the chord progression because everything else was on top of it, sounding like it was a rock and roll song.
That's exactly what D. And that's what I was with D. I was like, you can't even understand what's going on musically with that particular
Hmm.
song. With that particular song, I just had this conversation yesterday, man.
Yep, we did.
I'm like, can't figure out what's going on. It's like, what in the anyway? Um,
Yeah.
what do y'all think? And this is where I was getting ready to go to a couple of minutes ago. Gospel Best. Do y'all
Yeah.
think that show should even be in existence? I just have a issue. It's like it's bad, and I won't say bad, but okay, we have the American Idols and the shows that are like it, The Voice, whatever. I'll just say American Idol and shows like that. We already have that, and it's like, do we? I mean, are we really messing up the gospel message by having a show like
Can I can I
gospel?
answer that
I,
first?
Oh
I
yeah,
just
please.
Okay, see, the way I see it when I see Gospel Best, and I stopped watching it ever since I think that Leandra, whatever her name is,
The
Warren, whatever.
yeah, okay,
Yep. And to me, Gospel Best is almost like if you're not putting on a show,
yes,
and that's not what gospel should be about. I mean, it should be from the heart. If you're doing anything for God, you ought to let the Holy Spirit move through you. But it's more like they telling you, you got to do this, or you got to shout or something in order for the people to get into you. I just, to me, I'm like you, Jazz. I don't get it.
yeah.
So
I don't get it. I definitely stopped. I mean, I watched it when it first came on. It was a gentleman that was on the Morgan State University choir with me when I was in college, and he was on that season. His name is John McClure. So I don't know if y'all remember from like season one or season two, and he was
Was
on.
that the older guy?
No, he's my age because he was in
Oh,
college with me, so he was around my age, maybe a year or two older. But I remember, and this was like the first or second season. But even as I looked at that season, he didn't win or anything. But I was like, something's wrong here. Gospel music, you're not supposed to be having judges sitting down telling you, well, you need to do this so that you can get to
Exactly.
and I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, hold up, wait a minute. And it's like it's almost like I'm saying, Kurt Franklin, you're getting ready to take it to another level. You already took it to one
well,
level, and
yeah.
it's like now you're taking it to another level, man. Like, what's your? Am I the what? Is D and I the only one that think that way? Like
no,
Now,
something's wrong with this.
because
like,
Kirk Franklin, the last episode, had to apologize to this girl, right? Because she said, I don't even seem like I'm good enough to sing church music because I don't sing the same way everybody else is singing. So he apologized to her, and that went all around social media. But the other thing was the last episode, they were doing remixes to R&B songs to make them gospel.
Oh
Like
goodness.
singing Robin Thicke songs to make it a gospel song, and I'm like, and I said, and I knew I had a lot of gospel artist friends, like well-known gospel artists uh, on my social media page. I said, I'm very conflicted by this because here now we're taking R&B songs and putting the name Jesus in it to say that we are doing something that's supposed to be gospel. I'm very
yeah,
conflicted by it.
Yeah, I tend to agree with the person. I don't know who I heard this from first, but they say you have to look at go back to when the original song was first created. What was the spirit behind that song? And you know what I'm saying? And my thing is taking an R&B song and just simply putting the word Jesus in it, but yet the song, like the origin of the song was evil anyway, whatever the intent was. That doesn't just go away just because you simply put Jesus on it. If people, whatever drew people to like the song originally as an R&B song, it's that same thing that's it's not really the
Yeah.
spirit. It's not it's like it's just that familiar, hearing something
Yeah.
that's familiar to them. And it's like, man, you can't just go, it's like it's like with R. Kelly, okay. He wrote now when the TV miniseries was on, or it was somewhere where they said that when he wrote and I'm hearing the feedback on some. I don't know. I'm like I'm hearing myself talking. I don't know whose system is that is. But anyway, when he wrote "You Are Not Alone," it was one of the young ladies that said, "Oh, he wrote that song about me because I had to get an abortion." You know what I'm saying? Or whatever, whatever. And it's like, okay, yeah, this is such a beautiful. No, I mean, that's not a gospel song. I know it's not a gospel song, but I'm just saying the spirit behind the song, shouldn't that mean something? Shouldn't that have some type of difference? You know what I'm saying? I mean, well, what are your thoughts about that? Like the spirit behind the song?
Well, like y'all say, it's more like an inspiration.
Okay, yeah, there's a lot of
And
inspirational music.
nothing inspirational, but you and we thought it was
Real.
until I learned that that song is about a girl having an abortion.
Well,
It's
R. Kelly never said that, obviously, but this is what one of the young ladies said. That was he wrote that right around the time that because he wanted to let me know that I wasn't alone when I had
he,
killed the baby and
he
all that stuff.
R. Kelly also wrote for Trinity 5-7 when they first came out. Because I don't know if
Oh
you
yeah,
remember, R. Kelly wanted to do gospel music, but Kirk Franklin told him no because he wouldn't be received by the gospel audience. So he used to write for like Trinity 5-7. What's that song? Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was one of their first hit singles at Trinity Five
God's
Seven.
grace. It's by
I
God's
think
grace.
that's what it is.
The one
So
that Kirk Franklin is in the video on.
yes, so that
Okay.
was Kelly. That was R. Kelly joint, right? So when I listened to Sunday's Best, and the guy that's singing, he's a phenomenal singer, and I like the young man, but he's saying, just saying, Robin Thicke, I'm lost without you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everything in that song, I was still thinking Robin Thicke.
Right. Right.
All
Exactly.
the talking this, like it's the spirit in which the song was written in. So the only song because I was young then and didn't put two and two together was when James Cleveland remade Gladys Knight song. Jesus is the best thing. Remember that song?
Mhm.
That ever happened. That's nothing but a Gladys Knight song, right? But
Right.
those that know that, you can't get your praise on to nothing that you already know you got your groove on to. It don't work that way. You can't sit up here and tell me I'm going to groove off of Luther Vandross because Darwin Hobbs is now singing it and making it about Jesus. I ain't going to have the same type of praise. I'm sorry.
Right. And that's what I was trying to say. Yeah. Basically, it's like it's like if you already know the origin of the song, or you know the original song, you know what the meaning of the song was. It's like just putting the name Jesus does not take away whatever spirits was behind create. A lot of these evil songs, there are evil spirits that's behind the creation of some of these songs, and it's like
Well
that.
now, with me, and most of what my band do, we have taken some songs. Like me, I rewrote to "It's All Right to Have a Good Time." Um, I mean, with behind there, it's all right. You can have a good time in the club, but you also can have a good time in the church, and that's what we go to church to have a good time and get the word from the Lord. So yeah, I did rewrite to that, uh, to that music.
I've been guilty of doing that in the past too, but I would say when I did it back in the past, I didn't have the same thought process as I do now, and I definitely don't do that anymore. It's like I guess it's because I was just convicted by that. I can't remember what songs I did it with, but I know I've done something in the past and was like, oh, just put Jesus in it. You that's something different. I'm not gonna go there, but okay.
Well,
But I
I
mean,
mean,
I think it's just the what type of song it is. Like it's some R&B song now can really pertain to, you could use that as, as a gospel.
And that's
If
what
you
Trinity 5-7 did with Love by Music Soul Child. Because they took
Yeah.
the song Love, so many things I gotta tell you.
but
And then
but
they took it and they redid it. I don't know if they said love or if they just said God. God, so many people
I'm
use your name in vain.
uh, but I'm playing devil's advocate. I'm playing devil's advocate.
Okay.
Why is it that the church has to look to secular music
Exactly.
to
You're
produce
right.
That's
You're right.
true.
God
You're right.
music? And so when we talk about how has gospel music changed, this is the reason why we don't have like it's something about playing it as well or power. There is power. What's the song by Andre Crouch? The blood.
There's power in the blood. There is power.
No, no.
Power,
I'm
wondering
talking about,
working power. You
but
talking
that
about?
too. But the blood. It's just something about singing those songs that
Mhm.
that there is a change. Like we can't even singing Walter Hawkins change. Why is it that the church now has to look to secular music for its music?
Right,
Well,
right.
I'm gonna put my take in, and then I'm gonna jump off and just listen to you guys. But what I will say is that we have to look at the word. When I was taught that being a musician, being in front of the church and singing hymns and music is sacred. We take it lightly because it's music, but it's just as important of a ministry as evangelism and any other type of department in the church.
Mhm.
The enemy came from, he was a choir director, he was a praise and worship director, and he was kicked out of heaven. He was in the music department. We have to be careful as musicians how we put the music out there, because it does make a difference in these people's lives. We have to be careful. Just because the tune is catchy, just because the words could be easily changed, it's it that some of those tunes, some of that music, Richard is absolutely 110% correct. Some of that stuff has familiar spirits behind it, and we're introducing it to the saints. And so we have to be cognizant of that. And as musicians, we have to be responsible for what we put in front of these people. And I've had, as a praise and worship leader, having to lead one service, I had to not pick. There was an artist I wanted to use some of his music, and somebody else who knew something about the particular artist was like, "No, we can't use him." And I was like, "I want to do this song," and they was like, "Nah, not Nicole, we can't use him." And then come to find out, there were some very disturbing things, and so we had to be real careful how we, just because it sound good, and James Cleveland did Jesus is the best thing, and that went over well. We have to be careful, y'all, because it just it's it's spiritual, and it does matter. It on in the secular side, it doesn't matter to them, but to us in church, it should matter, and that's the problem. It doesn't matter as much as it did. And then I'm done. Thanks, Richard.
No, thank you. I definitely appreciate you coming on with the female side of it because being like, oh, we trying to tell women how to dress. Like, no, 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 no. So I appreciate your input on that. But yeah, I agree for the for those of us that study the word and know the Bible, we know that Satan was the chief musician. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? And so of course, one of the ways that he's one the he what he's going to use hold on what he's going to use to try to uh he's going to take what was taken away from him. Of course, he's angry at us, you know what I'm saying, especially musicians and singers. It's like that's what he used to be, and you know how petty Satan is. So yeah, we do
Right.
definitely have to be careful with,
Exactly.
what we're and I think that's what the problem is. I think it's a real serious issue in our churches right now with the music, and I'm just saying and we can see the reflection of it even in the gospel artists. Just like earlier, we were talking about Mary and how how they present themselves and stuff like that. We see it. We see it. And all Satan needs is just a little bit. That's all he needed. He just needs just a little thing to get in there, and we see where we are now. It's just like Nicole said that he talks to women, trying to tell them that it's a certain way that they should dress and stuff. And it's like they don't get it. Like I don't get it. What's wrong? What's the problem? Why can't I do this? And it's like it goes all the way back. You don't understand why I was, and I didn't mean to get religious with this live stream, but hey, it is what it is. I believe in Jesus. Jesus is my savior. I believe in God. So I'm not going to hide that. If there's anybody that didn't know that, I definitely claim Jesus as my Lord and Savior. But
Amen.
yeah,
Amen, bro.
but going back to the gospel Sunday's best thing, man. Yeah, I do have an issue with that. Is there anybody that doesn't have an issue with that show? I'm just curious. I'm talking about from a spiritual. I'm not talking about whether or not you just like the show or not. I mean, is there anyone that has it that do not have an issue with that show from a spiritual angle? I'm asking. No. Okay, so all y'all agree with me then. Okay, cool.
I totally
Yeah,
agree with you.
look, y'all all can stay then. Look, you all can stay. I was gonna say, anybody disagree with me, you can get out.
Oh no, I'm back. What's going on? I'm sorry.
There's
I had
nothing spiritual about that to me. There's nothing spiritual that edifies the body of Christ with Sunday's best.
Right,
And
I agree.
I'm actually upset by the name of it because what you did is you took Sunday's best and you took some kids or some adults who sing gospel music in church and you try to market it the same thing, market it to the church, right? Because the church people are going to be gullible enough to say, "Oh, look at so and so that I know from church and from school on there." But then you're using the world tactic to try to judge Christian music. Now, it would be one thing if they took it and say, when you're ministering, let's talk about vocal techniques. They don't talk much about vocal
Right.
techniques, like going from your head voice to your chest
Right.
voice.
That's stuff
And
that we learned as vocal majors. You know what I'm saying? Because like
right,
I mean, I studied voice in college, so yeah,
because
that's one thing. Yeah.
you got to do things in excellence. But what they've now done is, how could you go to an awards show and appeal to this audience and that audience, which goes all the way back to how we can take God's property and also get the secular people to like the music that we're supposed to be winning the world over. So we are not. It says to be ye transformed and don't be conformed, right? We are conforming who we are to the world standard, and then now we want to call it Sunday's best. So call it Saturday night's best. That's more fitting, right?
It might be
Don't
more
call it
appropriate too. It might be more a more appropriate name to say either that or Friday night's best. You know what I'm saying? I feel you. I feel you on that.
I,
And
I still think that as a musician, as you know, you have to be careful. I went Nicole what she said. You have to be careful of what you use. Now, I wouldn't take a song that has a sexual thing around it and try to you know put Jesus in it. But
and put
like
Jesus
I
on
said,
it. Yeah,
yeah. But it is some songs out there that you know that you can actually take it and it will fit. Like you will hear some preachers say, I used to go out and dance, but now I just changed partners.
yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that. Or change the venue.
Yeah,
I
change the
dance now
venue.
in church. I used to dance out there in the club, but I changed the venue. I do it here now. Ah,
Yeah.
right.
So I mean, it's just all about the concept of the song and how it was used and how it is used. I mean, that's just my opinion.
I,
Nah,
I I'm just careful about still, and I get it. And I understand when they say, "Yeah, I used to change. I just changed partners," and then you play your praise break music. But I'm opposed to coming to church.
I'm
I'm
sorry. I had to get that out. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just opposed to coming to church and people dropping it like it's hot, and the ladies that
Uh,
like it hot, can't even get it back up. I'm opposed. I'm opposed to that.
Yo,
You
man.
know what though? There was this is a previous church. I'm not a member there anymore, but there was a previous church, and it's funny because that's when I say the term turning it up for Jesus. I said that earlier tonight, but that term actually came up from a real experience before. It was a time when and one of the young ladies I was actually kind of really cool with a little bit. We wasn't dating nothing like that. This was somebody that was just a friend, and but they were a part of the dance team. And when I tell you that they had on some inappropriate clothes, you know how when praise dancers usually they have stuff they actually do kind of have some type of baggy type of dress on that's real flowing and
Hmm.
everything, and they're basically covered usually, and that's even popular even in 2019. But for whatever reason, I'll just say it like this: they basically dress like Cardi B's and Little Kim's. I mean, maybe not that bad, but then when they was doing stuff like this and turning around, and it was so sexual. I couldn't believe it. If somebody said, "What is their problem? Why do they think they could come in here and turn it up for Jesus?"
Yeah, and I think in some of those dances, I do think they bring in a lot of the world.
Yeah.
I mean,
It,
when I see spiritual dances or dances, you can tell who's like really into it, or and when you can just tell that somebody that's up there to be seen. I mean, it's a big difference because they be, they into it. The words, you can just see it, and then some of them is just like, okay, what are you really up there for? And then you doing something else that
How
and,
can
and it's interesting if you really pay attention. We just spent a lot of time talking about how the music has changed the church, but the next thing is the dancing. Look how much dancing is in the church now, as opposed
yeah.
to like 50 years ago. You didn't have all these different praise dances and stuff. And like you said, there are some that are really into, like, if they're dancing to a song, it's an appropriate song, and the song is ministering to them, and you can tell that it's ministering to them, and
Hmm.
they really are praising God. And it is in the Bible that you can praise God with the dance,
Yes.
so but it's like but if you look now, it's like what's going on. It's almost the same thing that happened back in the 80s and 90s, where Kurt Franklin was able to take the music to another level, and and now the music is different in church. It's happening with the dance now.
Oh
It's
yeah.
but how can you be shocked when the generation that's doing it is being raised by us? So what does that say about where we have dropped the ball
But
on?
that's what we're talking about. We really are. In all honesty, we are talking about us as a generation.
Yeah,
That's
because the new generation now
it's
feel like
it's
that
definitely
we should be a little bit more lenient. Now, again, let's just be honest. When we was coming up in church, we kind of felt the same way about our elders, and we wanted a little bit of some changes in the church.
that's true.
The way that music can be self proclaimed and shown in the church that was not allowed back then. And so now that we have taken over, now that our ancestors is gone, and now we brought in we brought in contemporary gospel. Contemporary gospel was not really looked upon real great until you start people like Kurt, like you said, the light skinned guy, Fred Hammond, John B. Key, um, and these type of gospel artists who still have the respect for old traditional gospel, but at the same time, they understood that there was a new breed of gospel. And I hear what y'all saying. Some of the stuff that I'm
They,
seeing today, it makes me question too. But that's only because of the way that I was raised, and how I felt like how we was raised to respect the churches, and how our way of respecting God should be. But at the end of the day, though, I mean, unless we're God Himself, I mean, it's not really. I can't really say anymore. I can only answer personally what I think, and how I feel about it. But that's all. Again, that's all because of the way that I was raised, and what I was taught to show value in the church. Um, as long as they not cussing and doing some of the stuff that the Bible, it's like some of the stuff I think is, I question and I get it. Just like y'all talked about a song that we listen to that if we heard it, all we think about is something sexual explicit, but that's because of the way that it was presented. But
Exactly. It was created for that. It was
right,
wanted to around that.
it was created in that way, but nothing has never been set in stone. We just but because that song when it first came out, it was presented that way. But what if the roles were reversed? What if it came out as a gospel, but then somebody found a way to make it?
You know what? I would hope that they would really get in a lot of trouble. And a lot of people will come down on it, but I don't think a lot of people would in today's times.
Yeah.
Well,
Unfortunately, I don't
well,
think they would.
Ray Charles did that. Ray Charles took gospel songs and made it R&B.
Yep.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
true.
that's
That's
true. That,
true.
that was his style. He took that style. Yeah,
Yeah, the format. Yeah.
yeah. He took the
Mhm.
format. You're right about that. And he did go through a lot of But remember, we was talking about artists back in the day. Look at how they turned out. Remember, he went through a lot of stuff too. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Personally, he was conflicted with a lot of stuff and a lot of demons too that he had to before he passed away. You know what I'm saying? Remember when he became a
Right.
drug addict
Yeah.
and all that, and Nicole had pointed out earlier about look at these people that try to do that crossover stuff. Look at what happened to 'em. Look at the Sam Cooke. Look at the Otis Redding. You know what I'm saying? And some of the other ones. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's rough. Need to stop playing with God, man. You need
But
to
look, I,
stop
I
playing.
I don't think it's more about God; it's the money. Because I'm hearing the same thing now in the gospel world. Like we just said, the
Of course,
gospel now.
the love of money is the root of all evil. So yes, no
Exactly.
doubt
So
about
that's
it.
where it really
No doubt about it.
refers to. It's more the money.
Right,
Now
the love of it.
you
Yeah,
put
the love.
money into anything, whether you want to call yourself trying to do good in the world or not. But when you put a lot of money into something, and that's when you're gonna see the evil of anything come out, whether it's gospel or circular music. Because you can praise God and you can love God, but I guarantee you can still get caught up with the wrong promoter. You can still get caught up with the wrong producer. And if they hear God is on my side and they find out it's been number one for the last 22 weeks, and somehow you done made $75 million out of it. See how much God is being talked about and more about that money.
Right. Yeah, it goes all the way back, and we said it several times this evening. It's the love. It's the love of money,
Yeah.
and I want to make sure I'm very clear and that no one is misunderstanding when I say the love. I'm not saying money. I'm talking about the desire, the love of it is what
Yeah.
I'm saying. And that's the scripture. That's scripture too. It's like there's no problem with money, but when people want it and they desire it and they love it more than anything else, that's when you'll see that people are that's when you see the stuff that we see now.
Now, here's the thing, 'cause John P. Key, this is why I love John P. Key. Now, John P. Key is making money, but what I love about him is he's one of the few that doesn't make it about money. He's making exactly what you're talking about, desire. He'll
Exactly.
take the money. He'll take the money. Now he'll charge a lot, but it's only because he's taking that money and he's putting it back in his community. He's trying to save the community. He's trying to save the people. I've been to a few of his where he has sung when he's come to North Carolina, and I've just seen this man. He just made $50,000 from doing this concert, and he'll get up on the podium real quick, and he'll start handing out hundreds upon hundreds of dollars to the point where he done doggone there done the show for free because he feels like if there's a need somewhere, then he'll take care of it. Now, if more gospel artists were like that, and he still can maintain a nice lifestyle, and he's doing the will of the Lord. You know what I'm saying?
And I agree with you, right? I
I
agree
love
with you.
that video.
John has always been a caring and giving person. But like Kirk Franklin was here in Charleston on Tuesday night, and many people went to that concert, and I love Kirk's music. I can go and listen to that Hero album. I still
Mhm.
play that Hero CD like
Yeah, his
it's
music is great. His I'm
Yeah.
not. I never said his music wasn't good. I told you
but
he's the
but
reason that I started buying gospel
yeah,
music.
but here's my problem, right? So I didn't go to the concert on purpose, but I started looking at people's Facebook Live, and Kirk Franklin is up there dancing like he's Michael Jackson
Hmm.
during his concert,
Right.
and so I can't I can't get myself to go to George. Now I did go to Kirk's concert a few years ago when he came, um, when he was touring with Steve Harvey. But I couldn't bring myself to go. When you get older, you start learning a little bit differently, right? I
Hmm.
couldn't bring myself. I didn't want to see Kirk Franklin up there gyrating like he was Michael Jackson. You know, it's just when money becomes your number one goal, which replaced. Now, if you're gonna go out there and want to do music and you want that money, go out there and do secular music or pop music or any other thing. That's fine.
Hmm.
But if you're talking about doing sacred music, but your main goal is money, then your mission is already screwed up.
Right.
What
I
And
agree with that. I agree with that. I just had this same discussion, but only in football terms. But I'm gonna explain it to the same. It's like everybody wants to get what they worth, right? It's like you don't want to go nowhere and you seeing someone else making a booyah amount of money, and you're not saying that you want. You even if you want a half and half, but you just want what you're worth. You know what I'm saying? Because you're putting in time and effort to come in to do what you do. You know
I'm
what
the
I'm
wrong,
saying? You
I'm the
still
wrong person to
love
talk
for it, but you
about
know you still at the end of the day you got things you got to take care of and responsibilities that you got to take care of. And my thing is just how you view the money. And
that.
I guess is the way that I'm saying. It's like if I'm a John B. Key and I know I got 10 people I got to pay and all, and and I'm taking care of business, I'm not valuing more the money, but I am gonna charge what I need because at the end of the day, the reality is
you
I
got
have
to pay musicians. You got to pay for the venue that where
yeah,
you
you
are.
got to take care of
You
your
Man,
got to pay the
right?
sound guy. You got to pay the roadies or whatever. You
Yeah.
got to pay for the buses. You got to pay for the airline ticket.
there you go,
And
right?
you got to live too. So you do have to pay your
And,
mortgage
and
Right.
and
I
you have to
understand,
eat. So
I
yes.
understand all that, but here's my dilemma, right? I got a choir that has 80 something members in it. And yes, we do charge a not a astronomical fee for concerts. That's because I do have musicians and so forth on staff, right? But
Mhm.
I don't get paid as a director or as a conductor conducting that choir. If I did an orchestra, that was a little different. I have been in churches. I went Thursday night to a church to help them out, knowing that they can't pay me, but I understand why I do what I do and the
Hmm.
sacrifices I make is because I don't do what I do for money. Now,
Right.
I'm in a position to do that, right? And I'm quite sure D and Jazz, I don't know, but you have played for some churches where you didn't get paid too,
Oh
right?
my goodness. Of
Oh
You
course.
know
yeah,
what?
I did.
And,
After
and I'll be honest, sometimes willingly and sometimes not willingly. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
You get tricked,
Same
but
with me.
there's been times where it's been willingly too. But go ahead, D. What was you going to say?
Exactly.
well, the church that I play for, I mean, they are good to me, and I have never, never asked them for a raise or they always say, "Well, name your price." I said, I don't. I said, it's just whatever y'all give me, I'll be happy with it.
Hmm.
Being at this church for
I'm
20
very
years.
uncomfortable. Yeah, I'm uncomfortable answering that question. Like if I wind up in a situation where I have to, if I'm switching, I haven't switched around churches that often. But I am very uncomfortable when they say, "Well, how much? How much is?" And I'm like,
Oh yeah.
usually I'll say, "Well, my question back to them is, what can the church afford?"
That's what I said. What's
That's
your
usually,
budget?
That's the same
yeah,
with me. I'm the same
What
way.
yeah.
what's in your budget? Or they'll ask, I'll say, well, other churches right now are doing this for musicians. What is in your budget for that? But there have been churches that say, look, you know, the pastor took a pay cut, we all are taking cuts, and I can't do it. I have played and been minister of music for churches that I knew they were trying to do the right thing and couldn't afford it, because my purpose was not to get money. My purpose
Right.
was ministry. And I said that to say, I understand that you got a heavy budget. I understand that the musicians traveling with you have left their families to get on the road to travel and they need that. That's one thing. But when your primary goal is all about the money, I would rather hire a musician that says, look, I'm here because I want to do ministry, and still take care of that musician just as much as I would take care of a musician who has to have their flat fee, because
Yep.
I know that your heart is in the right place. And I think
Well,
that that's where gospel music has fallen off, right? Money has now been, how can I sell my music like the world is selling their music and make it a comfortable situation?
Well, for you to pull that off, if I was in that, because I'm the same way. Because like when I used to sing in churches sometimes, and I've had people ask me how much what I charge, and I'm like, y'all, I come from the old school. That's part of the reason why I would never be able to do business in church, because I don't know. I feel like I'm sinning if I ask for money in the church. But
Well,
maybe
you know, back in the Old Testament, the Levi, they were paid through
I was
tithes and
gonna say,
offerings, and then
yeah,
that was biblical. The Levites, I should say, the Levites,
yeah.
that
They and
they were
housing.
paid through.
They had housing. They had
Right,
housing
exactly. They
behind
had
the church.
everything. Yeah, and
So
it,
as
that
soon
that
as
and
I
that
got
that's
ready to have
biblical, and
church,
that's the Levites were the musicians and
so as
stuff
soon as
like
I got
that.
ready to have church, let me go ahead and call these singers and musicians because I want to have church. But what I'm saying is, you are supposed to be compensated, but that shouldn't be your primary goal. Is what I'm
Right.
saying.
right,
Yes.
right.
Yes. Right. Right.
I mean, it's like here, musicians now, especially for a smaller church. Like I said, with my church, I've never asked. I just left my gift that God gave me. You know, He always blessing me. Some way,
Yeah.
somehow. And
Right.
musicians here now, they won't do it, or they won't come and play for your church unless you giving them $300.
Oh, that's it. Just 300. Please, man. It's
No, they
like
have
in Baltimore,
500
man. You got some that's like 400 or 500
and
easily.
can't
Easily.
read a lick and
Yeah.
can't play a hymn, but they want
Right.
$400.
Yeah,
Right. And can't.
yeah,
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
you're absolutely
I've
right.
yeah, I've never I'm not gonna put out how much I get paid, but I'll let you know it ain't no three, it ain't no $500.
Yep. Yep.
It's not that.
Mine ain't either.
So it's
But
like, yeah.
but at the
but
same
I have did other stuff for people that I said, look, I don't charge. I said, if you want to give me something, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine too.
yeah,
I
that's
just use my gift to bless other people. And to be honest with you, before I leave out of there, they blessing me. And
Right.
they
right.
be like, I know you ain't, I know you didn't charge and not, but this is just a little something for helping us out. So the God's going to provide if you just trust in Him and just
And I
use your
believe
We
gift.
agree, we agree, but I'm not mad with the people too. I'm not mad either or, because like I said, John P. Key showed a great example. He charges, but yet he still gives and he bless others as well as
Mhm.
him being blessed. At the end of the day, it depends on what it is that you're trying to accomplish. Now, if I'm just going there to sing or something like that, and do a favor for a church, that's fine. But if I'm gonna come and I'm bringing a choir with me and I'm bringing these guys with me, I can't assume that everybody else should be the same way or feel the same way that I do, and
But
particularly if I'm trying to put on a concert or a show.
James, I don't think nobody disagrees with that, right? I don't
Right.
think
Yeah.
anybody talked about charging to do concerts, because that's something that you decided you're gonna take your money to do. You got venue that you gotta pay, you got sound tech. I mean, so that's a little different. I think my issue is when we have gospel artists now that drive off of that. Like now you got gospel artists that the other thing is, if your album ain't making money, you go and be a pastor, even if you ain't called to be a pastor, because
right.
you got to have that
You're right.
streaming revenue. And
Yeah.
I
Right.
think that's my problem with that. I've seen some great artists that people would never know, Even like Roberta Flack. Roberta Flack was a school teacher, or was a school teacher, but her other gig was recording and making music. So if the
Is she a
secular
school
artist,
teacher still now?
I don't know if she's
Oh,
retired or not. She
oh,
was, right?
okay.
But if the secular artists have enough sense to know that I need a true hustle, a main job, then why? How does stardism become so rampant in the church in gospel music that now my hustle has to be I'm gonna be a pastor instead of going and working my
Right.
9 to 5?
You know what?
Because
Because again, because now they're seeing these top preachers like T.D. Jakes and the rest of them making billions upon billions of dollars off the church. And some of them, I don't think a lot of them do it to praise God and do what's right. A lot of them see the money because you just hit the dead on the nail. It's like if I'm truly called to be a preacher, then you're right. I'm gonna make sure that my hustle is on point. I'm already have a job or something
yes,
I'm doing that's
well,
making me
church,
money, so that when I go to the church and give my time right, that I'm truly giving my time and I'm looking at that business as a blessing. Now I'm not saying the church don't want to give me something, that's fine, but I'm with you on that one. When you see
that
preachers want
and
to
that's
make
what gospel music has become.
Mhm.
Gospel music and the church has become a hustle. It is not a ministry. And I think that's going back to the conversation we started a couple of hours ago. That's what changed. Church and gospel music is now a hustle. It ain't about you getting good singers and
I do agree
I'm
with that.
going to travel. Even your best gospel artists, you'd be surprised to see how those folks live.
And you know it's a hustle when they'll charge a certain people because they're trying to figure out who's in a different class. Like, wait a minute, when had a hustle got to this point where you got the nerve to charge a certain price because you know this certain person can pay for it or this one may can or not. It's like whatever happened to simply to give what you can or give your 10%.
Yeah,
And for those who can't give 10%, why would you even ask for that? It's like leave them alone, bless
like,
them. For the ones
like
that can't afford, take the money and bless the ones who can.
this big social media thing now with Juanita Bynum. You know,
Oh,
people are being exposed for their hustle. You just
Right.
got to be careful that things don't become a hustle, right? So
Right.
even like looking at Kirk, I know you got to get your money. I know that you got to pay these musicians and the venues got to be paid, the promoters got to be paid. But me being in the music industry, I know that when an artist comes to your town on a Tuesday night, that is a smaller venue, and they're trying to get extra money to go to the bigger venue over the weekend. True or false?
Mhm.
I
True. True.
bro, I hear you.
Well,
So
But
go ahead, D.
uh, I know. It was funny that you said that because Dottie People came here years ago, and she will not, and I mean absolutely will not come out to sing unless she got that full price.
Right, a certain part. Yeah, and there's a lot of those gospel artists where they like it's like don't even talk to them. It's like
Right.
here's the flat fee. If you don't have it, have a nice day. There's no budging.
That's Shirley
And,
C. Dorothy
no,
Norman.
yeah, like the Dottie People. I mean, she was there. She was there, and I guess they, told her that, hey, we don't have all the money. Well, she did perform, but she only did 2 songs, and then she was out.
Wow. Mm.
Yeah.
So I mean, once again, then they get into and how they get you right. So they get on the radio, and they get on these secular stations like Steve Harvey and other shows, and then they talk about we got to make money too, and we have to live too. But going back to why has the music and gospel music changed so much? It's because we're living by the world standards. We don't have
Yeah.
true gospel musicians as we used to. I had hope in Donny Hathaway. I mean Donny McClurkin. I
Yeah.
had hope in those artists. But when you look at it, this has become a hustle for
Yeah,
many people.
yeah, yeah. So, what you know what is interesting because I heard now this is just a person that's on YouTube. I heard him say that maybe music shouldn't be called gospel music if you want to sell it, because the gospel is supposed to be free. So if you have music and you're calling it gospel music, and your music is supposed to try to stir people to becoming Christian, or be getting it, turning their lives over to Jesus Christ and being saved from their sins, then should you even charge for your music? You know what I'm saying? It's like we're in a world where you can put your music out free of charge. It's not hard for people to hear your songs, and
Right.
it don't even really cost you to do that. And I said, you know what? That's kind of interesting because if we want to call it gospel music, we are not supposed to charge for the gospel. Now, granted, a lot of music that might go under the title gospel, there's not a gospel message in it. So,
Yeah.
you know what I'm
That's
saying?
right.
But what about the songs that has a gospel message in it? Should those artists even be charging for their music? It's like and it does make me go, it's like maybe you need to do some inspirational songs then if you want to be a quote unquote gospel artist, and stop selling the gospel. Stop
Well,
trying to sell the gospel. What's your thoughts on that?
to me, I mean, it bothers me because it's basically charging people, to to teach them the truth. You see what
Right.
I'm saying? And it's just it really honestly doesn't make sense to me. Honestly.
Well,
Okay.
and it just goes back to, you know, that's where music is now anyway. And the reason why they're calling it gospel music is because they're still trying to placate to an audience. Now, I am and was a very gospel music lover. Like I would go on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I would go and buy every tape and see it up with gospel artists that I knew. But the problem that has become is even in those things, it was all about at one point getting your music into Walmart and
Yeah.
getting your
Mhm.
music at these big conventions
Right.
because you got to keep that hustle and keep your name out there. It We really don't have, and I'm gonna get in trouble when I say this, but I don't think we have gospel artists nowadays.
No,
I
we
think we
don't.
have inspirational
No.
artists,
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
and there will be people who would be hard pressed to debate me on that. Like even putting Jesus on top of some Gap band music ain't gospel, but
Right.
we want to
Yeah.
consider that gospel, and we want to wonder, well, how has music influenced the church? Why is the church so? And I know this hadn't been a hot topic tonight because I started seeing people chiming off, but talking about a genre of music, we've talked about every other genre, R&B, funk, and
Yeah.
soul, that all came from gospel, but the roles are reversed. Those folks left gospel music to make money. Those
Exactly.
folks went into the secular world to make money because even Thomas Dorsey left the church at one point, went and played in the blues house. Then he came back to church. Did you know that Thomas Dorsey used to play in the clubs on
Nah,
Saturday
I didn't
night?
know
I
that.
didn't know that.
And he was revered as the father of gospel music.
Wow.
But
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, but he came
Wow.
back to the church. He didn't do both. But Thomas Dorsey used to play in clubs on Saturday nights. And he used to get in trouble on Sunday mornings because the folks would say that he was using the same chords for clubs that he was using in church.
Right.
So we've always seen that trend. I think the problem becomes is when you start trying to live kingdom status by worldly status, and we get those two
Hmm.
things mixed up.
Interesting comments on what I said in the chat room. I mean, when I said something about true gospel songs, should you even charge for it? And I agree with what they're saying in the chat. We have there is a cost to spreading the gospel to a certain extent, and I agree with that. Then that was Fresh Sounds, Florida. And that person also said, even during the times of Christ, the saints would willingly fund different ministries because it was necessary. I agree. That is scripture. And then Denise in the chat said people that have a music ministry should be compensated as you would your pastors. And then Fresh Sounds Florida said, without the funds, it would be impossible to get the message out further or even keep the lights on for new followers of Christ to come. So I agree with all that stuff. So, you know,
I don't
I
dis- I don't disagree. I don't disagree at all. I just say check your motives. Money shouldn't be your primary
Right.
motive.
right, and I
I
agree
don't.
with that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And like I said, I mentioned Old Testament Levites. 100% was, you know what I'm saying, they were taken care of by the church, the musicians and stuff like that, the people that will write the songs and all that stuff. So I mean, it's, you know, this it's scripture.
Yeah,
It's scripture.
What
they had
what
house.
this come but this is another question that I have then. I know a lot of times y'all play for your churches that you are a member of. Do y'all agree that if you're a member of the church and you their musician, should you get paid or not paid but give a love? You should be given a love offering.
All right, so you're saying if you're a paid musician at a church, should you be given an offering? Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm saying like if
Oh,
you were a member of that church.
oh, if you're a member of the church, okay, got you.
And
Okay,
that comes up a lot, right? Because I've known musicians who have not joined the church because when they join the church, their income stops, right? I've seen churches say, "Well, look, you are part of us, and so you shouldn't be on salary." And then the argument comes up to say, "Well, the pastor shouldn't be on salary,
right,
right?"
right, right.
Yeah.
Right, yeah,
Or the musician would say, "Well, then in that case, I don't want to be a member no more. Y'all can cancel my membership."
I'm a contract now.
Right.
and and so I there are musicians, and I agree with them too, that says, look, I put in the same amount of time the pastor goes to prepare his word on Sunday
Yeah, we
is
have to do rehearsals with
the same
other people. Yeah.
right, and I gotta lug all this equipment out because y'all don't have no equipment here anyway. I gotta go and practice the music and rewind. Back in these days, gotta rewind the tape to get the save to get the chords because there was no YouTube to learn music. So I've seen that argument as well.
Right.
And
yeah.
and all I say is it's really depending on if the church is in a
He
position
knew
to
exactly
take
what the
care of
time.
that.
Okay.
Because here, I mean, now I don't know how it is in Baltimore or wherever y'all at, but I know here, man, these churches would do anything to keep their musicians because, musicians just so hard to find. I mean, if I was to take off, I can't even find nobody that would take my place
Well,
because
Right.
all the musicians are just sold up.
so here's where I know I'm falling short with God, right? I remember promising God that if He ever taught me how to play, I would go and I would never sit in the church because I used to attend churches that at some point, didn't have musicians or go to a
Mhm.
church program that didn't. And so
Mhm.
every Sunday, unless I go and substitute for a musician friend of mine, I feel bad because I'm attending a church that's not the same culture that I grew up in, but I'm attending a church that I don't play for, right?
Yeah.
And so I feel very bad because there's so many churches down here needing musicians. But then
Yeah.
I play for churches and have not been spiritually fed. So
Yes.
it becomes a job, and that's not where I'm going to church for. So there's the conflict I have.
Say that. Yeah, that's what I'm dealing with. Cause see, I left my home church. It's not because I didn't want to be the musician there. It was just I wasn't getting fed. Uh,
Okay.
you know, by there, and that just And then you got a pastor that's saying that well, we don't need music no way. And I told him, I said, music, you need music because music is what sets the tone, but to ready to hear the word.
Exactly. He sound like
Exactly.
a fool. Cause let's see how long that's gonna last when y'all don't have no music You gonna
Good
get
luck.
tired of
Yep.
them. You gonna get tired of them acapella songs and a heartbeat or playing them tracks. You
That's
need
it.
music.
I guess at the end of the day, I guess it's all like you said. You got to check your soul. At the end of the day, if you can honestly live with whatever it is that you're doing for God, and if your soul is telling you to go forward with that, then forget what everybody else is saying. Listen to your heart, because that to me is where God is talking to you at. You know the difference if
Yeah.
if your soul is talking to you compared to your head or your finance. You going in there, you doing business, and clearly you're not doing it for the heart. This is all about the business. This is where all the mess and the confusion gets started up in the church. But if you, because we all been singers and musicians, and because I have been criticized many times, but I'm the type of singers that when I feel something while I'm singing it, if it's in my spirit, I can't tell you why, but I feel like it's there for a reason. So I
Right.
remember when I first started doing contemporary, and I was doing quartet for a lot of groups. So quartet has a certain format that they stick with. For
Mhm.
that they just show to me, and it's like okay, but you'll get to a certain part, and it's like. Mm, and you'll feel something, and you may do a run here or somewhere, or you just may hit a note that's not normally heard of in a quartet type sound, and it's like, and we don't where did this come from? Why did you do that? You
Right.
trying to make circular music? It's like, dude, no, it's just what I felt at the time. It's when I say it, listen. When I was growing up, my own parents told me, if you're not serious about what you do, if you don't take your blessing, your art seriously, then don't do it. So it's like when I'm up there, and it's like, and some of them don't, because some of them want to perform. That's the difference in somebody who's doing what
Yeah.
they're feeling and someone who's performing. Now that's why I don't watch Sunday's Best, right? That's one of the main reasons, because it's like it's come to a point where you can see it's more about performing
Yeah.
than it is praising, and I have a huge problem with that, because it's like, well, all of them can sing, we know that, but when did we take gospel music and made it seem like it was more popular to be a performer in something that is supposed to be about our Lord and Savior? It's like, if God has blessed you to be an anointing, I don't want to see a performance from you. I want to see what is your message from God to the world.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
How can
Yeah.
you have a message if you're focused on how you dancing and I'm not, don't get me wrong, I understand that you want the music to be right, right? It's like that's what rehearsals is for. You go to rehearsals and you make sure that you know how you gonna start, how you gonna finish. If you're doing
Mhm.
songs, how you bring all your songs. That's what rehearsal is for. But once that's all that's said is done, and it's time to do the actual the praise and worship, performance should be out of your head, and it's all about praising Him. And it's just like, okay, I'm not worried about if I'm stepping to this way, or if I'm doing this, or am I closing my eyes because I want to sell the performance, and I want to kick off my shoes and act like a fool because this is what get. No, I just want to give my message and let my message be the thing that gets people. If that's so, if that's what they choose to do, so it's like I have a huge issue with people who just want to perform, because to me, that just tells me you're not about trying to get the word out. You're just all about trying to look good. You're all about what makes you sell your product. It's not about
Right.
God's grace and mercy. And yeah, I hear you on that one. That I have a huge problem with that. And yeah, because that was the way I was raised. I was raised to take my gift and to serve God, and my gift should be able to praise and worship the people who need it. I shouldn't be worrying about if I got on the right clothes, or do I have the right this or
Mm-hmm.
the other. I take care of all of that in practice. Now I'm coming here for praise and worship, and I want to be able to give you who I am. And
Right.
I can do that if I'm so worried about the performance. Now, if I'm wrong, y'all tell me I'm wrong. But
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, I agree with you.
I'm all about what you see is what you get. It's like when I take that mic, I'm more like Michael Jackson. If I don't feel it, I can't sing it. If I don't feel it.
Now
Yeah.
I told you about that, but anyway, I'll leave it alone because Michael was going to do what Joe said, but anyway, or he was going to feel it. And I told you that the other.
Well, I hear you. I hear you. Well, my daddy won't Joe, thank God, but my daddy made it real clear to me and my mom. If you don't take your craft seriously, then you're cheating yourself. Don't go
Yeah.
up in there and make no mess out of yourself. But at the same time, he always told me, don't you take your hind parts up in there and perform nothing. If you
Yeah.
don't go
You
in there,
need to be ministering.
exactly. And I have taken that with me. So whether it makes me $100 million or it makes me $100, it don't matter to me because I live by that code. When I sing something, I got to feel it.
Right.
And I rather and that's why I like John P. Key. John P. Key, he got the best of both worlds. I mean, he ain't the richest in the world, but his name rings out. Why? Because you can just feel what he does. He means what he sings.
Right.
And it ain't about no show. He ain't worrying about. I mean, look, he'll come in there. He ain't got on no church clothes. He'll throw on some baggage sweatpants and a sweatshirt. Give him a piano and a mic.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The
I
same
agree.
did 30 years ago. For him, it's about praise and worship, whether it's contemporary, old fashioned gospel, whatever it is. It's about feeling what the message that he has, and that's why I like him. That's why I like Fred. Same reason. It's about the message. It's
I
like
like to. I like to go back to when you're talking about the musicians. These musicians these days now, absolutely, they can't even play a hymn.
Yeah. Right.
yeah, you
They
right.
cannot play hymns at all. When it comes to the hymns, they looking at me. I'm like, y'all can't play a hymn.
How you can figure out a C major jazz chord, but if someone
They need to learn how to read these stuff right here. Hymn book.
Exactly.
like play
Exactly.
for me, like yeah,
My dad, I used to laugh at my dad because he was a musician before he passed away a couple of years ago, and I would go pick him up after church. Sometimes the only way I could spend time with him was to go to church with him while he was playing, and he used to get me in trouble with so many friends, man, who were musicians. He said, "He's no musician." I said, "Dad, you can't say that, right?" He said, "When they're asking him to start the song, he's telling them, 'You start the song, and I'll find you.' That's not a musician. You can't play the intro to
yeah,
it."
yeah. It's just like to me. If I could get a guy in school who can
That's
solve
the hymn
all
right there. Well, what hymn was that? Go ahead, James. Go ahead.
Oh
no, no, no,
Lord,
but it's just it's just simple. It's like you ever seen somebody who's so smart and can solve the most difficult math problem,
Mhm.
but then if you ask them, hey, what's 2 plus 2? So far advanced, like they forgot the basics. It's basically about the basics. Like you have to even start with the basics in order to get there. And so you be asking them, how is it that you can solve this? But if I ask you the most simplest and basic question, you're looking at me like a deer in headlights. Uh,
That's right.
yeah, it's like if you forget your foundation, how can you not get lost?
All right.
It's like that. Yeah, I think that's where this whole topic is going to. It's like we have forgotten our foundation. It's not that we don't have no problems with the contemporary stuff.
Right.
We have gotten so contemporary to the point we have forgotten and just abandoned where we've
Our
come
hymns.
with the
Yeah,
foundation. Right.
I'm so glad that at least at the church where I play that we do an opening hymn every month we do one and we do it that for that month. So I'm glad that we at least still keep at least that much. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
Well, we got away from the hymns because we have done hymns so many times, and it's nothing wrong with the hymns because I love the hymn as well. But sometimes you gotta get
well,
away from the hymn.
like I said, is we still do the other stuff. I mean, we just did Tasha Cobb's song. What was that song? What was it? I think it's you know
He know my name.
Right,
Yeah.
we just did that. That's something that's right now. He knows
Know
my
my
Oh
name.
yeah, but
We
but
did
but but
we
but
did that tonight.
yeah, but before we did that, we got then sings my soul,
Yeah.
my Savior God to you. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna do that first. How great thou art.
So,
If I stop
so
hitting the wrong note, but
yeah, I have to say that in order to, and that's another problem. I'm going back to why has church and church music changed, right? Because young people don't believe in doing hymns. In order to capture your audience, right? If you're gonna have a congregation that is diverse, you got to be able to reach your audience. You
Oh
know,
yeah.
Yeah, but then again, we're not teaching them the value of the foundation either.
that's what I'm getting ready to
Yeah,
say. You gotta
exactly.
also teach an appreciation for the hymns, because before there was Tasha Cobbs, there was a hymn.
right.
Yeah.
Bingo. Exactly, brother. Exactly. Everything had a starting point. You can't disrespect the starting point and say that you value where you are today.
I mean, we talk about that when we're doing our secular talks, when we talk about the different artists and stuff, and we say the same thing about that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, you can't disrespect the Temptations and blah blah blah. If you're talking about the groups of the '90s, the same thing here. Well, which would be the gospel music. It's like gospel. It's like a lot of the lyrics in the gospel, in the hymns, I should say.
Right.
Man, if
Mhm.
you really take the time to read those lyrics, you'll be like, oh wow, man, we don't write songs like this anymore.
Because I know certain hymns that I like. Like now there is one hymn that I
That's
think.
Hezekiah Walker keeps singing the same 7 words, modulating 10 times. But I ain't gonna.
Yeah, you know that, yeah, the one that sing, yeah, but that's how we used to do it back in the old days. We used to sing the thing, but everybody
you
say,
know, you know that one Hezekiah
do
song.
the best run with thank you, Lord, right? We
It,
got
it, it is funny because Hezekiah, one of his songs that he did, he always do that change is one of the songs where he's literally just playing 1 4 5 for the whole song, but he does it in every single key. Oh, Lord, we praise you. Take it up. Oh Lord, we praise. Take it up. Oh Lord, we praise you. Take it up. Oh Lord,
I
we.
love
I mean,
Hez and no
you're
Hez.
right about Hezekiah, man.
I love Hez. He's a nice guy, but
He'll just keep taking it up.
we call them 7-11 songs.
I do have a question speaking of hymns.
11 times.
I do have a question speaking of hymns. Now, y'all ain't gonna laugh at me when I'm about to ask,
Oh,
right?
yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Oh, we will.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Good, right? I have a question. For so many years, y'all know when the church used to collect the money, right? And then once we finished collecting the money, then I guess the head usher would raise the money and the song would come on. And it starts off with, all things come of thee, oh Lord. Okay,
And of thy own.
okay. Soon as you sing, what is the rest of them words they saying? And something as we give.
Yeah.
I get quiet on
I'm
the part.
usually playing it, but it's in my hymn book. I can
Oh,
tell you.
come
Hold
on,
up. All
oh
things come
Lord, and of thine own.
own.
Oh, and that. Okay, I always wondered what was being said there because I didn't understand nothing, and all I could do was get quiet. I used to get in trouble so many times, and all I could sing is "All things come of thee, oh Lord."
Here you go, James. Here you go, James. Hey, James. There it is, right there. All things come of thee, right there. There you go, right there. There go the words right there, man. I don't know if you can see them from here though. I don't know. Can you see it?
Glasses, hold on. But Yeah, I always wanted
See,
that. You
that's
know,
it right there.
am I the only one who used to get
That's
some
in the
of their
key of
own
F.
verses?
Yeah,
Slavery.
yeah,
Am
it's
I
an
the
F.
only one who used to get some of their own verses on certain songs? Like,
I didn't know it either.
Right. Oh, I messed up. I'm sorry. Oh, then you got.
because as a kid, I used to always think that all things come
Then you
up
gotta do the all men, right?
and vital. That's what I thought he was saying, right? And vital. For years, that's what I thought wasn't even close. Like, okay, well then, what is the words? Because we as black folks are putting our own words in a heartbeat if we don't know, instead of just
Right.
quiet about
Yeah.
Oh
it.
yeah, we do that all the time. Yeah.
And,
I still do it today. Look on my piano tutorials. I do it all the time because I usually don't know the words to most of the songs anyway.
you gotta come look at it.
So if you look at the last video I did, I guarantee you probably hear me going la la li dee dee da da whatever song it is.
Or you be listening and be like, wait a minute, ain't
I
that a
don't know the
verse
words.
from? Wait a minute, ain't that a verse from Barry White song? But okay,
Oh yeah, practice what you preach. Oh no, he wasn't talking about church preaching. Oh man. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, yeah.
my bad.
Oh,
That's
Yeah.
the only words that came to mind.
Mhm.
But yeah, I hear what you're saying, man. With the circular music of the day, I'm with you too. Me and my mom just had this discussion today, and we was listening to a gospel, so-called gospel station, and it's getting to the point now. It sounded more like any other station, same beats and music I hear the young people doing. I'm now starting to hear on so-called gospel stations. Like,
Hey Jane, you know what? It's funny that you said that about that you didn't know what it was because it's an old hymn. I don't know if y'all know it that they used to sing back in the day. And my dad, he was a preacher, and he always sung it like, I love the Lord. He heard my cry.
oh
You
yeah.
better sing, D.
Oh,
Sing,
you
D.
got. Oh
Sing,
yeah.
D. Come on, D. Sing it.
And when you get to sing it, and you be like, what are they saying there? You going,
Come on.
and
You know.
take it higher. Like
do,
you really don't know the words if you go half step.
do y'all know the reason, the history behind the linings of the hymns? Do y'all know the reasons for lining?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
No, I
What do
don't. I'm
you know
not gonna
about
lie. I don't.
it? D? What do you know about it, D?
The hymns that came back during the slavery times.
Yeah, there you
Uh,
go.
when
Okay.
you
Well, I did know that. I did know that. With
That's
the,
what I
you
know.
know
I know
when
that.
they was out, they even had a hymn to tell you how to get to freedom.
Right. The Underground
Yeah,
Railroad and all
but
that stuff.
I'm
yeah.
Yeah.
talking.
When I was
I'm talking specifically about why the lining of the hymns came about.
hmm
Oh,
So
when you say lining, are you talking about like the numbers, like the
if
no,
number of
I'm
syllables and stuff
talking
like
about
that?
just what D did when the leader was saying, "I love the Lord, He heard my cry."
ain't that some sort of code for the under
No, that not that particular. The lining of the hymns. Now there were spirituals that were
Yeah,
sung
spirituals.
like
Yeah, it was
that.
more than
Yeah.
the spirituals was
That
stuff for
great
the slavery.
in that great getting up morning that was code words for telling you in the morning when I get up we're gonna leave and escape. So there were spirituals that actually had
Messages. It was the message. Yeah, it was the message. Yeah.
but the line
Wow.
of the hymns, many of the slaves could not read for majority.
Yeah.
So the leaders actually read the passages and also outlined the hymns, and they would sing behind them. So that's why I
Yeah.
asked.
And that's why they start off with that.
Yes, and we
hmm
carry it on as a tradition. So I mean, there were
You
some.
talking like call and response? Then I guess you're talking about. Is that what you're talking about?
You can say calling and response because it is a call and response tune, but that's not what I was referring to. Call and
Okay.
response happened a whole lot in the fields, but what I'm particularly referring to when she started lining the hymns was the history just of the lining of the hymn, not anything
hmm
else, right? So
Okay.
I didn't say lining up the spirituals because I love the Lord, He heard my cry. That's a hymn. That's not really a spiritual. So I was
Right.
talking about lining of the hymns and the
Okay.
Yeah.
tradition of lining of the hymns.
And that's why they do that. I'll be like, what in the world? This is so draggy, and I wonder will we meet
Well, I'm
again?
glad I did it.
You know.
What denomination did you grow up? Because that a lot of Baptists did that back in the day.
Oh, I'm Baptist.
So
Baptist.
that was a
Yeah,
big
so am I.
Okay.
Man, that's a great history lesson. See, God knew who to bring who at what time and era. Cause if He would have brought me back in the day, I'd have had a whole lot of people confused.
Uh,
Oh,
hey Nathan, can you explain it one more time so I can make sure I understand what you mean by the lining up the hymns again?
So what she just did, what Dee just did, is the leader sings the first part of the hymn,
Okay.
and then the congregation sings the hymn after her,
Okay.
after right. So there was a time that our ancestors, they were many of them could not read.
Right.
So many of the scriptures and many of the songs, when they would say, "Give me a good calming meter tune," and line up the hymns, that the leaders would line the hymns.
Mhm.
They would sing the stanza first, and then the audience would sing it back, right?
Yeah.
And not so much of a melody form, but it was really how the people interpreted the hymns, right?
Okay.
Which is
Gotcha.
the difference between the spirituals. Hymns were mainly written by people's experiences. You have African American hymns, but you also have Caucasian hymns, which is like Amazing Grace,
Mm-hmm.
right? That some say is a spiritual, some say is a hymn.
Right.
But Amazing Grace wasn't written by an African American; it was written by a white man on a slave ship. So there's a difference between the spirituals, where African Americans or the Africans that came into this country used to do call and response, because our ancestors came from Africa. So they musically and rhythmically was all over them. They could go into a field and make a drum, right? They could
Mhm.
go into a field, and because the slave masters or slave owners didn't think nothing of it, them slaves down there just making noise and singing, because that's what we were. We were a group of people that were musically inclined. But in those
Wow.
singings, we'll be in the field saying, "Hey, in the great getting up morning," and you hear the other person say, "Fare thee well, fare you well." What does that mean? That in the morning, I'm getting ready to leave up out of here. You know,
That's right.
Right, right,
bring a
right.
little sweet carry for those, all of those spirituals. And we know that spirituals didn't have they didn't have music. It was acapella, right?
Well,
Yeah, that's
yeah,
true.
yeah.
That's
I
true.
mean, they were in the middle of working usually when those songs would come about. So yeah,
Right. So then,
yeah.
but you also have field songs, and those are songs that were just
Oh
sung in church.
yeah.
You know, so I asked Dee what denomination did she grow up in, because most of the lining of the hymns had those lines of Baptist. Not to say that A&E churches didn't do them, but Baptist church really took that art form on and perfected.
Yeah, they
Oh,
did.
okay.
All right. I love learning new stuff, man. Definitely.
Yeah, trust me. When I do music, I just don't do it. I try to learn it, um, as as much as I can. The meaning of it and why did they do it? Why do we have them?
But the problem with young musicians is they don't learn, and
Right.
so
Right,
Yeah.
right.
and what they do learn is the Tasha Cobb and all of that other stuff. So
Hmm.
we're continuing to lose the history of the church, right? We're
Right.
continuing to learn through music in its art form. So going back to our discussion as why has gospel music changed so much? When you got a group of people who are not learning or who aren't being taught, they can't
Right.
get to play it as unless they're playing a new arrangement of it as well,
Right.
artists that they're hearing on the radio.
Yeah.
So we just got to be mindful as musicians, even if you're playing R&B and funk soul. Music is just recycling itself, but the only music that's not recycling itself is gospel music.
Right.
Now there is a group of people that want to bring the choir sound back from the '90s,
Hmm.
but everybody else is recycling their own music except the church. The church is still borrowing music from the world.
Yeah. The thing that's popular in the church now, and Nicole actually said it in the chat room earlier, is praise and worship. That's what it's
Yeah.
all about now in the church. It's like you get yourself a praise and worship group,
And when I
and,
grew up,
and,
it was
and that's
devotion.
what's taking over.
Yeah, when we grew up, it was devotional, right? I don't know.
Right, devotion. Yeah,
Yeah.
actually devotional.
You
Yeah.
know? And
And we
so,
still do devotional at our church.
But then again, y'all said something when you were saying that we get most of this stuff from the world. Not really. The world actually got everything from its foundation through us. So basically, we just interpret it as the circular world because gospel has been done in so many forms now. But the foundation all came from us. It it,
uh,
it started. It
I,
started in
I,
church.
I said earlier that the foundation of music, gospel music, church music, had an influence on blues and many other art forms of music. However,
Right.
as music progressed, church folks started borrowing worldly things and bringing it back to the church to say, "Hey, here's this nice diminished chord I learned outside at the jazz bar. Now I'm gonna come and put it into this hymn." Right? That
Uh-huh.
is David Thomas Dorsey, and some of that stuff is not bad until you start changing the sound and the influence of gospel music. It's gotten so far now that I don't really hear gospel music.
Yeah, well, forms change over time because when Andre Crouch and James Cleveland was coming up, they were like the new. Today is still considered traditional, but they were looked at as the new wave of gospel, coming from the hymns to traditional gospel that we usually grew up and heard up until the late '80s. Then um, contemporary gospel started coming in. The Fred Hammonds, the John
Well,
Keys.
well, I agree and disagree because when Hawkins came, a lot of folks thought the Hawkins have lost their mind, right?
Okay, so they did. Okay,
Yeah, and Oh Happy Day that went it crossed genres. Many folks thought that he had lost his mind because Oh Happy Day was really a hymn that
Yeah.
Edwin
Right. Oh, right.
and
Yeah.
made it into something different. But I say that to say that even though James Cleveland and them were more contemporary, they still played within the game. Like you didn't go too far. You know just how far to
right,
go. You
right.
know,
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't recently until the Hawkins came out with their stuff that okay, this is starting to change, and I can't really feel all that, right?
Right.
Especially when they started having "Thank You, Lord, for all you done for me" and all those type of other songs. Although they had meaning to them, there was a young audience that accepted it, but there was a wild audience that didn't. Then you move into '90s. You got Kirk Franklin, you got John P. Key, you got Fred Hammond. Now y'all just in the clubs now.
Yeah.
What church it out?
Let me play the melody of what "Oh Happy Day" is supposed to sound like. Just the melody. Oh happy day that freed my choice on the day. Yeah. I'm sorry, and I messed up right there, but I'll keep going. Da 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 da. Now, is that what y'all? Is it when y'all when y'all think of "Oh Happy Day"? Is that the melody y'all think of?
Well, that
No, it's
Nope.
not the melody you
Nope.
think of. You think of
Nope.
Walter. I just wanted to point that out of how much they actually changed "Oh Happy Day." Like when he said it was a hymn first, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. Happy day.
Okay,
That's how "Oh Happy Day" is supposed to sound if you're reading it from right here, which is the hymn book.
just like "Pass Me Not." When I first heard "Pass Me Not, O Gentle Savior," it
Mhm.
was more of a fast version. I had no
Douglas,
idea for the first that it actually started off a slow version. I was
yeah,
Yeah.
used to
you
hearing
talking about Douglas Miller, right? Pass me not, oh gentle
Gentle
Savior.
Savior. Right, right. That's what I'm used to. When
Douglas
you were to
Miller.
back up and clapping. And
Yeah,
rock,
it was a lot of that going on in the black church back in the days where they would take the hymns and they would just put, urbanize them for that time period. I would say urbanize them for that
but you
time
could be
period.
surprised about songs that you think that are one way or another. Just like not to get off gospel, but again, Smokey Robinson, um, um, who's loving you? When he sang it, it was like I couldn't recognize Michael's version in it because the way he sang, I had to really listen to the words. But then once I heard the words, and I'm saying, wow, thank God Michael did his rendition because I would never in my life even considered that song for singing it. Um, so but I get what you're saying. It's like everything has a foundation. Yeah, a lot of, but I think, like you said, gospel is meant to do transition. How far it goes, I guess it depends on us. And I'm hearing what you're saying. I'm guessing what you're saying is you wish that the new generation would still keep a little bit of the old and keep it contemporary while maybe pushing the boundaries just a little, but still giving enough respect for. I hear what you're saying. I don't feel you on that one. Yeah.
I just think there needs to be a balance. Anything that's out of balance is not healthy. If I am taking too much vitamin D or vitamin whatever, I know that vitamins are good for me. But if I'm just taking one choice of vitamins and neglecting the other, my body's out of whack, right?
Right.
So is it with our music. We went too far to one side, and so our music is out of whack. And then we want to know why aren't people coming and enjoying church music?
Or why we getting criticized? Yeah.
Right. I mean, those who are music scholars know that even Beethoven and Bach was criticized.
Yep, during their time, that classical music, that stuff was considered urban, for lack of a better word, contemporary.
A lot of folks didn't like Bach.
Right, exactly.
But history would tell you that the Baroque period ended when Bach died. You understand? So that's how much of an influence the man had on the Baroque period. So, I mean, anytime there's a new wave of musicians, people aren't used to it, right? So I get that.
Yeah, because we think exactly.
The problem is at least Bach had enough sense to understand those who went before him. He needed to show respect. Handel went into the woods and was able to write a beautiful piece of music that people are still singing, black and white.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Yeah.
Hallelujah. 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 Handel's Messiah, for those who don't know. It's a piece of work that's about this thick. It's like that many different songs in it. But yeah, I love Handel's Messiah. George Frederick Handel. I love George Frederick Handel's Messiah. I love
People said that he was inspired by God to write it because he wrote it. There was not a whole lot of additions or redishes or revisions.
He kind of died right after he made it too. It's like I don't even know if he actually seen the whole thing performed before or something like that.
So you know, people aren't gonna like new music. It's just the way that it is. But in playing the music, you still gotta give respect. Mozart, as a child, was able to he had perfect pitch. He could score a whole symphony for you.
Yeah, like 6 years old, wasn't he? Like doing that stuff. Like, yeah, it was ridiculous, right?
But he still had enough sense to pay homage to those before him. You gotta learn. You just don't throw it away.
Right.
That makes music makes us well rounded. But for some reason, in my opinion, the church is the only people that don't. I should say the African American church, the black church,
right.
The ones that don't appreciate the whole history of where we come from musically.
I feel you.
You know one thing that I regret, and Jazz, you're gonna have to probably do a tutorial on it. The only one that I don't know how to play well, and I try to tell when I do get students that to learn how to play the black hymn, lift every voice and sing.
Oh yeah, I can only play it when I'm reading it out this book, but yeah, I don't have it memorized. But Yeah, I love that. I love
Yeah,
playing. Oh, you
you
talking
need
about
to do
yeah,
you
the
need to do a
African American.
tutorial on that.
Yeah, let me see if I can play a little bit of it now. Hold on. Yeah, I love that song. But
Is that
yeah,
are you playing in the key of C or D flat? Which key you playing?
I'm going to tell you in a second. I think it's A flat to be honest with you in this book, but I'll let you know in a second. I'm looking now. I got the African American hymnal.
Okay.
Uh, Lift Every Voice is 540. All right, page 540. Yes, it's an A flat on here. It's Rise and sing to earth and heaven, reign with the harmony. You can tell I haven't played in a while. Deep of liberty, let our rejoicing rise high as the yeah. It's an A flat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
now I'm gonna tell you, all that is easy. Is when you get to that. See,
Oh yeah, you
Right.
talking about sing a song full of. In my hymn book, they just have it written
Oh
as
yeah.
octaves. They literally only have it written as octaves. It's just they don't even have chords written. It's just octaves. Da 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 da. And then it goes
Yeah.
and then it goes sing to F flat. Then dun, 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 dun. Facing the rising sun of a new day begun. Let us march on to victory is won. All right, yeah, come on now, yo. I got warmed up now.
yeah.
I'm ready to play it now. I'm
You
warmed up.
you want to talk about if you're gonna pay your musician after a Saturday service at Black History Month? Let them not be able to play that lift every voice.
Oh yeah, for real. Be like, yo,
Right.
get out of here, man.
And see, we do that every February, so that's why
Right.
I was
Oh
like,
yeah. Oh yeah,
you know,
definitely.
I
Every
need to learn that. And then that's the one thing I regret being a musician is not knowing how to play that song.
Yeah, I would teach it basically the way I played out this hymn book because this is I've seen it maybe in the key of C before or D major before. I'm
Right.
not
I
sure,
played
but
it.
I'm used to A flat. I'm used to sight reading it in A flat. But
I
go ahead.
played it in A flat. I played it in C, and I played it in D flat. So,
Okay.
uh, but playing it in C, I also play the chords, which is a little bit like on that dee dee dee,
Okay.
which can get a little crazy.
Right. Yeah. In my hymn book, I always wondered. I'm like in other arrangements if they put chords in there, but I could show you the hymn book. It's just octaves. It just says just play the octaves. That's all it says. And then go. They do not have chords written. I can even show you. Here it is,
Which
right there. Hold
yeah, I
up.
got
It'll come in right now. Hold up. There it is.
yeah.
See, it's just octaves right there.
Well,
That's all.
they're smart. They're smart to put the octaves because people normally sing the melody. You're not gonna spend your whole time trying to play all the much chords in there.
Right. Yeah, I've never seen it where I had to play the chords before. I guess that would be interesting to see that, to see what the real chords are.
Well, yeah, but whenever you get a chance, you need to do a tutorial on that.
Maybe I'll
That's
save it for Black History Month, maybe in January,
look,
to get
no,
people prepared
I
for
got
Black
to
History
learn it
Month.
before then. I got to get it embedded in my head.
That's why I said maybe in January. I said I'll teach it in
January is
January.
too late.
It
No,
don't
you
take that long to learn it. Hey,
you
girl.
gotta play that MLK.
Oh yeah, that's right. January 15th. That's
That's
right. Yeah,
right.
his day. I
Yeah.
forgot. Okay, maybe I'll do it during Christmas time when I start doing my Christmas tutorials. I'll just throw in lift every voice out of nowhere. I'll be like, okay, Santa Claus is coming to town. Lift every voice. It's like because because Santa Claus is coming to town, so lift every voice and sing, right? I can make it work. I can make it work in a jokingly way. I'll figure out something like that. Lift every
Well,
voice and sing because
it's just
Santa Claus is
like that
coming to
time you put
town.
out that Christmas tutorial in the middle of March or
Oh,
May
that,
or
that, that
something.
was
I was like,
that was because somebody actually paid for it though. So I forgot what it was, but you're right. It was it was March of this year or something like that, or February,
yeah,
something like that. But I mean, hey, somebody paid for it. I mean, hey, you paid for it, then hey, you know what I'm saying? It is what
Hey
it is.
guys, it's been good.
Oh yeah,
This
it's midnight. This is my time. I usually sign
Oh
off, yo.
yeah.
It's midnight. This is the time. So, again, guys, I appreciate
How's
y'all. I'm chilling on the panel. And remember, I don't know. I will be trying to figure out how I can do my live streams and have people with me.
Right.
For anybody that didn't know, that don't know this format that we're using right now ends on August 1st. They will not let us use Hangouts on air after August 1st. So I'm going to do my best during the week and try out some other softwares and see how we can make this happen. So y'all might be getting emails from me, so respond to me if y'all do, so that we can try to do,
Hey, look,
just
you
it'll be during the week. We'll just try something during the week and I'll try to go live on the channel and we'll see how it works. What you
look,
say, James?
Richard, I can give you. Well, you don't have to play music in the background. So I was gonna tell you, Skype would probably be your best option,
But
man.
yeah, but Skype, but you have to send Skype through something else though in order to do it though.
Oh,
So like Skype by
okay.
itself, yeah, YouTube don't have a way where you can connect to Skype, but there's a software, but you can use Skype with a software called OBS. So I will probably try that. Do all of you have a Skype account already?
Yeah, I know I do. Anyway, yeah.
Hey,
I do,
Nathan,
but I don't know my I don't know my
well, you can always
password.
create a new one though. So
I
if you
do.
don't know, yeah,
I've never been a fan of Skype, but I'll have to get back on it and try it because everything else has just been a whole lot easier to use.
yeah, man,
Google.
Hangouts. This thing was easy, man. This
Oh
setting
yeah.
up this Hangouts right here. I mean,
Hmm
it's so easy. You just do a couple of clicks, and YouTube does the rest. And they're like, "Well, we're taking it away August 1st."
Yep.
And then Skype used to want to have more information than you wanted to give them back in the days, like your contacts and all that other stuff.
Right, right. So yeah, if you see an email from me, we like I said, we'll probably try to go live. Not going to do a full live stream. Maybe it might for 5 or 10 minutes during the week or so, just to see how it works before Saturday. So keep an eye out on your email, y'all.
All right, man.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt.
And again, thank y'all for all y'all support and chilling with me for 5 hours. I don't know what's wrong with y'all, why y'all want to be around me this long, but
I
God
know. I
bless.
ask myself all the time.
Yeah, the
Yes,
one
you
that's here
go.
every week wants to ask herself that all the time. Okay, all right, all right, all right.
I
Chat
ain't
room
got no
and
choice.
chat
Even
room.
so,
I'm gonna sign out now from the live stream. We can stay in the hangout if y'all want for a minute or two. But YouTube, I'll catch y'all on the next one.
I
Peace, YouTube.